Yo, yo, yo.
Who'd kill the chat? It's been dead for ages.
Must have been you, Benzo, because I just got here. Must have been you. So, what are we going to fight about now, man?
I don't know. Like I said, 70% of the evidence is on my side. You seem to be back foot, my friend. All right, way on the back foot.
So 70% is on your side because 70% of the Earth surface is won.
Oh yeah, exactly. Oh well, look, I'm only going by the current agreed statistics / measurements of how much of water surrounds the land masses, and land does seem to stick up out of this this horizontal phenomena that we call water, that seems to behave in all these weird and wonderful ways, but what it is always trying to do, any liquid, anything in a liquid formation, what it is always trying to do is come at rest. Right? That's what it's trying to do, and it's trying to settle.
Why is it trying to do that?
That's just the nature of water. That's just that's just the nature of water. That's what it does. Now,
But
how it does that? Well, that would be the phenomena of a liquid, right? Any liquid, right? Right? You know, liquids don't form them. Want to come to rest in a square. They don't want to come to rest in a triangle or pyramid or whatever 3D shape that you want to attribute to them. Now, some, you know, minute quantities of will want to seem to settle, you know, in a dome like feature, but you know, we know that this is due to, you know, water tension. Funny thing about water tension, you can very easily break that with a pin, right? And it won't hold that form. Funnily enough.
I've never heard you go into such depth when it comes to water. And this is what I was asking for, Ben. So you're explaining water tension and how that works and why, if that water tension isn't messed with, the liquid will just conform to the shape of the containers. And I tend to agree with that. I don't know if this happens for all liquids, but I would say for most known liquids that is the case.
Well, do we know any unknown liquids? That would be the question.
I've heard that there are combinations of certain elements that, when in liquid forms, don't necessarily act the way most liquids. But I've heard that. I haven't actually seen it myself, so I'm not gonna.
Well, we can definitely agree that when things are in a liquid, doesn't matter what that liquid is. If that liquid is at an elevation, all right, and from that elevation, right, there is no resistance, right, keeping that at that elevation, right, and there is a slope in any direction, right, any direction whatsoever, that liquid, right, will tend to follow that slope, won't it? Doesn't matter what the liquid is.
So you're saying it'll go down that slope to a lower elevation, right?
Most definitely. Doesn't matter what that liquid is. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly right. So all liquid.
Why does it do that though? I think that's where we might disagree.
Well, because it is running down a slope,
Why
isn't it?
does it run up a slope?
Well, it wouldn't run up a slope. That would
But why
we've never
not?
experienced, because things don't run up. They always run down. Right?
But if I'm shooting water out of a hose, I can shoot it up a slope, right?
Ah, now why? Right now, so now you have invoked a pressure, right, to move that
Okay,
water, right? Because we know, Nate, from many of our
up the
conversations,
slope.
right, we know the only way that you can move anything, right, is by applying a pressure. Can't move a thing in the world, right, without applying
Without-
pressure. Exactly.
Okay,
We agree to this. We
so I
agree to
agree with
this.
you 100%.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree that it's because I've applied some sort of, well, you know that when you say pressure, I mean force, but we're saying the same thing. So I'm not trying to fight about it too much, you know. And I fully understand what you mean when you say pressure. So I'm not going to fight with you too much about it. So it's because I've applied
Yeah.
a pressure or some sort of force that it's going upstream. Now, what
Yeah.
is the pressure or the force that makes it go downstream?
Okay, well then it would be its own. Um, it cannot resist its own uh, weight itself, right?
It's on
Can't
weight.
resist it.
Okay.
Yep, its own weight. Okay,
Okay.
so its own weight will apply a pressure on it, right, which will get it to move, right, in a direction where it will reach a resistance, which it will then start to settle, right? And what's the other word that I'm there is a fancy scientific word, but
Equilibrium.
well, equilibrium, but it will gather, right? It will gather together, right? Um, until right until all of that liquid has gathered there, and if there is enough resistance to keep that liquid in place, it won't move any further at all, right? It's impossible. The only way that liquid will move is up. If there is resistance all the way around its edges, right, the only way that
Uh-huh.
liquid will move is up, in an upward direction.
What? Okay, so if we have water in a in a cup, you saying that
Mm.
the walls of the cup are causing some sort of resistance that keep it there, and the only place where there's no resistance is the surface of the water? Am I understanding you correctly? Well, am I misunderstanding?
Well, there is little resistance at the surface, right? That is why that water, right, because there is little resistance water, that is why, okay, that water can then move in an upwards direction.
Aha. So
Mm-hmm.
when you say resistance,
Mm-hmm.
when you say resistance, you mean like a
Mm-hmm.
force, right? It doesn't have to be a solid wall. Even a pressure, a pressure. The walls of the cup are applying a pressure. That's what you mean by resistance.
Exactly. Yeah. Pressure,
Okay.
resistance, whatever you want to attribute it to it, but those solid walls create
Yeah.
a pressure against that water that or a resistance that that water
It's the
cannot
water. All right.
penetrate. So it will not go anywhere. The only place that that water can go is up, and it does. It does go up.
And you're also saying that there's no pressure on the surface. That's why it's able to go up.
Oh no, there is pressure on the surface, but
Okay.
little. There is little pressure that doesn't keep it from not going up when there is enough energy put into that water. If you put enough energy into that water, it will definitely go
Like
up.
boiling.
Definitely
Okay. So
boiling,
you say
and then
boiling.
and
Oh.
then well, yeah. When you boil it, right, then, things will expand slightly. Okay, but then the water will transform, right, into steam and vapor, and then go in an upwards direction. All right, because of
Oh.
the heat. Right, so then that's
I'm
the
with you
only
100.
place it can go. It won't evaporate through the side of that glass wall. It'll only evaporate from the surface.
Okay.
We know this.
No.
We know this.
Yeah. We definitely know this. I'm with you 100%.
Of
Now
course, you have to be.
let's. Now let's throw a bit of a spanner in the works. All right.
Oh, a
So
spanner. Okay.
So you said that you said the surface of the water is feeling some sort of pressure, but it's not a strong enough pressure to stop it going up.
No, not at all.
No.
Not at all.
Okay. All right.
Not at all.
What is that pressure that's on the surface of the water? Like, where's that pressure coming from?
Well, we'd then have those atmospheric pressures acting upon it, wouldn't we?
Perfect. You are right.
Yeah.
100.
Oh,
So it's the
of course I
atmosphere
am.
applying pressure
Of course I'm
on the
right.
surface of the water. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that's right.
100% correct answer.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
sure is
Pressure.
right a
Now,
lot.
What was that, Rakia?
I said, you sure are right a lot.
Oh, I am.
not really, but this is a very profound
Not
moment.
really.
This is a rarity. Where Banso is continually right. It's a rarity. This is once in a lifetime.
Go eat your shoe. Go eat your shoe, Nate.
It's gotta be killing him. Like, there's gotta be people too listening going, damn, what?
Just waiting for you to be wrong. All
I'm
right, so
telling him he's right. Just ask him a tough question he can't answer. Let him be wrong.
Oh,
okay,
no.
so
Bless you.
up until now we thanks, man. So up until now we agree that the atmosphere is applying some sort of pressure on the surface of the water in this cup, and
Yeah.
how is you would agree that it's this pressure that keeps the surface of the water level and still, or is it the water itself that wants to be level and still at its surface? Is it because of this pressure?
Well, I think it's a combination of many things. I think it is the attributes of water itself, how water wants to naturally perform, right? As well as the atmospheric pressure. Yes, this is what
Okay,
happens.
Right again.
but when this,
Damn, Rocky, I'm on a roll.
I don't know if you're right there, Benson, because you're saying it's a combination of both. I feel it's purely because of the atmospheric pressure. So let's now have a situation where there's no atmosphere, where we have this water in a vacuum, and there's no atmospheric pressure pushing down on the water. Does the water still want to be level and stationary at its surface?
If we have no atmospheric pressure, whatsoever. I don't. We
Yeah.
don't have it. We'll see that. We don't experience it. That we can't demonstrate that one little bit. So why are we talking
But what do you think would
hypotheticals?
happen?
Why are we talking? We're talking reality here, my friend. We can't be talking
But this whole
in
thing has been a hypothetical,
hypothetical.
Benzo.
Nothing we have spoken about has been hypothetical at all. It's all been reality, what we've spoken about.
All right. Okay, but this is still reality, though. You can put water in a low pressure environment or in a vacuum chamber, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
and it just
that's
boils
reality.
off.
So my question is, if you have water in a situation where there's no atmospheric or downwards pressure pushing on its surface, at the water surface, would it still want to be level and stationary?
Well, if you
There's
remove
still a
all the
downward
pressure, right,
Uh-huh.
it will do. I think what White just said just there was pretty much boil off.
So that's really what water wants to do, isn't it? It's because there's pressure that water's not able to boil. But when you remove the pressure, the water really wants to start boiling and turn into a gas, right?
It only forms
It's,
because of
it,
the pressure.
yeah,
Say what?
it is finding it. It is finding its natural equilibrium under natural conditions. Now, if you want to change those, it'll find its natural equilibrium for those conditions. That's what
Okay.
water will.
But we agree that water doesn't naturally want to be level and stationary at its surface. It's just doing that because of the conditions it finds itself under. And as you said, if you change those conditions, water will find itself in a different form, right? It's trying to find its quote unquote equilibrium again.
Yeah, but until then, it's
Everything
still in the
finds its
cup and level.
Yeah, and everything finds its equilibrium, not just water.
I agree with you. Everything tries to find its equilibrium, but what I want to see if we agree or not is water's natural equilibrium or natural want to be stationary and level at its surface, or is it that it's stationary and level at its surface because of pressures it's put under, and then it tries to find its equilibrium?
Yeah, what any liquid is doing, it is always trying to get itself to equilibrium. That's what water does. You're breaking up a bit.
Yeah.
You're breaking up. But anyway, what I was saying was what any liquid would do, but we're saying we'll stick to water, it is always trying to find the equilibrium. And the nature of the water and how we see it naturally in its liquid state, right? That's what it always tries to do. He's gone. He's coming back. Had to run.
You were right so much he ran away. That's two people we made run away today. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I think
It's really the simple things, right? That's why they want to. Yeah, that's why they want to always take things to photons and atoms and black holes and stuff like that.
things you
Because
can't
the
do
simple
anything with.
things really do just. Exactly.
That's why I go to water. If you can show me how to measure curved water, I'll be on your side, right? I'll be an advocate. But until that day,
Yeah.
and then you teach me that water does seek and find its level and create a horizontal, then how can you tell me that it does something else under this certain circumstance? And you can't show me how to measure it. Or you can yell out somebody's name named Jesse, shoot an optical instrument over a half a mile of water, and then after that tell me that you can't do observations low level over water long distance because they would be distorted. That doesn't that don't hunt no more, right? That dog has hunted its last day, and we're on to new and better things. The doublespeak has been going on for years. You just couldn't. You didn't catch it because you didn't know the arguments. You know.
The tricks. There's always a trick. Really.
I think Kosho is one of the best, man. The yes no, like the yes no tactic that Kosho uses on a daily basis is scary. He often says yes no or no yes. Like, just listen for it.
I hope I'm not doing that, am I?
No, you're pretty straightforward. You're just not very smart. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, yeah, I'm not the smartest man alive. I definitely agree to that.
No, I think you're there. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like we were talking. You just get back to the basics, man. If you think water is curving, then let's measure it. Right? It has to be curving to be on a sphere, and I'm fine with measuring it. I'll be the one to help you and be the one to go replicate it. And if it does curve, I'll be the first one to tell you I'm an idiot. Like, I was fooled and blah blah blah. This is how you measure curved water. But until that day, you know, water doesn't curve in my book.
I hear you.
Wouldn't it be an interesting day to have, say, just imagine this group of people, right, going out to measure a dam or a still lake, right? So we would have, this would be the group of people, right? We'd have, say, Sly Sparkane, Jesse Kalowski, Larry GPS. We could throw in Rukia, Bev, and maybe one other. Imagine that group of people, Flat V Globe, actually going out there with the purpose of measuring something. I reckon that would make interesting viewing. Actually, interesting viewing.
That would be pretty cool.
Larry is the one that went 1,500 feet away from a building that was like so many feet long, right? Let's say 2,000 feet long, and shot a one-shot, you know, measurement from the one corner of the building to the furthest point, and said, "Oh, look, you know, this concrete is following the curvature of the earth." Now, for one, that's not how you build a foundation. And two, if it was following the curvature of the earth, then they made a mistake, right? Because they would have made it horizontal.
Larry GPS? That guy?
You know what?
Yeah.
I think it was, man. I get Larry and one other guy mixed up, but I'm pretty, like, 90% sure it was Larry.
All right.
If I'm wrong, it was one of the other, main guys, right? It's not like some obscure person. This was somebody that has a channel making videos, was on Jose's every day. And, they didn't want to post this video again. And I had to pay Jose $100 to get the video. That's how I think damaging it was to, that's how much they didn't want that video out. But someone found it and I paid them $100. I told them, I said, if y'all find that video, since Larry and Jose don't want to get it for us, if someone finds it, I'll give Jose $100. And someone found it, and I gave Jose $100.
But yeah,
he's still doing his
answer.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. We noticed you ran, by the way, because you were backed into a corner, but that's okay.
No, I was breaking up.
No, you ran
told
away.
me I was breaking up.
That's what's called run away.
So you didn't tell me I was breaking up.
Ask Brenda.
Backing out.
We labeled you. We put it out there for the YouTube audience to listen.
He's a runner.
Oh man. Yeah, but I mean, we don't need to go on with the questions and whatnot. I was just trying to get to the point that the reason water is level and it rests on its surface is because of the atmospheric pressure, right? If we didn't have that atmospheric pressure, water wouldn't be level at its surface. So it's not because of the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth doesn't
It would
decide
s-
how water is going to be level at the surface. It's just going to control.
it would
It's
still be
because of the
level.
atmosphere.
It would just be bubbling off, and it would be level the whole way down in the cup until it's all bubbled off. The atmospheric pressure doesn't change the levelness.
Right. And right now,
Yeah.
at 33 feet above sea level, water will in a tube will bubble and start to cavitate.
Cavitate.
Hmm
Yeah. But then
You
how
know,
do you determine the level? Like, how do you determine the level of bubbling, evaporating water? I've never seen that though.
You get a
Well, it
tube and
doesn't.
put it 33 feet above sea level and watch it yourself do it.
It doesn't bubble on a slope. So if we have a big giant beaker of water and put it in a vacuum, it evenly bubbles across the surface. It doesn't like all of a sudden flip to a 45-degree angle and bubble that way. It's still level.
Mm.
That's because it's looking for its equilibrium, which is below it.
Exactly. That's the nature of what water does. No,
Yep.
there's a combination of many things water does exactly what it does. But in the liquid in the liquid form under standard conditions, right? It does what it does. And the beauty about it, right? It is observable, it is repeatable and measurable every single time. And it will do exactly the same thing. It's called, Nate, the law of water.
The
Right?
law
That's
of
what it
water.
does. The law of
Bandsaws
water.
law of water.
Right? The law of water. You can mark it down. Right?
Yeah,
It's the
Bandsaws law of water.
Exactly. Right. Right.
how,
Correct me. If I'm incorrect, correct me, mate.
I don't disagree with you, Bandsaw. I just disagree
There
where
we
you
go.
want to say because it's flat and level, that proves the Earth is flat. I was just trying to say that you
No,
can't just make that statement. That's all,
no, no.
Yeah, I feel water, the way it acts on its surface, doesn't tell you the shape of the container holding.
Oh,
so
most definitely. Yeah.
question: how does water behave in a zero G environment?
Oh, well, we don't
Very
have a
good
zero
question.
G environment. All right. So why are we worried about this?
Yeah, I would
Right.
say nobody knows. Nobody will
Yeah,
ever know that.
exactly right.
So the zero G airplane, the ISS, nobody knows how water behaves on those
You're talking about
Yeah,
parabolic flight, free fall. How does
yeah,
Yeah.
water
yeah.
react in free
things. Okay,
fall?
fine. Let
That's
me
not
rephrase
zero
the
G.
question. How does water behave in free fall?
Yeah.
I would say differently than what it was if it's not in free fall, just like everything else.
Yeah.
Why is that? What are the conditions that are different? Why would it behave differently under different? What
Because
makes it different? What makes it
you're
different?
putting it in a state of free fall.
Yep. You are introducing, right, an acceleration to something. Right? You are
Actually,
introducing.
that's wrong
Yeah.
because you're negating
Well,
the acceleration that already exists.
no, you are introducing, right, an acceleration. Right?
You're
That's what the plane does.
matching the acceleration. It equals
Yeah.
out, so then things appear to float. But
Right.
they're not floating, they're just free falling because of the acceleration rate is the same.
Exactly. You're negating
Yeah.
the
Well,
existing acceleration. So there's a
yeah.
9.8 meter per second squared downward acceleration. If you take that away and even it out, then does water
Yeah.
then behave differently?
Yeah, of course, everything behaves differently at that point.
Exactly.
But helium balloons have an acceleration rate upwards depending on how much helium and the volume is in the balloon, right?
Again, does that change in free fall? Does that change in free fall?
Well, we're talking about upwards and downwards direction, right?
Okay.
Acceleration.
I'll ask
Yeah,
the question
it's
again.
always yeah. You don't mind if I finish though? It's
Go ahead.
always claimed that it's a downward acceleration, but it's not. It depends on what you're talking about. It's dependent on what you're talking about. Context.
Okay. Fair enough. So do helium balloons go up or down in free fall? Or stay the same?
If they're in free fall, they're going to remain at the same position, unless they're in a airplane or something like that that's forcing them. You know, if the airplane is what's in free fall, then whatever's in the airplane is going to act a certain way.
Okay, so how would that affect a helium balloon? So we know how it affect water and density towers and stuff like that. We've seen the videos. How does being in free fall on an airplane affect a helium?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. I've never seen it.
Okay.
Have you?
Yes.
Well, tell us then. Why are you freaking trying to get a gadget? Just tell us.
I was actually going to tell you to do your own research as the aphorism goes, but I'll tell you anyway. They actually go down.
Okay, that would have been my guess.
Okay.
Well, like I said, I've never seen it. I've never done it myself. Now I've been in free fall or what seems to me to be free fall, like in a downward spiral in an airplane, and I'm feeling G and doing all that, and you feel that floatiness at a certain point too.
It's a roller coaster too.
Yeah, oh yeah. I just rode the I'm glad you brought that up. I rode the Eagle, I think it's called, at Dollywood in Tennessee. And man, you have some definite, weightlessness feelings there, which is basically free fall. It's not zero G. You have different amounts of G's being put on you, but it's free fall. It's a part of G force, I would say.
So that's the feeling that you get in your stomach, where it feels like it's in your chest or in your throat. If you're that lasts on a roller coaster, 5 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever.
All right.
But if you're on a like a plane in zero G and it lasts 30 seconds or a minute or however long that lasts. It lasts the whole time basically. That little, like, your stomach. That's why it's called the vomit comic, because it feels like your stomach is in your throat.
Yeah, your intestines actually are floating. Basically, they're moving. They're being pressed upwards and downwards depending on which parabolic you're in.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's just a special state. You're introducing a different, something that's not natural. Like, we're not used to being in free fall. We're used to being on stationary plane.
But that's, in terms of the universe, I would actually say that the unnatural state is having that acceleration, and free fall is the natural state.
Okay. I would say that's an opinion. I would think the most natural reality state is just feeling like you're still, like, not in motion, unless you can realize that you're in a car or walking or whatever. But you can get really still and you don't feel motion.
That's sort of the point. Is if you're that whole thing about when your stomach is, when you're not on the roller coaster, you actually are, quote, in motion, because there's a 9.8 meter per second acceleration on you. It's just you have the ground keeping you from keep going down. So that is sort of in motion, just something stopping you. But there is something accelerating you down, and that is not the natural state in terms of the whole universe. Now, in terms of human experience, absolutely, it is the natural state. So I guess you can say, from what perspective is the natural state? Our experience or the whole universe?
No, that's up to you to decide, I guess. I deal with reality where I'm standing the most, and where it feels like most natural, that would be my most natural state.
Yeah,
which is being grounded. That's why you feel weird even just flying.
That's sort of a philosophical question that I asked, actually.
Yeah, I get it, but that's why you even, like, going up when I flew yesterday and just lifting off the ground, not being grounded, is a strange feeling, right, to humans. It's a sensation because it's not natural.
It's not natural to humans, not natural to people. It's natural to birds.
That's what I said, though. I was talking about humans. Me, human, went flying, and every time I lift off or fly through the air and move up and down in the air, it doesn't feel natural
That was
because
sort of
I'm human.
That was sort of the point of my question is, what's natural to you is not natural to everybody and everything else.
Never said I was. I'm talking in reality of things I know about humans or about myself.
Said. And that's my point again. What is natural to humans, which you just said natural to humans, is not natural to everything and everybody else.
Okay. Nice talking about that. I never disagreed with it. What's your point again?
My point is that the forces acting on you determine what actions that you take in terms of like how does water behave, how do balloons float, how do you feel. Those are all the result of forces acting on you.
Well, it's all a point of getting out of your equilibrium state, like your natural state, which is equilibrium. Everything is equal. Nothing is being put upon you or taken away. It's equilibrium. When you do put something and you force yourself to fly or fall or whatever, then that's an unnatural state. That's why you feel weird. It's not your equilibrium. That's why your equilibrium is thrown off and you throw up because you're going down.
And again, what I was saying is there is a force, there's a 9.8 meter per second acceleration down due to whatever you want to call it. And if you negate that force, so you're saying that force is a natural force.
I'm saying the reason you go 9.8 meters per second squared as an average is because you went up away from your equilibrium, and that object, which is you, is trying to get back to its equilibrium as quickly as it can because that's its natural state.
Wait, I went up? I'm just standing on the ground. How did I go up?
You're not moving if you're standing on the ground. You say you are theoretically, but you only move from up to down when you go up. And your body is trying to get back to its equilibrium, and it just so happens that the average of that, depending on what medium you're traveling through, is 9.8 meters per second squared.
So if I'm just standing here on the ground,
he means when you're just standing on the ground, you still have this force acting on you.
Yeah, that's what y'all say. I'm not saying it's a force at all. I'm saying what you did was take yourself out of equilibrium, and if you put yourself in water, you're not going to fall downwards at 9.8 meters per second square. I promise you.
No, I did. But I mean, my question is there if I'm just standing here, is there a 9.8 meter per second downward acceleration acting on me?
Not that I know of.
So if I get on a scale, then it shows a weight.
Sure.
But if I'm not, I mean, what is causing the scale to be pushed down?
You're putting pressure on it.
Try this. Hold on.
It's a pressure meter.
If I'm standing on the ground and I'm standing in sand, if I'm standing on stone, I don't go anywhere. So if I'm standing on sand, there's and you're saying it's talking about the medium. The medium now, I can sink through the medium.
Yeah, you're putting pressure on that object. That object is less dense, so you're going to make an imprint. It's all about pressure.
Where does that pressure come from? Because because you were saying earlier, if I go up, I go down. So I'm standing on the ground, and I'm standing on stone, and there's no 9.8 meter per second acceleration, according to you. I'm standing on stone. Now I walk one step sideways, and I'm standing in quicksand.
Right.
And now I sink. I haven't gone up, but now I sink.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously the medium has changed, but has that 9.8 meter per second squared changed?
Well, yeah, because the medium that you're in has changed. So you're not going to be going 9.8 meters per second square in quicksand.
No, but I'm saying there's a 9.8 meter per second squared standing on the stone, but you don't go anywhere because that you can't. But there's still, that force still exists. It just
Well, the potential of that force exists, and if you go up above that particular medium, then you will go back down to that medium due to that potential. Yeah, it's you trying to reach your equilibrium.
So am I at equilibrium? So you're saying I'm in equilibrium out on the ground, and there's no stuff. There's no.
When you're not moving up or down, you're at equilibrium. Yes.
Right. But I don't know if you answered my question, or maybe I missed the answer. If I'm at equilibrium on the ground, is there a 9.8 meter per second acceleration?
Not until you move up or down and create that potential.
So there's no. So there's no acceleration.
Why would there be?
9.8 meter per second.
Why would there be? You haven't created that potential yet.
So
and
what is
it's not always that. It depends. It's medium based also, and it's also friction based. Like meaning, if you drop a 2x4 straight down, it's going to travel at one speed. If you drop a piece of plywood, lengthways, it's going to resist the air more and fall at a different speed. It's also friction based or whatever you want. What is that?
I'm discounting air
drag. Yeah, more drag, the slower you're going to go.
I'm discounting that.
Lift. You jump off a house with a sheet of plywood at a certain angle, you're going to create some lift.
So I have weight. What causes the weight? Or why do I register a weight?
You're only measuring what you call weight as a scalar, as a volume of the pressure that you're putting down on a man-made object to measure how much pressure you're putting down on whatever you're standing on.
Right, but that weight exists whether I'm on a scale or not.
That pressure exists, yeah.
Right.
Always under pressure.
And so why does that weight, what is I don't know if I'm saying it right, what is the cause of the weight? Why does the scale register weight? I think you just answered that.
That's what it's designed to do. And they call it weight and they give it numerical value based on how much pressure is being put on that scale. The less pressure you put, the less the number will be. Unless you change the numbering system and do it the opposite way. Hang on, I got to take a break.
So I'm going to say this. I think I realized you left, but I'm just going to put this out there that the globe side says there's a 9.8 meter per second acceleration down. And when you stand on a scale, the scale registers that in terms of your weight. Now, again, on the globe side, if you equalize that acceleration, then you're not going to see a weight. And by that, for example, and what I mean by that is, if you put the scale in free fall, and then you're also in free fall, and you stand on the scale, it's now going to read 0 because you've equalized the acceleration. So there's a 9.8 meter per second acceleration downward due to whatever, and the weight and the scale and you are also going down at 9.8 meters per second. Now you've equalized that, and there's now 0 weight. That's weightlessness. There's a reason that term is used.
Well, you're incorrect, extremist, with your first premise, right?
Which was what?
Your observation of things moving in a downwards direction on an average of 9.81 per meter second squared, or whatever the number is, right, is not a globe observation. Right? It's not isolated to the globe. Right? Everyone observes this average speed. That this figure can be used to be applied to many a different thing. There's not one person in this debate that would argue that is not the case.
There is actually. Nathan Oakley says there is not a 9.8 meter per second downward acceleration. He denies that.
That is true. That is true. I've heard him deny that.
Well, no. Well, we see things fall on average, right? A majority of things we see fall on average at 9.8. 1 meters per second squared. Like you can see this. All right. So anyway,
We agree with you.
not.
No,
Actually, they do not.
the reason I said globe is
Only in a vacuum does that happen, gentlemen. Only in a vacuum.
yeah, but this figure can be used and applied in the real world. So these figures that we have ascertained, Montreal, can be used in practical things on a day-to-day level.
that's
Yes,
why I
but
said
that
that's why I
figure,
phrased it the way I
that
did.
figure that they claim, when they said it's wrong, I agree with it. That figure is only good in a vacuum.
That's again what I was saying, and
That
that's why
figure
I said
was
it
not.
the way I said it.
Okay, then. Well, whether they got this figure in a vacuum or standing on a ladder, right? It's neither here nor there. It's neither here nor there where they got the figure from. The figure is the figure. It isn't a globe figure, right?
It is a globe figure.
Well, no, because we too can make a vacuum, right? And we too can walk up a ladder in a vacuum and drop something and time it. So it's not isolated, right, to a globe Earth model. It's not isolated to that at all, in no way, shape, or form.
That's my point. There are some flat earthers that deny that. So that's why I specifically related that to a globe thing.
Look, I'm not denying, right, where that figure has come from and how we've ascertained that figure, and I'm not going to deny that we use this figure on a day-to-day basis, and I think this figure is very, very practical on many different levels for many different things. Right? So me, myself personally, I'm saying it is not isolated to globe or flat. I'm saying it is universal, that figure.
Yeah, it's the cause we deny, not what we see.
Yeah.
I mean, the first caveman, when he dropped a rock, witnessed that. So don't try to say that, oh, this is our thing. No, it's not.
But that's not fair, SC. How can Bandsaw sit here and say water being level is flat Earth's thing? Like,
because it is. It's the law of water, right? The law of water, right?
Bansaw's law of water.
It's true. It's universal. You use.
Have you ever seen still water not being level, smartass? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I have.
Where?
Yeah, I've seen water not being level.
Where? Besides the meniscus, where have you seen still water not being level? Where?
A raindrop. Water in 0G. It's at rest and it's not level.
Water in 0G. Here we go.
Or in free fall.
Fantasy begins. Where have you seen water in 0G?
In vomit comets. Water in free fall. At rest. Does not stay level.
A better question would be, right, where have you seen water under natural conditions being anything else other than what water is?
At free fall, it's underneath natural conditions. It's still the law of water that it is conforming to.
And excuse me,
it's not level.
You've never seen water in 0G. What you've seen is water in free fall, sir. You've seen water in free fall. You've never seen water in zero gravity, sir. Correct?
Fine, Rakia. We've never seen water in zero gravity. I'm not.
My name is SC. Shout out Rakia.
Sorry,
my name is SC.
My bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, SC. I don't have the energy to argue whether or not we've seen water in 0G, but we've definitely seen water in free fall. And when water is in free fall, which is at rest, conforming to the laws of water, it's not level.
Yeah, but you've never seen water in 0G, correct, sir?
Are we saying zero net G?
Or to argue with you about
no,
that,
zero gravity. Which one here has seen water in zero gravity? Hands up.
There's no such thing.
Though?
Exactly.
Can we not talk about
so stop saying it.
Cool.
Well, when we say zero G, we mean zero net G.
All right. We're only
you mean free fall.
All right. And we're only talking about water under natural conditions. So no point in invoking 0G or anti-gravity or any of these vomits. No point invoking any of those things. We're talking about water under natural conditions.
But in free fall, water is under natural conditions.
It's in a waterfall. It's in free fall.
Whenever you,
that's natural conditions. Really? A waterfall is free fall, and that is natural conditions.
Yeah, that's off a cliff.
That is true. That is true.
And that, Chucky, is my law of water, demonstratable right there. A waterfall.
Yeah, so waterfall is water in free fall, conforming to Banso's laws of water, and still not level.
Right. Well, no, it is doing exactly what water is doing. It is going from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, and when that water meets enough resistance, it will stop, right? It will gather, right?
And level off. And level off.
That's exactly what water will do. So
always and every time.
Yep. So my law of water, the law of water, right, which is the only law that is unbreakable.
Bansaw's law. There it is. We just made it, Bansaw. Bansaw's law.
This is crazy.
So water falling from the sky, raindrop, while it is falling, is not level, and it is in natural condition. It only is level once it hits the ground.
No kidding.
Yeah, and guess what? That is also too the law of water. It is going from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, trying to reach equilibrium. And when it does get to that lower elevation and reach enough resistance, right, guess what will happen to it when it starts to pull together?
Right.
So Banso's law of water.
Does that law of water only apply when it hits the ground? Because it doesn't apply while it's in the air.
No.
Yeah.
No. The law of water is consistent throughout. So while that water is moving, right, it is moving. It is doing what water is trying to do. It is trying to get to a state where it doesn't move, right, and where it can settle, right, get a scone, have a cup of tea, relax, and be horizontal. That's what water is trying to do all the time.
No, it's not, though.
Oh, yes, it is. 100% is trying to do that.
I mean, we literally agreed earlier that water just conforms to the pressures around it, right? If there was no atmospheric pressure pushing down on water, you agreed with me, water would try to find its new equilibrium. So water inherently, by nature, does not want to be level at its surface. It's just because of pressure being put upon it.
No,
it does in this realm every time, consistently, always. You want to put it in space or somewhere else, that's a different story. But here, the law of water, Bansaw's law, always performs the same.
Bansaw's law. This is going to become a real thing. Jesus.
Yep. See, there's a meme for you. I can see a meme coming on. All right.
Bansaw's law.
Yep.
Yeah. You're just not being inconsistent, Bansaw. Because you agreed with me earlier. You agreed with me earlier that water always tries to find its equilibrium. That is the mechanism behind Bansaw's law. And you agreed with me that water inherently doesn't want to be level and at rest at the surface. It's only like that because of pressure from the atmosphere. And if you remove that pressure, water would boil, and this boiling is water trying to find its new equilibrium.
And your
the law applies to water's equilibrium. Water is always trying to find its equilibrium based on the forces acting upon it. Isn't that the mechanism behind your law?
Well, no. As you remember, what our conversation was about, right? Was about the law of water and what happens to water when it meets resistance or when it has no resistance, right? So whether or not, right, that water.
And we agree this resistance is pressure. Whether it's pressure from cup walls or from the atmosphere, it's pressure.
Yep.
Okay. And we agreed in the absence of this pressure, water is still going to try find its equilibrium. That is water's inherent nature. It wants to be in equilibrium.
That's what water will always do. It'll seek to come to a point of rest. That's what water does.
What is hydrostatic?
That's something new now. That's totally new now.
No, not at all.
Yes, Bansaw. Because you and I agree that when water is in a cup and level and stationary at its surface, it's not Because of the atmospheric pressure pushing down on the water.
We agreed, right? Well, actually, I pointed out to you, right, and then you agreed with me. That's a more accurate conversation because Rakia was here for the conversation, and he that all through that conversation I was right, and you agreed, right?
Oh,
So
come on.
yeah, 100%, right? And that cup of water when it rests, right, is horizontal, right? And the only place that water can go is up, where it has the least amount of resistance. So that's the only way water will
But then
move
it's not
in
at
any
rest,
way,
Benson.
shape, or form. So then when you put enough energy into that water, right, and it boils, the only place that water will go is up. But even while it's boiling, even while that water is boiling, it is still trying to find its equilibrium, right?
I agree with you there. But
That's
what I need clarity on is what you mean when you say water is at rest. Do you mean at rest that there are no pressures acting upon it?
No,
Is that when water is at rest?
When it is still and undisturbed, right? When it
still and undisturbed, so no pressures acting on it. Even the walls of a container shouldn't be acting on it.
Yeah.
So we agree that water at rest is when no pressure is acting on it. There shouldn't be container walls conforming it into a shape. There shouldn't be atmospheric pressure pushing down on it. There should be no, what you call pressure, what I call forces, acting upon it. That is when water is at rest and at its equilibrium. We agree?
It'll always try to get from a higher elevation to a lower elevation. That's what water will always try and do. Right?
Okay, but we also agree, Ben.
Until it meets enough resistance. Right? You can try and run me round and round in
pressure.
circles all you like. You can try and run me round and round in circles
No,
all you
Ben,
like.
so I just want to get consensus, right? When you say resistance, you mean pressure. And when you say pressure, it's fine if I interpret that as forces, right? We're saying the same thing. The resistance, pressure, forces. No?
Well, resistance and pressure. Yep. So that wall, that barrier, that barrier
is given a pressure.
Yep. Now,
and when water it feels any sort of pressure upon it, it's not at rest, right?
It'll move.
It'll move because of these pressures.
It'll move.
Okay.
Right?
So the only time water is at rest is when there's no pressures or resistance acting upon it. Do we agree?
Bandsaw, don't let him run you around this.
I just want to get consensus. These are Bansaw's words.
For an example of anything in nature that doesn't have pressure. Ask him for anything in nature that doesn't have pressure on it at some point in time, right?
There we go.
Yeah, he wants to take you out in space. That's his whole thing. And no matter what he says, all this happens here where the pressure is our pressure and everything works the way it does here. Now, if you want to bring us out into space in another mythical realm, well, that's not what we're talking about.
Okay. So, Bandsaw, you are then saying that even when water has pressure or resistance acting upon it, it's still at rest.
Water will come to rest, be undisturbed, right?
The combination of all the pressures
once you remove that resistance,
right,
on a particular side, a particular portion, right, if it will start to move again. It'll always try to seek a lower elevation until it reaches that final destination where it cannot go anymore.
See, he's trying to trick you. He's trying to change the conditions on Earth, right? But under these conditions, there's nothing that you can say that will change it, bro.
Not at all.
Man of
consciousness, myself and Ben sought to come to a concession on what he means when he says water at rest. Does he mean that there is no resistance or pressure acting on this water? Or does he mean even when there is resistance and pressure?
All the combinations of forces that we find here on Earth culminate to make water at rest. So all the forces, all the combinations. Now, if you change any of these combinations, height, pressure, heat, that will change it. It's very simple.
So these things could be
reached
acting on
its
water
equilibrium.
equally.
Yeah, it's reached its equilibrium. Everything
Exactly.
is acting on it equally. It's reached its equilibrium, which creates a horizontal plane. Thank you very much.
What about when water's like in the air as
And-
clouds? It's not in equilibrium, even though there are forces acting upon it equally. Pressure,
No,
sorry.
What in water
No.
in clouds? Did you
Yeah.
say? Yeah,
Yes,
of
sir.
course. When the water,
It's at equilibrium.
when the water evaporates and goes upward and forms a
Yeah.
cloud, right?
Yeah.
Then what happens? Those water vapor, those gases will coagulate, right?
Yeah, they're
And when
moving.
and when they coagulate enough, right, and reach a point of non-equilibrium where they can no longer maintain their equilibrium in that cloud, they will then move out of that cloud in the form of that coagulated raindrop downwards until and it'll keep on going downwards until it meets enough resistance, right, where it'll settle again to try and find its equilibrium.
I would say static water has reached its equilibrium. Anytime it's moving or being acted upon or changing state and all that, you're not talking about static water, I don't believe.
Oh wow. So Rocky, you
That's
then
what I
don't agree
believe.
that water. All right, but then you don't agree with Banso when he says that water, while it's still in clouds, is in equilibrium. Because it sounds
I
like you
didn't
saying
say
you
that.
don't
I
agree.
said it's not static.
Yeah.
I'm confused. Okay, so Rocky, when
not
water
static creating a horizontal plane, it's up in the clouds. It's changing state. It's moving. It's reached
So it's
its
not at
equilibrium where it's.
Well, it's in a different state of matter when it's in the clouds, right? When water is a vapor, it's in its gaseous form. Water can have 3 different states, right? It can have a gaseous form, it can have a liquid form, and it can also have a solid form in the form of ice.
That we know of.
I hear you.
All
Yeah,
3
but
of
when
these
water forms
modalities.
clouds, it's not a gas anymore. The moment it's visible,
Well,
it's
then
not a
why
gas
did you
anymore.
go to the clouds?
Because I wanted to understand if whether or not water in clouds can be.
It's not water.
It is water.
It's water.
That's why we
vapor,
can
right?
see it. No, okay. What I mean is, it's in liquid form
see
because you
water in
can
clouds.
see it. Because you can see the cloud, you know that is liquid or solid water.
What?
Water vapor is invisible. You can't see water vapor.
No, it's in a different state in the cloud.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's in a different state, and
What
that
state?
Coagulates. Those gases coagulate, right, and get opacity to them, right, which makes them then visible in the form of a cloud. That's what they're
But
doing.
clouds aren't invisible. You can see a cloud.
That's what I said. They then get some sort of opacity to them.
Yeah, you see the cloud, you see the water in a different form, in its different form in a cloud shape.
What
Yeah,
form?
what's the problem?
All right, Essie, in a visible cloud, what form of matter is water in? Is it liquid, solid, or gas?
It's in a vapor state.
Yeah.
If a cloud was in its liquid state, it would be analogous to a swimming pool above your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what a cloud is. A cloud is liquid water and ice above your head.
You're telling me a cloud has the same properties as a swimming pool?
As the water inside a swimming pool, yes. You can swim through a cloud.
The water
You can swim through a cloud and you'll get drenched, my man. You'll get so wet swimming through a cloud.
If I fill my pool up with a cloud, would that state of water act in the same way? Would I be able to do the same things with that water in the form of a cloud in my pool?
Off a board, can you dive in there?
Right. What would be my buoyancy within that cloud that's in my pool as opposed to liquid water?
If you took a cloud and you compressed it, you could put that water in your pool.
Come on, man.
Yeah, well, when that water compresses, it comes down in the form of rain, right? When it compresses, it comes down in the form of rain.
No, you're laughing because you know you're dragging us through the weep hole.
No, because 5 of you are talking at the same time.
No, because you know what you're doing.
What am I doing, Rocky?
Well,
taking us to the cloud. Why don't you go above the cloud, next to space, right? Come on, man. We're talking about static water.
It's because of what Bandsaw is saying. Bandsaw is saying
whatever. Don't blame it on him.
Water, because I'm trying to get an understanding from Bandsaw. Water is at rest when it doesn't have pressures acting on it, or even when it does. And it sounds like you guys said even when it does have pressures acting on it, it's at rest, it's at equilibrium. And then I asked him, what about clouds?
When have you experienced non-pressure in this realm? Hold on. This guy's
but let me just finish.
When have you finished non-pressure ever? Ever?
I'll answer your question. I will answer your question once I'm done just explaining why, we are at this point we are at. When I asked about clouds now, water in clouds, is that at rest or equilibrium? Bandsaw said yes, but I'm not sure if the rest of you agree with that. And now there's this whole dispute as to what state of matter water is in when it's a cloud.
No.
Well, I mean, it's not my doing, guys.
No. Well, you asked about the clouds. Water is doing in its gaseous particular height, right, where the pressures that act upon it, right, will keep it at that equilibrium at that particular altitude, and then that gaseous form of the water will then start to coagulate together, right, bond together, thicker and thicker and thicker until those molecules become so big they form a droplet, and then is now too heavy for that cloud to hold at that equilibrium, and it'll fall out of that cloud in the form of a raindrop and hit the ground. So I totally agree with you, Ben. I didn't say anything that was confusing or anything, but we were never at once talking about water, gas, water vapor, anything like that. We were talking about the natural properties of water and how it behaves here on the ground. But even above our head, even above our head, right, that water vapor in a non-static environment where it's moving around in that cloud reaches a point of equilibrium of sort in that pressure zone where it has the opportunity to coagulate into a cloud that we see, and then
I hear you. Okay. So I just need to ask you this really important question. When water in a cloud, cloud state, is that water at rest / equilibrium or not?
At that point, it is. All right.
Okay.
But it is in a gaseous form, which will take on different properties. It'll be light and fluffy, like a marshmallow.
But it's still conforming to
But the funny thing
is
about
it still
cloud,
abiding to the laws?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay,
it's the funny thing. Good. You've flown in an airplane. You've flown above the clouds. I've done it many a time. And when you fly over a large body of cloud and you look out that window, they all look light and fluffy. But those clouds also appear to be as horizontal as the eye can see, like a wave, like an ocean of cloud almost. That seems horizontal on the top of it, on the surface of it. That's what it appears to be. Because that level there is at a particular horizontal pressure zone. That's why it gives that appearance.
It's an optical effect too. Like over the ocean, you can have rough seas. You're in 6-foot seas getting pounded. You look off into the distance, and you're only seeing the top of the crest of the waves, so it looks horizontal. It looks flat.
Mm-hmm.
We often make the joke, "Hey, go over there, Captain. It's smooth over there," when we know it's not. It's just a joke.
Yeah.
It just appears to be smooth.
Bandsaw, would you say that water in its gaseous form or in the form of water vapor tends to find its equilibrium at a specific altitude, and based on pressure differential can condense back into its liquid form and fall back to Earth? Would you say that the clouds are water vapor in its gaseous equilibrium?
Yes, definitely. Yep.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with you
call it
that
the water
visible
cycle.
clouds. Yeah, I don't agree with you that visible clouds are gaseous water, but it's fine. It doesn't matter as long as all of this still conforms to Bandsaw's law of water. Then I'm happy with it.
You think that's solid water up there when you see a cloud?
Yeah. I never said.
Yeah, once it becomes visible, it's liquid water and ice. While it's still invisible and condensating, then it's definitely water vapor. It's a gas. You can't see it. But visible water is never a gas.
What?
So the
Except for
clouds that
maybe
you see.
steam.
Say
I'm
that
not
again.
sure on
Hang on.
steam.
Yeah, hang on 1 second. We're gonna get
Somebody
you to
record
repeat
this.
that. You think that the clouds that you see are water droplets and ice, not gas?
Yes, sir. Liquid water and ice. That's what I think clouds are.
Not vapor, not water vapor at all.
There might be a bit of water vapor, but
Yeah,
what I'm
you
saying is
might want to think about this a little. You
listen,
might
let
want
me
to crop
finish,
this a little
Rakia.
bit. Yeah.
Rakia, come on, man. Come on. I haven't overtalked you once. I've been well behaved.
Come on,
even
bro.
if you
I'm just pointing out that you know you're wrong. So now you can go ahead and tell us that
right?
there are gases
But I'm
up
asking
there.
you to please stop, man. Please, Rakia. Just let me get my point out. All I'm saying is the visible part of the cloud is water, liquid water, and ice. I'm sure there's water vapor within that cloud we can't see, fine, but the visible part is definitely liquid water and ice.
So you're going against the body of science here. I always wanted to say that to a baller.
How am I going against the body of science? That's what. So you feel the body of science doesn't agree with what I'm saying?
Yeah, they don't. They say it's a cloud, a vapor, gaseous vapor.
I'm going to post all of my sources. I'm going to post so much right now, Rocky.
Yeah.
I'm going to post.
So your sources say that a cloud is ice crystals?
I've already posted one. I'm going to post another, and these are.
What's fog?
These are third grade explanations. I mean, these are things they tell you in grade school.
Come
what
on,
water's
Nate.
made of.
Come on, stop with those
I'm
concepts.
joking.
Third grade, huh?
But I'm joking. It's a joke, man.
I pulled you up once
I'll stop.
before.
What is fog?
I apologize.
What's fog? What is fog?
What do you mean? Like, is it a gas or a liquid?
What is fog? Yeah, what would you call fog? Is fog a liquid?
I would say fog is gas. It's water vapor, but it's water vapor that's collected around dust particles. So it's not just the water you see in fog.
You read what I wrote there. So
I didn't read anything. What did you write?
Would fog be synonymous or similar to a cloud?
Wait, but what did I read? What you wrote? Wait.
It's okay.
Read you right.
Would you say that fog is synonymous with a cloud?
No, not really.
No. Okay. What's different in their attributional nature between between fog and a cloud?
I would say cloud contains different states. A cloud contains water in different states of matter, while fog is just water vapor mixed with dust, and that's what makes it visible. Clouds are water vapor, but predominantly, especially the visual parts, liquid water and ice.
Does fog also to reach a state of equilibrium as well?
In accordance with Bansaw's law, I don't know. Like, how does Bansaw's law of water apply to gases?
100% it does, because what you will notice, and I notice it, right, because I live down the bottom of a mountain, right, and we quite often see fog around here, and it's really interesting when you go for a drive and you come back and you see that fog, and like a cloud too, right? There are other pressures acting upon it, but it'll seem pretty damn horizontal on the surface of that fog. Like it gets to a certain layer, right? That it's crystal clear above the fog, right? And you can see the surface of that fog, which is completely horizontal due to the atmospheric pressure acting upon it at that region, right? So it does reach a point of equilibrium as well. So the law of water applies to in all
gases as well. What about ice?
What about ice?
How does Bansel's law of water apply to ice?
Well, what's ice do?
What does ice do?
Will ice form, right, in accordance to the pressure and resistance and temperature acted upon it?
Yeah, definitely. Ice forms in accordance with the. Yeah.
Cool. So you could get a spherical bowl, for argument's sake, and fill that halfway up with water, and then freeze it, right? Now that ice will take the form of the spherical container, but the surface of that ice will also too have a horizontal appearance, right? Which is also too adhering to the pressure on it and the resistance. That's what water does, my friend. You can't get around it. It's the law of water.
Bansel's law of water. All right.
That's
I mean, you know, obviously, I don't agree with this law of water, but I will give you props because, you know, it's a pretty, in a weird way, it's a solid framework, and you're the only flat earther that's ever come up with a proper, you know, way to look at water. I like it, but I mean, I obviously don't agree with it.
How can
No, for me personally,
how can you not agree with one thing I've said? Because I've been right with absolutely everything I've said. So why aren't you agreeing?
Because fog doesn't always form a level flat surface at its top all the time. You know, it depends on the weather conditions. Not all the time.
It'll do.
I've seen.
What did I say? If you have a perfectly still day, right?
Yeah, exactly. You need those. It's a special condition.
No.
You need that perfectly still day for this to happen.
Calm your farm. Not special conditions at all. Not special conditions at all. It is reaching a point of equilibrium, right? So if you've got wind applying upon it, you now have introduced another pressure, and that pressure will move things around. Right? We've already established that. That resistance and that pressure will have an effect on things.
But isn't wind as natural as pressure from the atmosphere? Like how is wind less natural than pressure from the atmosphere? You see what I'm saying? You all kind of deciding. Okay, but Ben, so you got to also let me just.
Yeah.
You're kind of deciding that there are certain properties and pressures out there, you know. But I'm gonna stop saying pressures. There's certain forces out there that play a bigger role with water than these other forces. You're also deciding that water is at rest when it has forces acting upon it, which I totally don't agree with. But I've just gone along with it because I wanted to hear your whole framework. You know, I wanted you to get your point out, and you know, like I gave you props for it, but I just don't agree with it, man. So for me, it's weird thinking that water can be at rest when it has forces on it. You know, the way I've come to understand it is when water has forces on it, it's not at rest. It's conforming to the forces, you know, around it. When water has the atmosphere pressing down on it due to Pascal's principle, the pressure it feels at one point will be distributed equally all across the surface. That's why it stays level. You know,
Nate, would you care to read?
Yeah,
Nate,
so because of those principles,
what
I just won't agree with
would you agree with NASA? About NASA, would you agree with NASA?
Hang on.
Have a read of what I posted.
How do clouds form? The sky can be full.
And when did I say, Nate? When once did I say that water won't be affected by any other pressure that is acting upon it? When did I say
that's
that?
That's not what I said, Benzo.
Well,
I said is
because you said forces, all these forces acting upon it, right?
So this is what I said, Benzo. I said it seems to me that you prioritize certain forces or pressures over other ones. For you, it seems atmospheric pressure acting on water is more natural than wind. You know, so the force from the wind is not natural. It's causing some sort of disequilibrium. But when the wind stops and it's just atmospheric pressure acting on the water's at rest. That I fundamentally disagree with. As long as there's atmospheric pressure pushing down on water, that water's never at rest. So because of that, there's no way I can agree with you.
I never prioritized anything. I said everything comes into play all the time. Right? That's what I did say. All these things are always attributing factors to what water will do. Right?
Okay, let me ask you this question, Benso. When water only has atmospheric pressure pushing down on it in a cup of tea, is that water at rest? Is it in equilibrium? All right, then that's why we don't agree, because I feel it's not at rest. Because there's a pressure acting upon it. For me, as long as water has pressures acting on it, it's not at rest. It's only at rest when we leave it totally alone, when there's nothing acting on it.
Those quote unquote forces, right, are equal, right? They are static. Okay, they are not varying. Okay, they are consistent. Right? So that water will remain in a consistent. Really, if I have a cup of tea and I put it on the bench, the pressure in this room is going to stay consistent. The pressure of that glass wall will stay consistent, right? And that water won't move at all. It'll find its equilibrium.
Yeah, but
it'll be at rest because everything is consistent and everything is static, right? As soon as you get one of those properties, right, not consistent and moving in any way, shape, or then you will get movement within that water.
What's hard to understand about that, bro? You change anything, heat, pressure, slope, and the water will change its. Why don't you get that, bro? What's hard about to understand that?
It's like I'm trying to explain it as simply as possible.
He's trying to find some squirrel hole around it, but
listen,
you can't, bro.
Guys. It's not that I don't understand what Bansaw's saying. I understand what you're saying, and I get your point, but I just don't agree with you because of how I interpret when matter is at rest. For me, matter is at rest when there's no net force acting upon it, when all the forces acting upon it have canceled out. In the case of water in a teacup,
we're saying the same thing, bro.
I'm not done talking, SC. I was quiet while you and Bansal spoke. Please, bro.
I'm sorry. My bad.
All right, it's cool. So when water's in a teacup, for me, it's not at rest because there is a net force acting upon it. The only time we would have a canceling out of all external forces on water is a situation like when it's in a vomit comet, because then all of the forces are canceling out and there's no net force doing anything to the water, at least externally. There might still be internal forces, intermolecular forces,
No, but you got it wrong there,
this,
bro.
That, and the third. But externally, there are no net forces acting upon it, and it's only in that situation when water is at rest.
No, bro, because the plane is moving and you have that force acting upon it. What are you talking about, bro?
Yes, definitely. I agree with you. The plane moving is acting against the force of down. It's canceling out the down force.
Yeah, exactly.
It is a force.
I'll give you that.
The plane moving
I'll give you that.
is an upwards force acting against the force of down. It cancels it out.
No,
and the water doesn't feel the force of down anymore. It doesn't feel its full weight
it's not
anymore.
canceling anything. You're falling down, bro, and it's giving you the sensation of that. But it ain't canceling anything. It's still there. You're not canceling anything.
You've introduced another force, another pressure, right?
Due to motion.
That's what you've done, right?
And that other motion. Sorry.
No, go, Nate. I jumped over you, mate.
Yeah, I was just going to say that other additional force you are imparting or adding to the system cancels out all of the other forces in the system. And now if you added all of those forces together, you would get zero because it's now a net force. There's no one force which is dominant upon all of the others. In a cup of tea, the dominant force acting on the water in that cup of tea is the atmosphere, the pressure from the atmosphere. And that's why it's flat at its surface. if you have something to cancel out that force, like an upwards force, you get rid of like in the vomit comet, right? It negates the force of gravity. You don't feel buoyancy anymore. You don't feel your own weight anymore. You don't feel the weight of the atmosphere pushing down on you, and you feel weightless because all of the external forces acting on you cancel out to zero.
Yeah, but all you are doing is negating, right, at the speed at which that water can find its equilibrium. That's all you're doing. You're just negating it.
And that's where we differ, Banso, because we interpret this differently. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't agree with you because we just fundamentally interpret water being at rest differently.
Yeah, but can you disagree that all the forces that we feel, right, call them whatever you want, here on Earth, on the ground, will always cause water to behave in such a manner unless you change it somehow? Will you agree with that?
Could you repeat that again?
I said water always behaves in the same manner here on the ground in this realm. It always behaves the same until you change one of these so-called forces. Would you agree with that?
What do you mean by behaves the same? Like what is...
Like water. Whenever you walk up to water on a street, on a puddle, right, you're always going to see it behaving the same way. It's always going to flow from high to low. It's always not going to boil. It's always going to be level, right? These things. It'll evaporate at a certain rate, so on and so forth. The behavior of water in this realm and these conditions are always the same until we change either the heat, the pressure. Would you agree with that?
So, yeah, I would agree that water will react to these different forces the same way. If you heat water, it will evaporate. If you remove pressure, it'll evaporate as well. If you do these things to water, there is a certain behavior expected from it. If you remove temperature from it, it'll freeze. Yeah, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so it's natural
I
state.
agree.
Yeah, so we're saying the same thing. Until you change any of the variables, water behaves a certain way. Always.
But what is water's natural state? Exactly.
It depends on what environment it's in, bro. There's no such thing, right? Think about it. It depends on what environment you put here on Earth. Water's natural state is to be level at rest. That's its natural state.
So you saying... Okay, no, actually, I thought you said it doesn't have a natural state and it's dependent on what environment you put it in. You were saying water does have a natural state.
Well, you can think of it that way, bro, because to us, we experience water here, right?
Yeah.
So for us, water could only exist in this state. Think about it. It has to have the right pressure, the right temperature, or else it boils off.
Yeah.
So,
when we're talking about water, right? The
liquid
water.
water.
Yes, exactly right. It has a natural state. Now, that water can have various natural states depending on its environment. And depending on the environment, right, and either the energy put into it or the pressure upon it, right, it will always seek its equilibrium. That's what it'll do. That's what water will do. It's the law of water in any state that water is in.
Okay, but water has 3 natural states, right? We agree? Gas, solid, and liquid?
Yeah, and depending on the conditions you find it in, that's how it will behave.
Exactly.
Okay. I also agree with that.
Cool. All right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nice.
That part I won't fight with. I agree with that part. It's just the whole how we define water being at rest that
Nate, you have to understand that water to us, right, only exists in this realm and this set of conditions. So to us, water, as we experience it, is only natural here on Earth. Anywhere else, it's not in its natural state. You can think of it that way, right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Because we've only experienced water here on Earth in its natural form. And we see when we change the natural, if we put heat to it or pressure, low pressure, it goes mental, right?
I can feel it,
But-
SC. I can feel it.
But
I'm
when
about to get it
when you
over
add
our
heat
eyes.
to it, and it
I'm
turns
telling you,
to
the bandy.
gas,
How do we call it? The bandy.
Law of water.
that's a
The
law of
bandy
water.
law of water. Yes, yes.
Yeah. But when you add heat to liquid water, it turns into gas. Gas is also a natural form of water.
Yeah.
Yes or no? It is.
Yeah, but
Okay.
listen to the double speak with NASA.
Yes. That's
Read what I just wrote there, and they're going to tell you two things. Read the thing from NASA. They don't even. They're not even sure what it is.
Yeah, most of the time you can't see the water. The drops of water are too small to see. They've turned into a gas called as the water goes higher in the sky and it gets cooler. So it start to stick to things like big dusts of dust, ice, and sea salt. Yeah.
You see, it attaches
don't
to
agree with
ice
this.
dust. Yeah.
Isn't ice water though too?
Exactly.
certainly is.
Exactly.
State of water.
It
Definitely.
certainly is.
It is.
There we go.
So that's
We've
a
only
double
been
speak, right?
talking about water.
That's not
Yeah,
double.
it's just water has different natural states or forms, right?
Yeah, it has
Yeah.
it has three natural states. So
Yes.
so no matter what you're talking about, Nate, when you say
talking about
water in
water,
its
yeah.
water in its natural form, that term can apply to the three natural states of water. So no matter what state water is in, things within nature can cause it to change or transform into these three various natural states, depending on
I agree with you 100%. I have
depending on
no issue with
temperature and
that.
pressure, right?
I have no issue with that. I agree with you. I've agreed with Essie and Vance on that. I agree with you.
So we're in
I've
agreement.
been very
Hallelujah.
clear. I've been very clear about what it is I do disagree with. And Vanso knows what that is. But everything else, I don't have a problem with. It was just because of that disagreement, I just wanted to get clarity moving forward from that disagreement as to how Bansal's law works with, when we do things to water, clouds, mist, things like that.
So have we provided clarity or no?
Yeah, no. I fully understand Bansal's law. I like it.
Yep.
It's pretty interesting, but I obviously don't agree with it. But I think it's pretty cool. I think
Hey,
it's
I
pretty
want my
cool.
name mentioned in there, Bansa. I feel I was part of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll put a credit.
Nate,
pretty
Nate,
cool, Banso.
Nate,
And
just
Nate chimed in, so I'll give him a credit as well.
no, you don't need to do that. I was gonna ask Nate, hey, what is, if you could state it in real specific terms, your contention with Bansaw's law of water?
So my contention is with how Bansaw defines water at rest. According to Bansaw, water in a teacup is at rest, and I feel that isn't the case because there's a net force acting on that water. There's a dominant force that's overpowering all of the other ones, and that is the pressure from the weight of the atmosphere pushing down on the surface of that water.
So
if
let me
all of
ask
the
you,
forces
right,
canceled out, okay, you get it. All right.
Yeah, I want to ask a clarifying question.
Okay.
So are you under the impression that nothing we experience in reality is ever at rest or in its state of inertia?
What do you mean by at rest?
That's what I'm trying to clarify from him.
Yeah, I agree that nothing is ever at rest. Something always has a net force acting on it, whether it's external or internal. Even if you had water in 0G, so all of the external forces have canceled out. There's still internal forces acting,
Could we maybe agree that the term at rest would be its inertia state, meaning its equilibrium, regardless of how that is applied, right? When something is at its inertial state or its state of rest, it would be considered at its state of equilibrium.
I wouldn't agree with it because I understand how you guys are defining this word equilibrium, and I don't agree with that. I would agree that if something was only being acted upon by its inertial forces, it would be at rest. But then when you add equilibrium, that's where I defer. Because we don't agree on how you guys are defining equilibrium,
So at rest to you would not necessarily mean equilibrium, but it would be in a state of inertia, meaning it's at inertial rest.
At rest to me means all net forces have canceled out, and there is no dominant force acting upon it. The only force acting upon it is its own inertia. So it is at rest. If you were to look at it, you wouldn't be able to tell if it's moving or standing still. There's no force telling you it's moving this way or that way. It might as well be standing still. Now,
right. So
do you guys mean that when you say equilibrium?
So with liquid water, can you give me an example of liquid water at its inertial state or its state of rest?
I don't think we've ever seen liquid water at its inertial state of rest. Because as I said, even if you have liquid water in a vomit comet, there are no external forces acting upon it. Those have all canceled out. But you still have the inner, forces within it still acting upon it. So
okay, so that's an incorrect example because a vomit comet does not remove any forces. You just have the perception of weightlessness due to the fact that the plane is also falling around you. You are still falling. All the forces are still at play. It's just your relative perception of your surroundings.
Yes.
So you're not.
Sounds like you're talking about relativity now.
No.
No.
I'm not talking about relativity.
Because it sounds like you were saying it is a phenomena only experienced by me due to my special frame of reference. It's relative.
Right, but the forces are still
I'm
at play.
feeling weightlessness because of the force of gravity, and I can't tell the difference between gravity and weightlessness. So I'm under this illusion. It sounds like that's what you said. Is that what you said?
So when you jump off a bridge, you're in the same state as if you were in a vomit comet, right? Would you agree?
Yes, because I would agree because the forces pushing up on you as you're falling down have now canceled out with the forces pushing down on you. So when you are just standing on the ground, the force pushing down on you overpowers all of the other forces. But if you're falling, there's now a force pushing up against you as you fall. And that force pushing up against you cancels out the force pushing down upon you, and you thus feel weightless externally because there's no net forces externally acting upon you. So I think that I've explained it like 5 times now, man. Like, I'm not going to agree with anything else you say, bro. Like, that's my explanation.
I get it. I'm just trying to flesh it out, man.
All right.
No, what he's saying is not unrealistic, right? You're falling and you're negating this thing we call gravity, but it's still there, right? So, I mean, we're both saying the same thing here. This is not like
okay. If he's saying what I'm saying, it's fine. I just wasn't sure. Yeah. Because every time after I give an explanation, he still asks, "So are you saying?" So it made me.
Well, as long as you agree that you're not negating, you're not in any way canceling gravity, you're just falling at a same rate, and it feels that way, right? Whatever we call this gravity, we're on the same page.
So the force of weight is, because I know you guys don't want to call it gravity, the force of weight is still there. Yeah, definitely. It still exists as you're falling. Yeah. It's just being canceled out by an opposite force. But it's 2 forces working on you now. And those 2 forces, they can't decide who's going to be the alpha male and who's going to be the beta male. So they just agree to disagree.
You see, you use force, right? You use force. I wouldn't use that word. I would just say the action of falling, right, cancels out your feeling of weight. I would put it that way. But we're both saying the same thing.
With that. I wouldn't disagree with that. We're saying the
same.
There you go.
Nate, would we say that it's kind of a paradox or a conundrum when we're trying to find the state of rest or an inertial state, but in order to find that, in your view, there has to be movement?
There has to be a canceling out of movement, in my view. All movement must be canceled out by opposing movement. As long as there's one direction or frame of movement, one force that dominates all of the others, you don't have rest. All of the forces outside and inside as well need to all be in agreement, We need to all cancel out to zero. And I don't think that's possible in our universe. I've never seen that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Man of Water needs to quit while he's ahead.
What? Did you think?
Man of Water.
Yeah, things only move if there's a force act, right? We understand
exactly.
that?
Hey, have you guys seen what our buddy I'm your Copernicus posted? That moon thing? You guys seen that? Oh man.
Can you repost it?
Yeah, let me try to find it. Yeah, some freaked out stuff, man. Hold on.
Okay, interesting. Seeing Nate's all on board for water, we can move on to the moon.
Yeah, let's move on.
Here you go, guys. Check this out.
What is this?
Travis got a winner with this one. I don't know what it is, man, but if this is anything real, I've never seen anything like it. He just DM'd me it. I told him come into VC so we can talk about it.
Yeah. It doesn't even look spherical anymore. Let's see. You know,
and I think I saw some. Yeah, I think I saw some parallel rays come out of there. So, woo.
Damn, that's bizarre.
Never seen anything like that. It could be CGI, it could be bull, but I'm just putting it out there. Return of the Mac already has made up his mind. CGI nonsense.
Yeah, of course. Travis is pretty good with his stuff. He just shows what he gets all the time. Just the raw.
I'm not even sure if he got this one. He says he's uploading. Yeah. He says he's uploading last night's thing right now. So let's hope he comes in and we can discuss this.
So an interesting thing about that video at 6 minutes 30 seconds, there seems to be a purple ray that goes past the moon. Meaning, yeah, it's not emanating from the moon itself. There's a purple ray that goes past.
What was that? 6 minutes?
6 minutes 30 seconds.
Yep.
So is he just messing with the levels on the video?
Clearly he's changing the levels. You could see him doing it, but still, it shouldn't cause this, should it?
Why wouldn't it?
I don't know. I'm asking Brenda. I don't know.
They're just artifacts.
So you know what this is, right? Just after watching it 30 seconds?
No, I don't. It's just artifacts. Because he messed around
with it. But artifacts. Okay.
Messed around with it in Photoshop. You get weird stuff. So what?
Well, to me, it looks something worthy of discussion. Apparently not for you, Brenda.
Do you think there are rays coming from the moon?
I don't know. I just simply said, check out this video. It looks fascinating. And I want Travis to come on and maybe he can give us some details on it.
Yeah, it's just crap in the atmosphere, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Could be something we never witnessed or saw before.
Bizarre. Looks like it's shooting laser beams.
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's some sci-fi stuff right there.
This is Star Trek stuff, yeah?
Mm.
Come on, Travis, if you're listening, come on in. Tell us what you found.
Well, he's online, so.
He told me he's uploading his latest video from last night. Maybe he has more of this. I don't know.
I'll ping him, see if he answers.
Yeah. DM him.
Yeah, I just pinged him. DM him as well, see what he says, because he's online, so.
Yeah, that's a good one, Doofus. That's the mirror test to see if animals are self-aware. That dog seems not to be. Who's that?
What do you got for us today, Brenda? Anything?
Just some nah. She's waiting for us to say something so she could say nah. That's what Brenda.
Well, I think the law of water SE has just confounded.
Oh yeah, that's some good stuff we came up with today. I like that.
What was that?
There it is. Bansar, repeat it so she can nah it.
Wow. The law of water. Oh damn! It took me about 20 minutes to explain it to Nate. I don't think the audience want to hear it again, actually. But yeah, water, Brenda, as you know, do what water wants, what it wants to do, right? And it'll move from a high elevation when it reaches enough resistance, right? It will settle and come to an equilibrium. And that equilibrium state of that body of water into a horizontal plane each and every time until there is no resistance. Right? So if you breach part of that resistance, it will then again just go to seek its equilibrium. at a lower elevation. And when that water has enough resistance around it in its container, the only way that that water is in an upwards direction, the only place it can move, right? When you put enough energy into it. And then that water change one of its states, right, and move in an upward direction, and also to reach a level of equilibrium until it coagulates, until it breaches that resistance, and once again will come down to a point of least resistance. That's what water will do. Each and every single, without fail, observable, measurable, and repeatable. Doesn't matter the form. It'll always do it. Pretty much in a nutshell. I may have missed out a couple of things there. See, jump in there. It was pretty much it.
What he negated to say was co-formed by SE.
Sorry, co-formed by SE. Exactly. Sorry, SE. I'm looking forward to that meme. I say my.
Yeah.
Well, what about that? What about it?
About it. It's the law of water. The only law that can't be broken.
Laws are always mathematical.
No, the law of water is physical.
No, laws are always mathematical.
The law of water is physical.
You're just saying
Well, no, water is special. It's a special case.
Yeah, that's a fallacy. That's called special pleading.
No, not really. It's saying that water is special. We all know this. It's unlike almost. There's nothing else like it. Special law.
No, that's not a law. That's just shit you made up.
No.
No.
Didn't make
Brenda,
it up at all.
would you agree that mathematics would just be simply a way to describe laws, not necessarily an explanation of the laws put forth? So if Bandsaw did enough work to diligently work out all of the temperature and pressure differentials that take place within his law and can show you them mathematically, does it then become something that you would call legitimate, even though that math would simply be just another way to describe, not explain, but describe what's taking place?
All scientific laws are expressed as mathematical equations.
Okay, so you got the theory. There's the theory, Bandsaw, right? And then the law would be the math describing or explaining that theory. That's how it currently works.
Right.
But I get what you're saying. This is the Bandsaw law of water.
Yes.
So that's that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just this little thing that you say. It's not actual science, but if it's just
What? It's not actual science?
No.
What
How
part
dare
of
you?
what
Well,
part of
would
the
you?
law of water? Oh, sorry, Jerry. Go, Jerry.
Well, Newton's laws of motion, I mean, those aren't mathematical. Those are just three things that he said, right?
They're literally math.
Okay, so the first one, right? What is it? An object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by another force.
Now that took some brilliant thinking to come up with that one. I would have never thought of that.
Right. So what's mathematical about that? So this is Bandsaw's law of water, like Newton's law of motion.
Water doesn't have desires.
Does matter?
No, water does not have desires. So he starts off with talking about water as if it wants to do this and it wants to do that. It wants to see. And that's not, and water doesn't have those desires.
Well, wasn't Newton talking about the same thing with objects? An object in motion will stay in motion. Couldn't you just say, well, objects don't have desires?
No, he was explicitly going against the medieval Aristotelian idea that things move because they want to move.
I didn't take away from anything that he said that was trying to impart consciousness within water and giving it some sort of desire. His words may have alluded to that in your brain, but it was just the words he chose to use to describe what was taking place.
She's just trying to muddy the waters, that's all.
When you say seek, you're implying that it has a desire or it's looking, has an objective.
Oh, stop the bullshit, Brenda. Don't even start that, okay? Don't even start that. We're going on a good day today.
That's what the word means. The word means to seek means that it has a goal or an objective. And it doesn't. It's inert matter. It doesn't think. It doesn't seek anything. It simply...
Wow, words of wisdom, Brenda. We never would have thought of that. Thank you.
And are you trying to turn this into a game now?
Yes, that's what she's trying to do. Yes, and I caught her red-handed.
That's why we don't use those kinds of words in science.
No, you don't, right? Doesn't mean, right, that if I use those words, doesn't mean that it is not scientific at all.
It does, because you're attributing goals and desires to inert matter.
Who are you?
Nobody said that. You are trying to muddy the waters. Only you, Brenda, and it's not going to work.
No, it's not only me. It's all of science for the last 500 years.
Yeah, water is not conscience and it doesn't have desires. Move on, Brenda.
So, Brenda, when we release a helium balloon, and I could describe that helium balloon when I let it go as seeking its equilibrium, how would you better describe what's taking place when that helium balloon is moving towards its equilibrium state due to pressures? What term would you use?
Simply that it is moving due to an unbalanced force acting on it.
So when I let go of a balloon, it is, how did you describe it? Moving
due to unbalanced forces that are acting on the balloon.
So moving it's sentient? It knows how to move, Brenda? Are you saying it's sentient?
No,
that works?
Nothing that I said assumes any kind of sentience.
You said the water moved. Did it know when to move? Did it desire to move? See how that sounds stupid, Brenda?
You're not actually refuting what I said.
Oh yeah, I certainly am.
Objects move when there are force applied to it.
So, hold on. I'm going to just interrupt this convo for a sec, as Travis, because we asked for him to join us. Hey,
Mic
Travis,
check.
how you going, mate? There you go,
Mic
mate.
check, mic check.
Hey, Travis.
Loud and clear.
Hey, what's going on, SE? How you guys doing?
How you doing? Here.
Yeah, good, man.
Say again?
Look what the cat. Look what the cat dragged in.
That video, bro.
What's going on, Jeremy?
How you doing? How's
How you
everybody
doing?
going? How you
Hey,
doing?
so just real quick. It was just I was just filming the moon the other night, and I was just messing with the levels just to get a clearer picture of the moon. And when I hit the contrast, all of a sudden I had these I don't know, this activity that was just really crazy. If you've seen the video, you know what I'm talking about. So
you took it, bro. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't know why it is, but it's predominantly centered around the location of the moon. I haven't been able to slow down the video enough to see if it's moving away from or going towards, but it just seems to be an instantaneous image. But I've got a Premiere uploading right now, I guess maybe in the next 10 minutes, from last night's footage. What I did last night was I took my one camera and left it zoomed out, and I then zoomed the other camera in, and when they both play at the same time, that's the simultaneous, but they don't have the same distortion. Like I was expecting to see both having the same expression of those images, but I don't know if that was because I was messing with the levels and trying to see what was going on. But whatever it is, it's interesting.
It's funny, Travis. In that video, I noticed around about 4 minutes thereabouts, those blue that blue scattering seems to come from an area that is wider than the moon itself.
Well, if it is something, and I'm not saying that it is, yeah, I think that there's, because every once in a while there would actually be another expression off of the moon. It would be in another place on the frame. So I don't know if this is just like, a light, a frequency that's out there and the camera's picking it up, and it's just, I don't know. But what was I going to say?
I was going to say 4 minutes 12 in particular. If you paused it right there, that's the frame I'm talking about, where that blue scattering seems to be wider than the moon itself.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. I'm not looking at it right now, but it's not blue. It's not necessarily blue or red, right? Because if I change the hue, and it can be purple, pink, green, whatever the hue is, but nonetheless, it's still there. Okay. So it's a free for all. You guys, go ahead.
I was just going to say, whether it's blue or whatever color it is, I was just observing the pattern that you can see itself.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's really, really interesting. I mean, sometimes there's solid, like a single beam. Sometimes there's like maybe 6 to 8, like smaller ones. It's just really, really interesting. So
I have a question, Travis. Is this the only instance where you caught it, or did you catch it in multiple nights?
Well, I'd have to go back and look at other moon footage, right? Because like I said, I just did this last night, just trying to mess with the levels, but I was only trying to get a clearer image of the moon because it was washed out, right? So I was just like trying to tweak this or that, and I just happened to, stumble upon it. So I'd have to go back to previous nights where I've filmed the moon and see, if it does the same thing. I would imagine it is going to do the same thing, because like I did it last night, and you'll see last night's footage. But it seems like each camera has its own expression. They weren't uniform, and that's what I was hoping for. I was hoping for the zoomed in to be matching the zoomed out, and so it is what it is.
Do you have a hypothesis on what it could be?
Say again?
Do you have a hypothesis?
I would just say something in the light spectrum. It's almost like filtering out, just filtering something out, and you can see different hues, different expressions of the light. So that's all I'm going to say, is just that it's some sort of what's the word, SE with the filter? It's not. I always
anomaly
lose this
or artifact.
No, it's
artifact.
No, it's yeah, artifact. But it's what the filters that we use on the camera that we can put on ourselves. There's what's this? I always lose this term.
Are you talking about limb darkening?
Polarization.
Polarization. There you go. Thank you. Yeah. It's just maybe some sort of polarization where you've been able to pick up on a light frequency in a different setting.
Yeah, look at that pink one, man. Look at that shit. Nice one, Napalm. That's freaked out, man. That's freaked out. Whatever that is.
Yeah. So
maybe you
anyway,
will make it in the history books, Travis. But something
right.
different than you thought. Not the ether band.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go check on my upload, and we'll catch you guys later.
All right,
yeah, thanks for coming by, man.
Yeah, good to see you, man. Thanks for popping in.
All right, cheers.
He's running away.
Again.
He's running away, yeah. Can't take the heat.
3 people. 3 people today. But
what is it, Rakia? Damn.
I don't know.
Brenda
You got him running away today. Brenda ran away too. That's 4.
Well, we didn't have mathematics for Brenda.
Brenda was seeking a reprieve from the room.
Brenda. Now water has desire, love, passion, lust, all this sort of stuff.
You see what she tried to come in with, man?
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
It's always an angle shot, right? It's always this, you're the bad guy type thing.
Like, we didn't catch that at all, Brenda. No, it slipped right past us, yeah.
She wanted to shift it to some sort of semantical argument based on one word that you've used.
Pretty much.
Yeah, can water decide to do things? Yeah, nice try, Brenda.
Yeah, instead of just having an honest conversation about it at the end of the day. But anyway.
How did you like my explanation of the boat moving away from you over the horizon? Because you can do this in real life, right? Just take create you a long horizontal form out of a form board or something, and then put an object, 4 inches higher. Put your camera down on the form board at one end. Put the object about midway, that's stationary, like that's the horizon.
Yep.
And then move something behind at the same height as the horizon. Move that, at 4 inches high, but it's taller. It's more vertical. Move it behind the horizon, further away from the camera, and you're going to lose that information bottom up.
Mm-hmm. Every time.
100% every time. Yeah.
It's all about that angle and what's going to disappear into the horizon.
Yeah, I've said that for years. Boats don't go over the horizon; they go into the horizon. Mm-hmm. And everybody laughed at me. Like that was you're lying, you're making it up. That was Brenda 4 years ago going, "You're a liar." You know what I'm saying? No, it goes into the horizon. It doesn't go over a ball of water. I'm sorry.
You were man. You just couldn't see it.
Didn't Kosho argue yesterday, Ruck? Top half of the building should disappear before the bottom half of the building?
I don't know. Kosho is like a double speak. Like he double speaks without double speaking.
They're just buying time for the establishment to come up with an answer. They're good servitors.
I agree.
They're basically saying don't do any independent thought unless they move first. They're basically just buying time.
Kosho was saying that, and Zanuck also, that the closer you get to the surface, it's more dense, but that doesn't cause you not to be able to see further. Like, you see just as far in that layer as you would 10 foot above it, but it is more dense. Like
Then Extremis yesterday was saying the density didn't have anything to do with the light attenuation. I don't know where these guys get this shit from.
Well, they're basically saying the whole object should disappear uniformly, but that would only happen if the vanishing point was the center of the object. The vanishing point is at eye level, and eye level is not at the center of the object. So at that point, what they're saying is illogical.
Well, that's my point with the horizon being stationary. That's your vanishing point. That's your line, where the water appears to meet the sky. So that is the point. And once an object goes, like a boat, goes beyond that point and keeps going further away from you, it's going to appear to get smaller and go down from the top down towards that vanishing point. And the portion that's at the vanishing point is going to get less and less visible because you're losing that information as it keeps going further away into that vanishing point. I don't know if that's it's, how it is. It's clear in my mind, but it's hard to describe. But I think most people are getting what I'm saying.
Well, all vanishing points are not universal. All vanishing points are not at the center of the object, and all vanishing points are not arrived at the same rate. Because as you get further away from the ceiling, the ceiling appears to dip toward the level of the eyes in a much more pronounced way with a much more steep incline than it does if you're closer to the ceiling. So that shows that this vanishing point behavior that they're expecting is not quite correct. They're acting like it's going to be the same universally, and that's just not the case. It's going to tend to compress more and more toward the level of the eyes, if anything.
Yeah, that's why when you're close to the surface of water, it appears to ramp up towards your eye level, doesn't quite reach it, but the sky is so far above you that it creates that, different look.
And also, I'm not quite sure everything rises perfectly to the level of the eyes. It may rise toward the level of the eyes asymptotically. I mean, light rays spread.
It's always below. It's always below. Lemon.
So
that's why I say towards.
I'd like to post a video. I don't know where I should post it, but this explains red and blue shift from the ether perspective. I don't know if you guys are interested.
Well, that sounds good.
Yeah, live stream one. Live stream.
All right, live stream.
If you're 6 foot above, I'm sorry.
Live stream text one. I just posted it. I highly suggest you guys take a look at this because so far we've only been given the relativistic and quantum understanding, but this is a different understanding upon the subject.
Yeah, Grim was talking about this yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm curious to see this. Yeah.
If you're 6 foot above the water and the ceiling is 6 foot above the water, then it's gonna go into that point at the horizon. But if you're 6 foot above the water and your ceiling is thousands of miles above you, it's gonna create a different effect.
Yeah, basically a horizon will form in the foreground. The horizon that forms in the foreground is basically the vanishing plane for objects that are 6 feet up, down, left and right from the vanishing point of the eye, essentially. Exactly. And then, anything that's too tall is just going to have to set in the background because it's going to essentially look for a vanishing point that's further than what the eye can accommodate at its low altitude.
Which is going to make it appear to go below the foreground horizon or vanishing point. It's going to make it appear to go lower, but it's not. It's just going further away.
Yeah, that's a good point, Lemon, that your eye height from the ground or the floor, that is always going to be a smaller angle than above your eye height, meaning that you're always going to have a smaller angle to everything below you as it ramps up to the horizon than you would anything from your eye height and above.
True, Lemon. I argued that 2 hours yesterday. I lost 10 years off my life with Kosher yesterday about that very point.
Yeah, no, I was around, and
they will argue
almost as if they're spatially challenged to be able to comprehend what's taking place. I don't know.
That's what I started to question. Can they, do they have the processing speed to be able to, gather the information and process it and be able to understand it. I'm starting to wonder about that, because it's either
Well,
that or they're deceiving on purpose.
Well, the uneven angles and the uneven symmetry at the level of the eyes appears to be what's forming a horizon. I think they're forming their principles of perspective and these angles based off of the idealized notion that they have equal angle access up, down, left, right from the eye, but that's only if you're hovering up in the air with no obstruction in the way. If there's ground in the way, well, then the angles are not going to be equal. The angles are going to tend to compress very quickly toward the surface and away from the surface, up and away from the level of the eyes, expand. So you're going to get a horizon that forms in the foreground because of that. Now, if there was no ground in the way, then everything would just vanish into a speck as it gets further and further away from you. But with the ground in the way, the ground appears to compress, while from the level of the eyes up, everything tends to expand. And so you have a asymmetrical vision from the level of the eyes up versus from the level of the eyes down to the surface. It took us 500 years, but we finally did it. "500 years of heliocentrism."
So I posted a few slides on perspective. One thing to note on those slides is how the point in which you're going to measure the angles. If you look at the last slide that I posted, you notice that those points are always going to be plotted on a curved surface due to the curvature of the back of the eye, the retina, in which all of this information is being taken in.
Is this from Vortex Puppy Napalm? It looks very similar to some of the stuff that he's put out there.
Yep. It's a straight ripoff from Vortex Puppy, and if anybody hasn't seen it, his 4-part series on visuals is, I would say, standard reading or standard information that needs to be taken in prior to having, discussions regarding perspective.
Gav, really does break it down in brass tacks, so to speak. It's a shame he's no longer on the scene, actually, Napalm.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy his information, and I also enjoy the fact that he also brings in the philosophy behind it. You know, Thomas Reid's view on the philosophical points, you know, kind of breaking down objective reality and certain truths that we have to come to the understanding of within objective reality in order to move forward to have productive conversations.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Did anybody watch the video?
Watching it in the background as we speak. Goes for about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. I mean, it's you can get about halfway through it and gain the understanding.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen that video, Dice Low, but just from memory is Ken's explanation just the like a phase difference, not necessarily. Yeah.
Phase shift, yeah, or EMR essentially, electromagnetic. Well, he calls it electromagnetic retardation, which I guess is an actual thing.
Well, you know, Dicelo, most of the naysayers are just going to try to attack the messenger and not try to address the information when it comes to Ken.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm pretty used to it at this point, but I mean, for those out there that are looking for deeper answers and separate from what's been given from mainstream, I mean, this is the next best thing, in my opinion. He pretty much says the same thing Grimm says, in the sense that everything in the universe is electrical, or more accurately, magnetic and dielectric. But he says you can call it, electric, because I don't know.
Yeah, people may be more comfortable with the term energetic as opposed to electric.
Right. Energy induces the electric field. So, I mean, you always got to look at what premises everything. Like, all phenomena is premised off something. So.
Yeah, and it it seems as though these energies seem to have a well-defined movement based on differential, right?
Yeah, everything, everything in nature within these archetypical patterns. Like you've got force and motion, inertia, acceleration, charge and discharge, and centripetal and centrifugal. Those are like the archetypes of motion.
Dicelo, would you say within these principles that all of this movement of these, for lack of a better term, energies would be predictable, and the predictability of it does not necessarily denote physicality or some type of particle in order for it to take place?
Yeah, essentially, it's just a reciprocal repeating pattern, following this phase shift of a disparity of 1 to 5 to the north and south pole of this magnetic field. And the magnetic field doesn't require particulates or particle interaction. This is why magnets and the magnetic field still exist within a vacuum.
Right. So somebody that may be working with what they consider to be some type of elementary particles due to the predictability of various movements or actions or interactions with the physical, tend to deduce from that predictability that there needs to be some sort of physicality to the energy based on the fact that they can predict it. So they assume that there is some physical particle, but that might not necessarily be the case because these energies, though non-physical, do still follow specific principles, right?
Yeah, I would say so. It's all pertaining to fields. And when you get into fields, it's kind of inverted in the sense that the smaller the field, the higher the capacitance. And this is like essentially why gamma radiation's far more dangerous than a radio wave or whatnot. Like you could have this field the size of the moon and barely be able to read its existence, whereas like a X-ray or gamma field or perturbation's going to be like super dangerous because again, it's kind of unintuitive, but the smaller the space, the higher the capacitance. This is pertaining to fields essentially. I don't know if I answered your question. It was kind of packed full.
Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you just said and the principles behind it. I was just trying to
Maybe you could re-ask it or something, and like maybe some different words or something. But trying to understand what you were asking, I guess. Phase disparity of relative induction. That's what he says. Red and blue shift is ultimate.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi went out, so I cut out. Yeah, I was just trying to kind of reference maybe a conversation that was maybe happening yesterday or the day before, where Jace was talking about at his work where they work with either photons or electrons, and these emissions, they have predictability within them, so they deduce from that predictability of where this energetic discharge will take place. They deduce that there's some physicality to the energy in the form of a particle based on that predictability.
Well, the thing is nothing in nature travels from A to B. It's always curvilinear, following this like magnetic field geometry. So, when they say this this quark or particle spinning off this way or that way, and the predictability thereof, I mean, it's all following the holography of the magnetic field. How they can predict which way it's going to go, I guess, would have to be determined by the polarity of that particulate in the field, it's within. That would determine its centripetal or centrifugal motion. But again, nothing travels straight. It's always this curvilinear motion following after this vortex array, so to speak. So I don't know enough about what he does or what he, witnesses within his experiments, but I would assume it would be following this this magnetic geometry, magnetic and dielectric geometry.
Sorry for the ignorant ones. What's centripetal motion?
It's the reciprocating field geometry of a toroidal field. So the best analogy would be like a shower head and drain, where the shower head is producing the centrifugal permittivity, and the suction at the drain would be the centripetal permeability.
So water, pressure, and gravity is what you're comparing it to?
What's that?
Are you able to explain things succinctly?
Yeah.
So can you succinctly explain what centripetal motion is.
Yeah, it's essentially this motion where everything's kind of coming together at this nexus point, where centrifugal would be everything moving away from that central point.
Yeah, centripetal
radially towards one spot.
convergence, centripetal convergence, centrifugal divergence.
There you go.
You can't just use normal words like going to
You
one
don't
spot.
understand when things converge or diverge? I mean, these are fairly simple words, bud.
I do understand when they say that. You use these big words to make yourself sound smart when it's all just a bunch of horseshit.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that's how you feel.
So convergence and divergence is just horseshit, is what you're saying?
No, centripetal motion. I've never heard that before.
Well, it's a centripetal convergent motion. It would be in the opposite direction of centrifugal divergent motion.
I mean, science understands this, like centripetal motion and centrifugal, like centrifuges, like these are all very well explained within academia today. I don't understand why you're having a hang up, but anyhow.
Well, I just double checked in case it was me. It's circular motion with centripetal acceleration and centrifugal force. Or, centripetal force and centrifugal acceleration.
Sounds like you're just trying to sound smart with a bunch of horseshit.
Yeah, where's the problem?
You don't know what circular motion is?
Sure.
Okay. And the centripetal force causes centrifugal acceleration, right?
I would say they're fairly synonymous.
No, they're opposites, right?
Well, can you show me something that has a centrifugal motion that doesn't have a centripetal nexus to it?
I can neither show you centripetal motion or centrifugal motion. I can show you circular motion with centripetal force and
circular motion. Circular motion would have to be like repeating the same circular motion, which things don't. Things don't just go on a roundabout for the entirety of its existence. Everything comes to and from this this counterspatial plane, which is always at the center edge or the outer edge. So to say that something is just spinning around, right, in the circular fashion is unwitnessed, in my opinion, but without viewing the sun and the moon. You know what a vortex
is?
Edge?
What's the center edge?
No, I said the outer edge or the centermost point.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah, you said center edge, but you meant center point. I got you.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I misspoke. But this kind of all goes back to like vortexes, essentially.
I'm just busting your balls, Dice. Well, I don't believe anything you say, so it's fine. Don't bother.
That's fine. You don't have to. I'm not here to change your mind on anything, bud. I'm only speaking to the ones that are seeking truth.
I'm still
I suggest you're speaking to the gullible, but sure.
I'm still confused about where your contention comes into play with centrifugal and centripetal, and also divergent and convergent. Where is your contention with his terminology?
There's no such thing as centripetal motion. There's no such thing as centrifugal motion. There's circular motion that causes centripetal force and centrifugal, if you want to call it force or acceleration.
So again, going back to the vortex, how is the vortex circular if things are either winding down to a central point or spinning outward to an outer point. And it's not keeping this circular geometry. Do you understand how a vortex works?
Well, when one force is greater, so if the centrifugal force is greater, it's going to go outwards, and if the centripetal force is greater, it's going to go inwards.
So how would that in any way be circular?
Same as a decaying orbit. You know, the gravity is going to overcome the velocity, or when you increase the velocity to increase your orbit.
Orbit of
Anyways,
what?
carry on. And I'm not here.
Where can you give us a practical example of this? Something that we can test and repeat.
Satellites. You probably can't test it, but people.
Yeah, that's why I said something that we can test and repeat.
You can go get a job at a place that deals with satellites.
Oh, Jesus.
It's always this, dude. Yeah, you can go become a paleontologist and see if dinosaur. It's like, who in the fuck in their right mind wants to spend a lifetime of career pursuing something that they don't necessarily believe in just to validate its existence? Like, you're high as a kite, bud.
Well, everything always has to go to space, to these realms that we don't have access to be able to test and repeat any of the claims, right? So all of the claims always go off into space, quite literally.
Okay. If you want to learn about circular motion and centripetal acceleration, go work in a lab with a centrifuge. Go grab a hammer for hammer throw.
You're talking about orbits, bro. We're not talking about orbits here, dude. We're talking about vortexes.
And now I'm not.
I understand.
Where can I get it?
But the point of contention was about things moving in a circular pattern, either to the center or out away from the center, not this complete perfect circle that you're alluding to as seen in orbital field. That's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah, what he's talking about would be analogous. Would be analogous to like a propeller and an impeller, right? And the movement involved in the movement of the medium in which the propeller or the impeller is placed.
Yeah, the shortest distance of pressure expression is always this curvilinear, which extrapolates a vortex. So a torus or a toroid is a force vortex, which creates this spatial vortex polarity, which is a torus by definition. And a hyperboloid is an increasing inertia vortex, which terminates into this counterspatial realm. This is why nothing can be created nor destroyed, only manifested. And I guess I'm sure you could partially conceive a vortex as a funnel, but the explicit vortex, which is centrifugal, is likewise this conjugate vortex of magnetism, which is polarized as all force vectors are by definition, which manifests the toroid, that being a polarized force vortex. So the fastest low pressure mediation of force and inertia is the curvilinear vortex, which is not circular, rather than a vortex by definition.
More like an S curve, right?
Yeah, if you were to take an extrapolated version of it, that's essentially what you would get is an S, this S shape. But in a three-dimensional sense, it's a vortex.
What are y'all trying to say, that the Earth is not a sphere?
No, we were just originally talking about red versus blue shift.
Okay. These things can happen on any surface, right? Like, you're only talking about how we perceive, okay, light, right?
No, I don't think anybody brought light up in this argument. I mean, it has to do with phase disparity, I guess.
Would that be energy?
I mean, I guess you could say that.
Or the transfer of energy? Movement of energy? I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Like, I get it, right? I get the overall. I just don't get what you're, what it
Well,
is.
I put a video up.
Yeah, I got it. I'm working. I couldn't watch the video. I understand that. I'm definitely gonna watch it. Like this, I'm a believer in what I know and experience, which is electrical, magnetism, static, right? I have my own way of thinking of how light is, transferring information back and forth. I think light is the medium.
And video was definitely interesting, Dicelo.
I will watch it.
Oh, cool! I'm glad you found that interesting.
Yeah, the red and the blue shift, and how you can move that red and blue shift depending on where the observer is, what they actually witness due to that that magnetic field, and
right,
and the egg shape field of that as well, and how he describes how Mother Nature doesn't create a line either, which is something I've never thought about actually. From point A to point B, it creates that line from a center point and works its way outwards to each point.
Correct.
Yeah. Interesting take on that. So, yeah. Which kind of makes sense, the creation of that line by Mother Nature. Whatever pressure or anything something is undergoing, it's going to, go in an outwards direction, equal and opposite type of thing.
Yeah, it is interesting stuff.
He does have some interesting stuff. It's just the language I get lost in, to be honest with you, Dicelo.
Well, he's got a PDF. Like if you click the downlink arrow on his video, he should have a link there where you can get the definitions on like 90% of the words that he uses, so that you can dive a little deeper into what's being said and make sense of it, I guess.
Right. Okay. Cool. Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, it's very helpful in trying to make sense of it all.
Yeah, that's what I say to you sometimes when I hear you talk. It's like you kind of get it, but I don't, because I just get lost in the jargon, so to speak. If you're not familiar with the jargon or the terminology, it's a little bit bamboozling at times.
Right. It's like trying to listen to two quantum guys talk about their nonsense, and
exactly,
they're using fancy words, but they're not they're not comporting with your understanding. So yeah, it does take a little bit more of research, but I feel once you do highlight those words you're having trouble with, and dive into the deeper understanding of what's being said, it all comes together.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're breaking up a little bit with it.
He ran away.
Again, another victim. Damn, tonight is just notching up those.
It's daytime, you idiot. I have proof. I can take a picture right now and prove to you it's daytime.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I'm misunderstood. No one gets my sense of humor. When I call Blue a lying idiot, I'm just joking. Like Dawn, like Dawn was when he said that when I asked him, what book should I go read, to give me the good news, and he said Aleister Crowley's book, and I said, okay, yeah, whatever, blah blah blah. Oh no, it wasn't deceiving me, right? 10 minutes later, it was him joking. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
He's definitely just trying to trigger people into a reaction where he gets some sort of narcissistic response from, which he chuckles at under his breath a lot of times. It was funny when I was talking about water before, Rakia. He sent me a DM, and the DM just said, "You are lying."
When you're giving your beliefs and opinions about what you've learned about water, and it's your opinion, it's a lie because I don't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's what they all do, man. They learned it from Brenda, I think. Brenda's calmed down, though. I got to give it to him. Yeah. Well, except for the other day when I see.
Wow.
And honestly, I think SC's intent, like, what I'm saying, but the way he worded it, like, I asked my friend, like, I'll ask my gay friend stuff about being gay, right? Because who better to ask?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's kind of, if you want to know something about mechanics, ask a mechanic. I think that's kind of what he was getting at, but I think he admitted that he knew it was going to trigger her, but we all were kind of happy that she left.
So Rakia, how's it like being gay?
How do they like being gay? I'm not gay. I'm very comfortable with my sexuality, but I do.
Yeah. You sound supposed to ask my gay friend about it. So.
Yeah. But they have like because I always thought it was like a mental thing, like something's wrong with them, and that's just stupid. That's just ignorance. But I do think it is some sort of chemical imbalance, like what I'm saying, like it's the brain being tricked in a way or fooled. I think I don't want to sound harsh because it's not that's not what my intent. But I do feel that way. Like when someone murders or is a habitual murder, I think something is wrong with their mind. Like, right, just chemical imbalance. When I scream at the top of my lungs at someone on Discord for no reason, I think that's a chemical. Like something's wrong, right, at that moment with me, because just like my kid, like 3 kids, I've never yelled at them. I've been married 30 years. I've never yelled at my wife, but I'll yell at Blue on a whim.
I don't think that it's all chemical imbalance. I think that's like the world's way of explaining it. I think, just my opinion, that it all has to do with the spirit. And the spirit manifests itself physically through our actions in the body, but
okay, I can
that's
see
just my
that.
opinion. So, like mental illness, I think it's like spiritual.
Okay, well, my wife's uncle that is married, to another uncle. Very, very spiritually sound, like calm, good natured, helpful. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay. Well, he has a spirit. Yeah, but bro, that's a
I'm hearing
sin
you.
though. It's a sin.
Yeah.
So it's like being gay is a sin. You know, lying's a sin, etc. They're just sins. I think the danger with being, I don't care. I talk very bluntly. I'm not about to politically correct this. I think the problem with being gay is just that it's a determination of a lifestyle. So like, if you determine that you're going to like lie forever, that's when it's really dangerous. Like if your profession is to lie, for example,
Yeah. I
that's the
understand.
same thing as being gay. Yeah. I don't think
Or
there's
like
one worse or
if adultery is a sin, right? And you did it over and over again, that's your choice. Like, I think they're choosing to be a sinner, basically.
yeah, that's the danger is like the conscious decision to stay
Yeah.
departed from the creator's way.
I do struggle with it though, because my massage lady, I've known her for like 25 years. Just both of them are, just down to earth, sweet, normal, like great people. Just happen to be both women and married. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we have these open conversations, like they're cool like that, and it's helped me because I don't want to sound ignorant, and I don't want to put someone down or make someone feel bad in my presence. But obviously, I don't. I mean, they're always in my house, but then I went through that period too of, am I allowing evil into my house? But I don't think it's evil. I just think it's a sin.
Well, sin is evil, man. But
I've got a couple of gay friends too, and we've had similar conversations, Rucky, and to me, it's not necessarily a chemical imbalance. It's a desire that you follow. Like it's a choice that you follow. Like, because you hear the statement like you're born that way. Right, so you're born that way. So if you are truly born gay, whether that's gay or lesbian, and that's how you are truly born, well then to me you wouldn't have the desire then to have children, because if you are born homosexual, like gay or lesbian, right, then you can't have the desire to have children at all, because naturally you couldn't have children. So to me,
yeah, that's a great point.
it's just giving into to desire, which is fine. Now, some of us can view it as a sin, or however we view it, right? But me, it's just saying this is the desire that I want, and this is the desire I'm gonna take.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
kind of
specifically it's
It's
lust.
interesting. It's
Lust.
love.
So it's
It's
like, okay, well,
interesting though.
everyone struggles with lust. Like I used to struggle with lust.
Yeah, I do
So I
too.
don't like look down on gay people at all. It's just like the problem is determining to do it forever. Like I had to make my, and the anti-flat earthers love to bring this up and like try to make fun of me because I'm real transparent and I've said this online. But I had to like be celibate for 3 years because I had such a problem with lust. I had to like literally isolate myself because I had a problem, like sleeping with random women. So that's just as bad in my opinion. It's just like it's a thing of lust. I don't think it's any deeper than that. And no one's born anything other
Yeah,
than what the
to
creator made it. So
recognize that and do something about it. Mine is wandering eye. It's not the actual physical sleeping with random women. It's just the wandering eye, which is basically adultery in God's eyes, I believe.
yeah,
And
that one's
I struggle with
hard.
that.
That one's tough, but like
It's
I
a tough
think
one.
that you can. Yeah, it's about how fast you can like correct your eyes. Like
Yeah. Oh
that's what
God.
I.
Yeah. But I definitely, I want to say this: the hate against, like, gay or anybody different, any group like that, even the hate towards the people that we deal with is totally wrong. Like, 100%, no excuse. Right? It's on me. It's on you. If you're hating a group, because of how your feelings. That is wrong. That is as wrong as it gets. I'm
Yeah, I
guilty,
agree.
of course. I think everyone's guilty of that.
Well, I have a question. Do you guys actually think there's such thing as lesbians?
Well,
I
it's
think
just
there's
another
no such
term.
thing.
It's
Define
just
lesbian.
a term for homosexual. Like the
I think
term
there's no
is
such thing as a gay girl.
well, I don't know about that, but the
Explain
term
that.
All right, I'll
is
explain it.
homosexual.
I'll explain it. So I think that like when a girl goes through her quote unquote gay phase, it's just like she's had bad experience with men or she can't really trust them. And basically she just has, this is me being very blunt, but she has another partner that will now basically aid the victim mentality. So it's like men suck. And they're like, yeah, they do. Yeah, they did
Feel the
screw you
need.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I will tell you right now, like gay guys, like they're gay, like they don't like girls, like gay girls. I've never met one. I've never met one that's actually gay. I've had many, like back in my hedonistic days, I've had many lesbians try to hook up with me,
That's
bro.
true, man. Because even this gay, the gay married couple that I talk to all the time, they don't. She's like, I loved my husband. One of them was married and had a child. She's like, I loved my husband. He just went mental. Like he had mental issues, and then he passed away. And then she found out that she could be that need could be satisfied with another woman, and it just fulfilled all her needs, and they got married, right? But she
Yes.
doesn't dislike the physical contact with men.
No, most of them still are infatuated with men. That's actually what I'm trying to say. Like I've lived it, so it's like. I mean, of course, it's anecdotal, but I don't really care what people are saying. I know a lot of people haven't lived that. I have lived it, where like girls used to like to hang out with me, and so they'd have their gay friends. Dude, they're not gay. They're not gay, but they just don't like a bunch of guys. They don't like gamma males. They don't like guys that carry themselves like overly aggressive and try to overly compensate. But then they see the
Right.
guy that's like laid back and chill and is understanding what the girls are saying and making everyone laugh and they're comfortable. All of a sudden, they're not gay anymore. So I'm just saying, my theory is there's no such thing as gay girls. Like, it doesn't actually exist.
I've never heard that before, but it does make a little sense. And I've experienced it myself, so I'm like, oh, maybe there isn't any gay girls. They do like I know several, and they're like, man, it is great. Like because they don't have to deal with the the man thing, right? The physicality or the whatever, just the brutal force or whatever it may be that they don't like, because they usually are. Most women like the more tender, tender touch, tender care, tender thought type thing. Let's cuddle, and then
Yeah.
satisfy.
Well, it's just like it's a phase. It's a phase because the men didn't know how to satisfy them or didn't know how to like appease them emotionally and stuff like that. And they've had bad experience with guys, or they were like their father figure. They have daddy issues, stuff like that, and so they kind of have this like stigma attached to the idea of guys. But then they meet a guy that's not like that. They're just all of a sudden not gay anymore. I'm just saying. There's a like for example, there's a girl in my hometown that's like very prominent lesbian. She's like beautiful, bro. Okay. Well, let's just say on her birthday, she had a couple shots and she wasn't gay anymore. She's like throwing me up against the wall.
She was
So,
ready. Yeah, I get it.
I was like, whoa, what's going on, bro? You calm down. You calm down over there. And that just made her want me more. I just think it's funny that really when it comes down to it, I think the creator made us all the same. We all want to make babies deep down. We want to have the little mini version of us. All women long to be protected and provided for and to make babies. There's only one way that they're going to be able to actually do that. Even if they're a surrogate, they still need a dude. So, it's we're all naturally made with an order, and then our mind, our carnal mind and our flesh kind of fights that. That's why I think gay is nothing more than just lust. That's all that is. It's like a sexual lust, and everyone struggles with lust. Like, it's just the problem is to tell them that lust is okay. Like, if someone had told me, Austin, like when people are like, Austin, you're so awesome that you can hook up with all these girls. That's what people did. And so that they were doing me more harm than being like, Austin,
what are you doing?
What you're doing is damaging to those females. Yeah, exactly. So it's
but
like,
just think
if you love
about
someone,
it,
you're going
though.
to tell them, like, look, man.
Think about how hard it is to be, gay, especially two men. Like, I know two men right now. One's a contractor and one's a owner of a huge business. And they're partners. and they have to go out in the public. They have to do business and carry themselves as gay men, kind of like, you know, flat earthers coming out, right? Like it's got to be hard. So it's got to be something to it, right?
Have you guys noticed though that
Yeah.
whether it's a gay couple, you know, whether a gay male or gay female couple, there always tends to be one of them that plays the part of the male and one that plays the part of the female. You see that
Oh,
quite
100%.
regularly. Yeah.
Exactly.
100%. So it's still male and
Yeah, when you
female.
said gay
Exactly.
female, when you said gay female couple, I heard Sasquatch, bro. Like that just doesn't exist.
Oh man, this could sound really bad if people were coming in like in the middle.
Yeah.
Like they didn't hear
Oh,
we're not bashing on gays. We're just, you know, openly talking about, you know, how, because it is something we all have to deal with, right? Like think, okay, I put myself in other people's shoes, parents. You know, what if one of my sons or daughter were, you know, came out and told me they were gay? Well, of course I would still love them, and you know, they know the deal, right? But man, you know, like that would change everything, right? It's tough. It's
yeah.
easy when it's someone
Oh, yeah,
else
yeah.
or a girl in, you know, girl in your town, but when it's your own child, you know, I would think it would change perspective a lot.
I'm sure it would be tough, but I wouldn't like beat my son's ass or anything, but I would be like, look, you have, okay, first of all, there's a couple options. Either you're dealing with like sexualization for the first time and you have like some type of sexual lust or whatever, or two, it's like you haven't had good experience with women. Like a lot of the people that end up being gay as guys, like they're not good at talking to women.
Yeah.
So they kind of give up because the men are easier to talk to, they're easier to relate to, they're just like they can all hang out, it's much more chill, and it's easier to have some type of emotional connection with, because like even your own, you have like some type of emotional connection with. And like not acknowledging that it is gay, in my opinion, like there is some type, like Chris that went on tour with me, like that's my brother, bro. Like I love him. You know, like I don't weird saying like I love you, but I'm saying for the guy that can't really talk to girls or break that barrier, it's easier. It's the same thing for girls who have bad experience with guys. It's just easier to just kind of, well, I have these girls I can connect with, and that's the primary part of it. And then you put the cherry of lust on there. A lot of them are just lust. That's why gay people usually have like hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of partners, because typically, just generalized, it's actually a lust foundation, but not always. And I'm not generalizing people, but I think the where people go wrong is that they just like they hate on them and they talk down to them and they act like they're better than them, because really they're just struggling with lust just like they did. And then the other side of the extreme that they mess up on is where people are like promoting it. It's like, no, someone should not have been like, Austin, you're doing it so awesome, hooking up with these random girls every weekend and you don't remember their name. They should have been like, you're a loser, bro. What are you doing? You know, that would have been way better for me, instead of I had to get all the way to like 20, 25 or whatever, 26, where I'm like, okay, now I have to go like live in the middle of nowhere and literally isolate myself for 3 years because I had like a problem. I would have rather someone else like check me instead of promote my like fleshly desire. You see what I'm saying? Like that's like real love is to say the hard conversation where maybe they're going to get mad at you, but you'll take that shot because like you actually care about them.
Yeah.
All right, that's my sermon for the day. I'll stop.
Happy days. Hey, Chemo. How you going?
Chemo, do gay girls exist? No, I'm just kidding. I'll let it go.
You're like a dog with a bone. It would say.
I know. I challenge anyone to come debate me about it, bro. I've had the conversation with lesbians. It's hilarious. I know one thing that's gay. You guys heard about the globe Earth before? Did you guys know they named most of the craters on the moon after Jesuit priests?
No.
Yep.
Isn't that weird?
Can I say something on this gay issue before we change subject?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. I've been doing some gardening. I feel compelled to stick up for gays here because, with all due respect to Rakia and Witsit, I don't believe that being gay is a sin. I personally believe it's an chemical imbalance. So I don't think it's fair, because think about it. Would anybody really in their right mind want to sleep with another man? I find it repulsed myself. Now, in order for another man to have those feelings, there's got to be something wrong there, right? So yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard what I was saying. I think it's just like lust. It's just lust. So it's like the same thing as just like, okay, never mind. I'm gonna stop right here. But yeah, I think that it's like, I think that's more of a materialistic diagnosis. That's more of like a worldly materialistic diagnosis. And it's like when people have they're diagnosed with mental illness, it's like, oh, you were born this way. You were born bipolar. You were born gay. You were born schizophrenic. You were born blah 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 blah. OCD, which means you like order. Oh my goodness. ADHD. Oh, you don't listen to like dogmatic, stupid like lesson plans. Oh, you're something wrong with you. But really, it's not. It has underlying spiritual things, I think, and like however you want to acknowledge it, like a spirit, a soul, a personality. It has like an underlying like metaphysical aspect, and then the materialistic confinement of doctors. Now they try to tell you that you're born with these problems. So then there's no curing them. And it removes self responsibility. Just take our pills. You know what I'm saying? And everything in today's world is engineered around removing self responsibility. And I think that that's kind of my issue with the materialistic diagnosis of chemical imbalance. Although I do think there's probably some physical chemical imbalance that may result from the spiritual aspect. Plus, I think it's like a mixed batch, which is just my opinion, of course.
Yeah, I see. The way I see it, just the mere fact of the repulsion of that action in my brain, right, and most males, just the mere fact that another man could have that feeling towards another man, to me, screams of imbalance, chemical imbalance. But that's just me, right?
I think the worst thing that we could ever do, I think the worst thing we can ever do is like dehumanize them, though, like you're saying, or like talk down. Like, we should show love. Like, I know you don't, this might not resonate with you, but Will Rakia, like, if the Messiah was here and he saw someone that was gay, bro, he wouldn't like make fun of them. And I make gay jokes, but it's like, I make gay jokes because I think that we're supposed to point out sin. And I think that's what love is. Like, you've heard the analogy of if the house is on fire, if you loved the neighbors, you would go in there and try and save them. You wouldn't walk by and be like, well, that's their house, not my business. If you actually loved them, you'd be like, hey, bro, your house is on fire. Get out of there. And I don't think that the Messiah would ever like rebuke or ostracize people because of some like sexual lust. I think he would just tell them like, you have an issue with lust.
Yeah.
This is a sexual carnal desire that you have.
Your house is on fire. I mean, literally, that's what you're telling someone. And I would want someone to do that for me. And people have, like, hey, man, you may have gotten comfortable with your marriage, but your house is on fire, right? Y'all don't go on date night, you know what I'm saying? You take her for granted, whatever, all the nuances of being married, right? That's just telling me my house is on fire. Yeah.
I wish I had someone that would have told me my house was on fire, man. Like, Austin, you're going to a bar every weekend drinking, which lowers your vibration and your ambition, and you're just like making girls laugh, intentionally trying to sleep with them, and you're not even knowing them, and you're spiritually damaging them.
Yeah.
It's like I needed
your house
some
is on
man
fire.
to like big bro me and be like, exactly.
Yeah, it's freaking burning up, bro. Every floor is on fire right now. You need to extinguish parts of it at a time. Maybe not all of it, because that creates like anxiety too. But like, man, you got to scale back, right? Like, start here. Take your wife on a date, or don't go out this weekend. Chill with your family, or it's a tough thing. But that's what.
But there's like
having brothers around you is what holds you accountable.
Yes. to keep the analogy with the house, it's like the longer you wait to go in there and tell them, the more stuff that they own that's going to get burnt before they, or like the more that they may physically get burnt, right, and get damaged. It's like, since no one told me for so long, and the world basically actually glorifies what I was doing, it's like I'll never know my number. I literally can't know my number, and you know, I'm like very ashamed of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like so it went on so long that there's irreparable damage, you know.
And also, like the fire gets bigger and bigger and bigger the longer it goes, so it's harder to put out. It takes more time, takes more effort, so it's harder. That is a good analogy. I've heard it before. Like I've taught, like my men's group, we use things like that. But that's basically what it is. Your soul, your house, your very existence. Why you're supposed to, you're supposed to be with a woman and have children and do these things. If you're not doing that, your house is on fire.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, thinking that the anti-flat earthers, they'll use all this stuff that I'm saying like against me, but it's because they still view it from, like, they're still in the house that's burning. Like they still view it from the worldview that getting girls like equates to some type of value. So like, haha, coming from the guy who couldn't have sex for 3 years. Couldn't? You mean like had to physically make myself not? You know, it's like they brag about or nothing to brag about. It's like if they really knew my history with women, they would like long for it. But there is nothing long for it. Like, at this point, I'm cool taking a shot to being like, yeah, you're so cool, and honestly talking like you're big and bad on the internet. But we know that you probably are terrible with women, but whatever. It's like it's actually nothing to glorify, bro. Like I'm gonna sit here and lie. It messed with me, bro. And those 3 years were hard for me, not just from like having to accept what I'd already done. And the hardest part is women, women are receiving something physically as opposed to us just like putting something. So we just throw seeds everywhere, but they are receiving it. And so it really is a big deal to women. Like sex is a really big deal to women, and to men it's not so much. And so it's like all those dominoes I knocked over, I can't take that back. I can't take back where I'm waking up, I don't know the girl's name. I'm like, so are you going to get an Uber? Or, like I can't take that.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man. I wasn't like that, but I did have, more than my wife. So in a way I was. I mean, 1 or 1,000, it's really still the same. Sex before marriage is sex before marriage. No matter how you wrap it up in a big bow with a lot of bows or a small bow or whatever, it's still sex before marriage.
Yeah, and like now I've experienced like what it's really supposed to be like, and it's so much better. It's like I fell in love with Kai not based on that. It's like
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's just a benefit to your wife.
Rakia, while I agree with you partly in principle, there's a big difference between 1 and 1,000, because the more you have, the more likely that you're like not going to be satisfied in a relationship. You won't have that the
expectations.
Bonding. Yeah, I don't know how to explain. There's a word for
it. I get it. It might have been a wrong statement, but it has some truth to it. But I see your point too.
Yeah.
I'm lucky. I have 3 kids right now.
Become more desensitized.
Yeah, I think porn does that too.
Well,
porn.
I don't know if that was the word here.
Porn raises the expectation of sex between partners so much that when when you get a partner, your life partner, and you have sex, you might be disappointed because of all the porn expectation you had, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Like she's not even hanging upside down from a ceiling fan, like deep throating. It's like, dude, chill out. And by the way, also that results in ED. So even if your motivation to quit watching porn is selfish, like you're gonna have erectile dysfunction, and your sperm count's gonna go down, and your fertility is gonna go down. Actually, also like sperm retention is a big deal, because that's actually like this chemical attraction that women have to men. It's based on sperm retention. So like even if it's like this selfish surface level fleshly motivation that gets you started, you should still just definitely cut out the porn, and definitely cut out like the idea that getting with women is something to glorify, like just hooking up with them, because it's really not. Like I lived it, bro. I know for a fact it's not. It's like super lame. Like your boys will amp you up and be like, dang, how's Austin always pull the dime or whatever. But it's really not cool. Like, it's super lame. resonates with someone, because it's much better to find someone that you spiritually connect with. And I will say, there's truth to what percentage is saying. You become desensitized, but the creator can like heal everything, bro. And so I've prayed and fasted, and like I would have never believed that I would be where I am now, and how I view it now, and how satisfied I am now with one woman. I would have never believed it. Like when people said marriage, I'm like, whoa, don't say the M word around me, you know. But like, so like I couldn't even fathom being where I am now. And so I just think that like humility and really like trusting the creator to kind of heal you, anything's possible. Just like the guy that goes to downtown Toronto and he was gay for many years and has over 1,000 partners, but now he has a family of 4 and he's married, and he reaches out to people about their sexual lust, their homosexual sexual lust, and tries to help them. Right? It's like
It was just
no
lust.
one's beyond healing.
Yeah. It's funny. Like 2 weeks ago, I was having a conversation with my son. All three of my kids have decided to wait till they're married to have sex, and that, you know, I was talking to my youngest son about it.
If you realize you hit mute, he probably had a call or something. Which said, if you're still around, don't you think that has to do a lot with peer pressure, though? Because I remember being really young, wanting to wait until I was married as well, too. And a lot of people know mine was taken from being raped at 19. But regardless of all that, I remember being 13 years old, even 11, and people on the bus, men, boys actually, were trying to get in my pants even then at 11 years old. It's even worse now since there's, you know, Pornhub and the kids have been over sexualized and stuff to no end. But this started with kids. You know what I mean? Is it about looking big with the boys, or what is it for an 11-year-old boy? Or is it just hormones? I mean, I'm not a man. I'm not a boy. I don't know what goes on in their heads at that age. But yeah, it starts out young. It's not right.
Yeah, a lot of it at that age is peer pressure, and not just that at that age, but like, you know, even like when you're, you know, in your late teens and 20s, you know, when you go out with the boys,
Yeah.
that's like the the kind of the main drive, it seems like, for the group. It's like, yo, where these bitches at? Let's go.
Exactly.
I would say that the initial sexual desires start with like puberty. Around that time, that's when you start to get these hormonal urges, right? But the desire to have multiple partners or non-meaningful relationships or a large amount of partners, I would say, is more on the peer pressure side of things. That's the societal influence, whereas the sexual desire initially coming into your existence is around the puberty time.
Did you say peer pressure?
Peer pressure or societal pressure or societal norms, I feel, is that males tend to receive peer pressure to have multiple partners. It's seen as some sort of masculine thing or some sort of desirable thing for males to have many partners.
Doesn't it seem like a primal thing? Like I can put myself in a caveman mindset or a barbarian mindset.
I mean, it could be a primal desire to have multiple partners, but there's certainly a societal backing to that as well, or encouragement through peer groups. Yeah.
But I just didn't know if you were like saying it's dominant. Like, I don't know. It seems like it's primal, and then the benevolent. Sorry for this noise. The benevolent society wants us to move towards like family-oriented things, but then the evil society conditions us to this more promiscuous way.
Hey, y'all want to hear something? Like, I was talking about my son just when I got cut off. It was my son breaking in on the call. I was like,
Was
okay.
it?
So you're saying it's mine. So I'm not going to complete the story.
I like that though. Synchronicities, they happen all the
like,
time.
My youngest son, blah, 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 and then bleep, it's my youngest son calling me. All right.
He's like, Dad, shut up.
Yeah, I'm listening. They might be like, sometimes they listen, so he might have been, that would be funny. He didn't say nothing then.
That's cute, regardless.
Yeah, so I have a similar backstory to what Witsit was alluding to as well. You know,
Playa.
Well, it is what it is, but I feel I've also had long-term meaningful relationships that I was faithful that I was faithful in, one particularly starting around the age of 20 through the age of 24, and then the second one starting at the age of 25 till present. And I'm 42 years of age currently. But leading up to those relationships and in between the two, I think it was more of the societal or peer type pressure to have this mini partner type thing. Because I know that ultimately that sexual desire that all of us feel is more solidified and more meaningful in long-term relationships. So I don't know if it's necessarily you automatically have this primal instinct to have multiple partners. I think more of that is peer influenced. And I think most people learn over time that peer influence isn't necessarily the best nature for that sexual desire. I think over time and with age, people do understand that meaningful relationship behind that sexual desire, having that meaningful relationship coupled with that sexual desire is preferable.
I think a lot of people make a mistake, like thinking they can hang out in bars and around people that are, promiscuous and things like that, and it won't affect them, and it does. I think a lot of who your peers, who you hang out with, because I wasn't under that pressure.
Yeah, and even at the younger ages, right? Like through high school, college, those years, it's hard to get away from that pressure, right? Tends to be around you, or at least it's kind of the norm. This male interaction of like, bro, different girl tonight, 3 girls last night, this whole thing. It's kind of hard to get away from that, right? It tends to be there, but people do have the ability to see at a younger age that that's not the desirable one and don't give in to that peer pressure. But I do feel like it's, for the most part, around you, depending on, the high school you went to, the college you went to, and the people you hung out with.
I was under constant peer pressure, even in middle school, high school, even further on. Like I said, I was 19 when I lost mine. However, the entire time, men were always, it's something about being a virgin that they want to take from you, especially as a woman. And then the other women look at you like, oh, wow, you haven't experienced anything. Oh, my God. It's like this, that you get looked at like there's something wrong with you, but trying to keep clean and wait for a certain relationship. It's almost looked at like it's taboo and it's stupid. You're not experienced. No man's going to want you if you're not experienced. I mean, all the things that I heard growing up was pretty ridiculous, actually. So I'm grateful that it was 19. It wasn't my choice, but it is what it is. But even after that happened, you start feeling like, I remember it was trauma based. When I lost mine, it was like, well, there goes that. What did I wait for? You know what I mean? And then I messed up and thought, no big deal now. You're already tainted, but in reality, no, that's a mindset still in itself. You know what I mean? But it's the worldview on you that we allow affect us and other people. That kind of gives us that choices in our head that we're making. I don't even know if it's our own choice anymore at that point. You're just literally listening to other people. But everybody grows up with that constant peer pressure of telling you, even if you're a virgin, you're trying to wait, that I remember everybody around me, all the guys wanting to try to take that from me. And, oh, you come on, I'll hook you up with somebody. I'm like, I don't want to hook up with somebody. There's this constant disregard to the person who wants to actually wait until they're married and stuff.
Yeah, and what you just said, the very end of that, just goes to show that the ultimate desire would be towards that person who has not had the experience, meaning not having the experience is actually more desirable than having the experience, if that makes sense. And the whole idea that you need to have experience or else somebody's not going to want you, blah, 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 is complete nonsense. Complete nonsense.
Agreed.
You can garner the experience. You can have all the experience in the world and meet But yeah, I think I find it interesting.
What was that last part you cut out? You could have all the experience in the world and then what?
Yeah, you can have all the experience in the world and then have an interaction with somebody and you're still trying to feel out what to them. So all the experience in the world doesn't necessarily prepare you for every interaction, because an interaction and what's pleasurable for both parties is something that's felt out through the interaction and over time.
That's the intimacy, like the feeling
Right.
out and the exploration is what makes intimacy good, like fun. Y'all are making me want to go home. Sorry.
I love you guys. You're just real though. Ricky's a good soul. It's true though. Like you can be extremely experienced or not having experience at all, and it depends on each encounter, who you're with, and how you feel with that person. But you can actually not have any physical attraction to anyone either, and that builds up over time for intellectual conversations. At least for me, I've seen it, and other stuff like that. And all of a sudden, wow, I like you. And I hate that when they say, well, if the sex wasn't good and I wasn't feeling it, then I'm done. And that person's like, here, taxi, get out. Like, wait a minute, you were shut off emotionally from that person. If you actually had emotions with that person and you guys felt the energy together, it would build and you work on that. And it only gets better because I was in a relationship for a very, very, very long time, for 15 years. That only gets better over time, the more you get to know one another. Yeah. You have to literally find that
That's
first.
a woman thing, though, because I've never, as a man, had bad sex. Never, not once.
I love you, Ricky. He's like straight up. No, that's a woman thing.
We should ask your wife.
Yeah, well, no, she would probably have
If
a
it's
different
bad
answer.
for her,
That's
then it's
why
bad for you, even though you don't know it.
we can't.
Well, that
We've
goes
counseled marriage. You know, we've
that goes in.
counseled people on marriage, and they're like, you know, what's the key to a happy marriage? And my answer is always say yes and make her go ooh, ooh, ooh. And they go, what's the ooh? And I was like, you know, you'll find out. But that's the key to a happy marriage in my eyes. And the woman's answer is way, way different, right?
Way different.
Rakia, what you said about you've never had a bad sexual experience, that goes into a saying that my dad always used to say is sex and golf are two things you can be bad at but still enjoy it.
Oh yeah, it's having that handicap, right? And working with what you got.
Oh, that's so true. It's funny.
Yeah, if it takes you 80 strokes to get around the course or 120, it's still a fun day, right?
What?
Bada bing.
Golf is not enjoyable
Yep.
at all. Like,
yes, it is.
that figure of speech sucks. Golf's the worst.
Well,
I loved it.
another one my dad would use is a bad round of golf is better than a good day at work.
You guys and your analogies in life. I like them though. I'm gonna tell my best friend that one today, you guys, and Rakia. It doesn't matter how many strokes it takes to get to that.
Old white man golf analogies.
I just pulled up at my house and my wife is not home. Good for her. It's a good thing. Yeah. Oh boy.
Exactly. He's like, this would have been an interesting afternoon.
Or 4 minutes.
Or 4.
I was gonna say would have been 9 holes or 18.
Oh goodness gracious.
My man said 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Not an afternoon. Jesus. What do you think I am, Superman?
I ain't got all time for that shit. I got Discord and other shit I gotta do. I'm out here trying to build shit.
I'm actually headed out of town.
Ooh, quick.
Yeah, ooh. No, I'm actually headed out of town to meet my son, so I'm glad. I wish she was here, but she's not.
Oh, that would have been a good send off to time away.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she would have loved it.
I love that there is a different perspective though for a man and a woman, and that you guys do see that, and you guys can have these conversations. A lot of people can't have the conversation. You start talking to people in society, and they just don't get it. At least on here, a lot of you are willing to have that open conversation. Not, we're not judging one another or anything. At least I'm not. I don't think we are in here. And it's funny too. I mean, this is a part of life.
I mean, backing up my trailer in the driveway is considered foreplay for me at this moment. It's not for her.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, it just depends though. If you're backing that up, and I'm like, well, I'm right backing it up. But honestly, a trailer and stuff like that, if we're going on a trip, depends. And you got something we're doing, camping and shit, that's brilliant. To me, that's what life's all about. That gets me excited. When small little things like that, dude. Not small things, but I'm just, what? I'm digging a hole over here as a woman, so I'm going to go ahead and exit out of this conversation for a second.
So, Stacy, being the resident woman on the panel at the moment, would you say that men doing things, accomplishing things, is very desirable from a female standpoint?
Absolutely. Especially if it's for our family or our relationship or whatnot. There's nothing better than some man who feels accomplished and he's out there trying to do something. I'm sorry, I used to come home and a guy sat on video games after work for 15 almost damn years straight, and I'd be cooking dinner and I'd be asking, hey, do you want this and this with your food? And I'd be yelled at over a video game. So I'd be like, you know what? Not attractive. Walk away. You know what I mean? But when a man's out there building something or doing something, working on a car, there's something attractive about that because they're being motivated in life. And yeah, for me it is, at least speaking from my own perspective. And I wasn't putting anybody down who plays video games. I used to play them too. Call of Duty, all that, Oblivion, Elder Scrolls, I know. I loved it too. But there's a time and place for that. Not all the time. And a lot of people get stuck in the video game world. And it's not after a while, you're just like, okay, I'm over here. Forget your shiny objects, put them down. I'd rather go out camping and go fishing. You take me fishing and we go do something, we go on the beach or something like that. I'm going to feel great when I come home and it's going to be a good night. You know what I mean? I want to feel like we're evolving in as a couple. But yeah, you do small little things like that for me. I see those things. It doesn't take much. But there is something to it about a man who can build. You know what I mean? Like they're out there with their two hands and they can create a home for you, or they can work on a car. You know, there is something to that. And I know that women are capable of doing stuff too. I get that. But as a woman, if a man can actually be productive and use his two hands in the correct way in the world, that's attractive. Yeah. But Heather, most women just want to feel acknowledged. Like you can be gone all day, you can be out there cutting the grass, you can be hanging with the boys and all that and everything. But just in the middle of all that, you walk in and you walk by and just give a hug or a kiss in the cheek and say, I love you. You're like, what? Damn, what did you just do? And that in itself is where the intimacy starts happening. And that's what we want. We just want to be with our person here and there, yes, but I acknowledged that on your mind. Doesn't have to be the whole time though. Yeah, go do your thing. Go have fun. Go on a trip with the boys. But give me a call during it and tell me you miss me and love me, thinking about me. Oh wow, damn! When you get home, you are going to love your life. You know what I mean? But a lot of men don't do that. If men would actually stop in the middle of what they're doing, actually tell the wife or girlfriend that they're thinking about them, even if it's a 1-minute phone call, you'd be surprised how different your life would be. But one more thing too, the women, if they're listening, need to also seriously build your man up. He should, when he walks out of your house and leaves your house, feel like he's loved, cherished, all those things, and that he's a brilliant human being. If not, they're going to get it from someone else, and that's where the scary part, and the relationship starts going down a bad track. Yeah, they need to know and feel loved. Men, I know, are going to probably maybe see the opposite in here, but I think a man needs to know and feel loved. And you need to build him up as a human being.
Any man who disagrees with that is just a retard. Like, we want our wife to, like, you know, or our girlfriend or whatever to be our like cheerleader, you know, to support us and like in our support our decisions, trust us. It's about trust, really, like respect and trust. If you're like, you know, encouraging like a decision of ours, or you know, we're thinking about something, or we do something, just like, you know, it's those little things that show that you trust and respect us, and it's just like basically being your cheerleader.
However, don't be getting on the internet in the world, just a heads up, and start hearting half-naked girls' pics. Because if your girlfriend sees that, she's going to be upset. And she's not going to have that trust and respect for you. I'm just giving you a heads up and a warning, y'all. Because it's even funny, I was dating somebody at one point in time, and this girl was into truth, and she was posting tons of truth bombs. I was like, yeah, chick, hell yeah. But she was also into weightlifting and everything, so she was doing like half-naked pics. And my man was only hearting the half-naked pics, nothing about truth. And I thought, well, damn, like, that's all you're focusing on right now? I'm over here, you know, giving the likes and the thumbs up to the good shit. And apparently I see where your mind's lying and where mine is. And that's a complete disconnect. So they've over-sexualized this all, though, to no end. I'm not putting it just on a man. Women do this too. And then they've divided us in our homes and what a man and a woman should be. Get out there and work. I don't need a man. I could do my thing on my own. Trust me. I feel that way right now too in my life because I've been through enough and I just want to have my own stability and I want my home to be a certain way. And no one telling me what to do. This is a certain time in my life that I'm doing that. But that came from a lot of destruction. And that's not just my relationships. That has to do with the world and the views that we have now. And it's sad because you don't have many relationships that are solid anymore. Because everybody feels like they can just right? One up. The grass is greener on the other side. And all it takes is a flirtatious woman or a flirtatious man. And that person is no longer faithful. The music's done it too. It's just one thing after another. They've done this by design so that we don't have a stability at home and that mother and father that you could trust in too. Like a lot of children can't even trust that they're going to have that mom and dad at their house and home. So when they probably start wanting to have a relationship, it's almost the same thing. I guess that's what they've seen. It's pretty freaking sad, guys. Change that around somehow. And women need to start being, I don't know, it's just my opinion, more like women and stop trying to be a man and think you can handle it all. There is a fucking difference. And you need to be at home if you have children, taking care of your children and making sure that they're safe and giving them that love and support they need from a mother and guidance. Or the world will give that to them. And then that's what we end up with. Bullshit.
That's some good words of wisdom. One of the best things you said there, Stacy, was the little things that you have to do for women that men neglect and to their own, you know, bad relationship. Just the little things, a phone call, flowers, you know, a card on Valentine's, all these little things. That's very, very important. Yep.
Thank you, Spear. I'm still working on my own shit. I'm single and I'm happy to be single right now. I've been through my ups and downs and I've kind of realized that, yeah, I just need to focus on myself right now. And but I do understand what a relationship should be and what I don't want it to be. I wish more would go internal if they are not getting it right to figure it out so that the next one is right. That's what I'm waiting for, is getting myself internally right so that when the next relationship happens, none of the stuff before has any effect on the new one, you know? And I think that's another thing too. A lot of people, and including myself, have done that where you're vulnerable or you get up a bad relationship, or you get done wrong and you jump into another one and you're carrying all the baggage of all the ones before. You don't realize it, but you still are. And you're never going to have that relationship work out like it should if you're carrying baggage. And I think that's what we do to each other is, yeah, we end up thinking of the other person just like the ex that we were just with or whatnot. You're doing this, you're doing that. And in reality, they may be. But why are you in a relationship with them in the first place? Why did you jump so quickly? Why do we want something so fast. And you need to make sure it's right. And that takes fucking time. That takes time and getting to know someone. Not just for a month. People can change in a month. Really easy.
Yeah, that's a good point about the baggage, and sometimes it's hard to shed that baggage prior to a new relationship. I know that my wife and I actually connected on the similarities of baggage from previous relationships, but it took a lot of time and effort and communication to be able to work with one another and help support building trust in one another, because both of us had been cheated on in previous relationships. So we carried similar baggage and we recognized that and we could relate on that level, but we also had to work through the trust issues together. And it was helpful because we both had an understanding of what one another was dealing with.
Absolutely. As long as there's a communication, a lot of people can't do that or don't, and they keep those skeletons in their closet. They keep a lot of secrets or whatnot. But if you're communicating with that person you supposedly love or like, then you can actually get somewhere with that relationship. If you can't communicate, then that relationship's already done and over with in the first place. But a lot of relationships aren't communicating like you just talked about. There's a problem, let's sit down and talk about it. Don't hold it in. Make it worse, and then we're in an argument 10 days later, and I don't even know why we're arguing. But you seem fucking really angry right now, kind of thing. But deal with it, nip it in the butt right then and there. Let's talk about this shit. But it's also how you communicate with each other. Is someone screaming and hollering? Is it actually like a debate, or is it communication? Yeah, conversation. I'm glad you were able to do that, though, with your wife or your girlfriend and whatnot. That's really beautiful, hon.
Yeah, but there's still communication struggles on both of our parts, but I think that's fairly common within relationships. It is always something that's being worked on constantly, to be able to get on the same page, have the same communication, and also bring things up when they need to be brought up. Quickly as opposed to after the fact, and also moving forward from things in the past and not utilizing those in current conversations is also key. But it's a struggle. It's always hard. We are flawed human beings, right? So it's always something that's being worked on. I would say it's very rarely perfected.
If you talk to most people that are like in a relationship for 50 years, married or whatnot, they'll sit and laugh like, haha, was marriage easy? Nope. But they look at each other, laugh, and love one another. But they've had their roller coaster up and down throughout it. But it's how they, communicated and how they got through their issues. And do they still get mad at one another? Yeah, you're two individuals trying to make it work and be one. You're never going to be fully the same mindset and everything all the time. No. I'm going to wake up and have a bad damn day because I don't feel good and my back's killing me. And I may be a little sharp and talk to you like crap and not mean to. A lot of people will take their feelings in that moment and they'll go into their head and, oh, this person's doing it because of this. Or maybe I did something wrong and now they're thinking this way. Instead of just saying, what's wrong? Are you okay? And Rado said, no, I'm sorry. I just, I don't feel good right now. I don't mean to be upset. It's not you. It's me. It's just me. And sometimes they don't have that conversation. They just, well, look at them. They're being an asshole right now. Shit. This whole world is full of crap. If you're not an asshole sometimes in life, you're not being real. I mean, we all have that dark side of us. People wonder how dark can that dark side be? And it can be dark as long as you don't let it and you talk to one another. But we all have that point in time where we're not what we should be in a relationship, or that day we're acting out or whatnot. And look at the world. How is it not going to affect you? Of course it is. Best thing you said to me when I heard that was like, we're all flawed. Can't forget that. Even in a relationship, when you love somebody and you think everything's beautiful and you're having a wonderful relationship for 6 months, nothing's going wrong, and then something bad happens and you want to just judge. I've had to learn to go, no, I'm just as flawed as that individual. I make mistakes too. I'm not going to judge you like my mind wants to right now and get angry.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. Yeah.
It's always an exercise in humbling yourself, right?
Wait. Wait. Am I having sex when I get home Sunday night or what?
You're going to have to call her and find that out.
I gotta send a rose and call her and all that crap? Come on now.
All you gotta do, Rakia, which you already know this, is while you're out doing your thing and you're gone, just be like, hey babe, send her a text even. I'm missing you. Can't wait to get home and see you on Sunday. Bam. Boy, I'll be waiting for you at the door. Like, here's some dinner. What you up to? What are we doing again tonight, hun?
Here's dessert. We got dessert too. Yeah, dinner. We used to make the mistake, you go out and you celebrate your anniversary. We eat this huge dinner, and we're like, yeah, we shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. I'm too full. Let's go to bed.
Well, you're not really worth it anyway.
Oh, man. I wish more people would start cooking together, too. There's something for me, intimacy-wise. Like, if we're in the kitchen cooking, music's playing, candles are going, there's a vibe there.
Chopping onions.
Yeah.
Chop them onions, girl.
Chop them
What
onions
y'all
up, baby.
It's funny, we had code like, just say chopping onions would have been one of our code words, so we're out in the public. What'd y'all do last night? We chopped some onions.
I like that.
Chopping onions. Life is short, man.
That's right. So
Seeking truth has been challenging. Like, I've learned a lot about myself, and I'm glad I'm going through it. I'm love the topic. Like, I think it's the most interesting thing I've ever discussed with anyone in my life, and I'm 50 something. So I wouldn't change a thing. It's unbelievable. Like, the people I've met, things we've done, said, the things I've learned about myself through the process, I wouldn't take it back for nothing.
Me either, Kia. Even all the crazy shit that happened over on someone else's server, you know what I mean? Don't even have to mention their name. All that nastiness and what the struggle I went through emotionally, in my life and all that, it has brought me to a point where I'm sitting here with the clarity that I have now. Even the struggles I went through with my family, all that. Yeah, life is too damn short, guys. I still couldn't stop speaking truth even when I was losing my family all around me. I ran to the server kind of comfort. We all do. We all come on here for different reasons, whether we're angry, or
get rid of that anger,
good, whatever, And yeah, and I would never take it back because I met people like you, Rakia, and you've been there for me with not even trying to be, but it's just happened through God and other experiences like that. And
yeah, Logos
I'm
is
super
real.
appreciative. I won't take any of it back.
Yeah, it's been very interesting, very interesting. But I don't think I think we're just getting started. Actually, I think it's
I do too.
I think it's gonna really, like, last night, for example, there was a guy that I've been to his house a couple of times, and he's a mutual friend through one of my good friends, and he's always poking at me about flat Earth, right? And last night we were sitting by each other, bad for him, and we started talking about water, and showed him the Dave Weiss app and how many people were on there just registered in that app, right? And he was like, "Holy shit!" That hit him like a ton of brick, right? Because he thought I was a lone crazy guy with a couple other crazies on the internet. He had no clue that there were 60,000 people that are willing to put their blue dot on a map and go, "Yeah, I'm crazy too." And that hit him hard. I mean, he was like, couldn't believe it.
I agree.
We'll see. I'm sure I'll get that phone call today.
We are just getting started, guys. I think this has been for us and our development more than anything right now. I think there's a shift in spiritualness right now, or internals. I don't know. It's happening in people. And I think there has to be that, though, for the next step that's coming. I still feel like there's a storm brewing. Of course there is, all around us. There has been our whole life existence of the bullshit and the lies, but we're getting somewhere. It's not in the progression that we choose or want. It's the progression I feel is whatever God wants, that higher power. And we're getting there. And the fact that I can go into my job and be myself and talk about flat earth and I don't give a shit and people still love me. We joke about it. And then 2 new people get hired in and the people are laughing thinking, oh, listen, this girl's a flat earther. And those 2 young girls, 17, 18 go, well, yeah, I am too. The earth is flat. What are you talking about? And I was like, what? Oh, I don't even need to say nothing. I'll let them go ahead and handle this, and walked away laughing and smiling because it is happening. Internet's here for a reason, information. And not
Did you
everybody
see the
is
testimony
blinded.
video?
No.
There's a testimony video. I'll send it to you. It's
Yes,
amazing.
please do.
I have probably 100 letters and a bunch of emails of people, atheists and people who said I've, brought them back to discovering the Bible and Jesus and all that. But this testimony video is by I forget, but I'll send it to you. It's amazing.
Yes, thank you. That's beautiful.
Is it by any chance Truth is Stranger Than Fiction YouTube?
It's definitely on YouTube, and I just don't remember the name, but that's probably it. It's recent, come out.
Oh, okay, he's had some in the past. I think he's done multiple testimonial videos. He's really good. Truth is Stranger Than Fiction YouTube channel.
I think what I learned massively from being on these servers and the whole debate thing, this is why I don't do it that. I'm here, and I know it could be a debate, but I don't partake in the debate part. Like, we just sit and chit-chat, and we'll talk some information to one another. But I went through that whole debate thing, the fighting, the arguing, the yelling, the defending yourself, feeling like you have to be acknowledged. And now I don't do that anymore, not even in life. I just go around being a good human being. That's my first goal, helping other people, no matter what they believe in. And eventually, over time, being a genuine human being, people listen to you. And I listen to them too, though. I don't just say, hey, here's all this information, listen to me. No, listen to what's going on in their lives. And there's always something that you can talk to them about, that the world is messed up. And over
Do you believe
time,
in Sugma?
yeah. Do what, honey?
You believe in Sugma?
What's that? Sorry, my brain's not clicking right there right now.
Sugma?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to know.
Then I guess I don't. I probably don't then believe in it.
Oh, my kid must have found it on YouTube and he pulled it on me, dude. So I figured I'd pull it on you, but I think it'd just be too rude.
I've been through some crazy stuff and heard probably the craziest things possible on these servers now. Hardens you as a human being and also can make you lighter than a feather too.
It's in the chat, the testimony.
Sweet. Thank you, honey.
I stopped my grocery shopping to post it. We're doing steaks at the yard today for the workers again.
That's good.
Well, I get to eat it
I was
too, so
picturing
that is
Rocky
good.
with a shopping cart. I was picturing Rocky with a shopping cart just full of chicken nuggets.
Oh my god!
I don't even eat chicken nuggets that often. I definitely don't eat the McDonald's.
I remember that time. That's when I left Ricky. It was the whole chicken nuggets. I'm like, guys, I'm out. I'm out for this whole bullshit. It was just getting too much of the trolling. But you took it on board, Ricky, like a trooper. You're like, you know what? I'll post my own shit. That's where I'm like, I'm at that point in my life too.
He flipped it on him.
He did.
First card on him.
That's what I've done recently to all the trolls that I've been through in my life. And somebody called me a man-eater, and I was like, okay. And they played a man-eater song, so I took that from my show and said, okay, I'm going to play it. Thank you, haters. It doesn't matter to me. It's when you actually let them affect you is when they won. Turn it around. Let them know they don't bother you. You know who you are. You know your worth. End of the day, that's all that should matter.
How much are you worth, Extremis?
How much am I worth?
Yeah.
If you ask my parents, apparently I'm worthless.
There's always somebody in your life that'll tell you or think that you're worthless. But I say it doesn't matter what those people think. I actually care what my friends think, though. My close friends, people that I love and adore. Like if Jeremy said to me too, "Hey, like I think you're fucking nuts," I go, "Okay, let's talk about it." Because I'd be like, "Why do you think I'm nuts, Jeremy? You're a good guy. I think you're a good soul." Over Kia or certain people, I might take their information more on board. But somebody that I don't know doesn't like me and has some reason they don't like me, that's their opinion. You know, I don't take that on board anymore in my life. Hell fucking no. And oh my God, speaking of shopping and all that, with that said, I now need to get my butt in the shower and get ready for work because I work second shift and I work till late. So, retail. Listen, retail is not as bad as y'all think. As long as you love what you're doing, I love my job. I seriously do because I get to go to work every single day, be positive and give that energy out because everybody walks around like they're sad, like zombies in my place where I work. And I walk in, I'm like, hey, how y'all doing? Even customers. I want to make sure when you leave, you feel like you're a better human being. And so when I go home, I feel achieved. And then I get paid. And I'm like, well, I get paid just to be a nice human being. And I actually like working because it keeps me focused and it gives me something to do that's not doing something stupid. You know? So, yeah, people about working, I actually adore it. So I hope you guys have a beautiful day. It's been a great conversation, sincerely, from the bottom of my heart. Be safe, and I will see you guys soon.
See you, Stace.
Later.
Percentage. What do you know about Redshift?
Everything.
Were you here, Jeremy, when I posted the video on Redshift?
No, I'm just wondering, do you need to see, do they get the speed of the galaxies from looking at how much is redshifting and that's the speed? Like, is that how they get the speed?
Yeah.
You should really watch the video I posted on Redshift, Jeremy. It's let's see where it's at.
I don't have time right now. I'm trying to set up this new iPhone before work. I got like 1 hour. I got a whole ton of shit I got to do on it.
All right. Well, maybe
DM
later.
it to me, though. DM it to me.
All right. Let's see.
I got to get this headphone. I got some weird headphone issue where it's not sounding right. I had the same setup for 2 years, and all of a sudden there was some updates or something. I don't know if I got too many porn tabs open. I don't know what's going on my phone.
Let's see. There you are. Sending it to you right now.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's like 46 minutes after the hour. But I sent it to you.
So if they're reading do you guys see what the problem is then, right? If you get the speed of something by seeing how much it's redshifted, then you would have to get you would have to get the light from when the thing was going that fast. Kosho's sitting here trying to tell me that that's not what's happening. He hit me with a yes, no, so I don't know. I felt like we kept going back and forth yesterday, and they're like, yes, yes. But then when it's time for the galaxies moving at double the speed of light, they're like, no, that's not how it works.
Well, sometimes it does help to cut to the chase with this speed of light stuff and all this other stuff. I mean, either their equations work or they don't. And why don't they work? Did we miss something? Do we need to go back to the drawing board and go from scratch with another way of thinking about this? I think that's where, science has a real gut check and a real soul searching moment. Are we going down the right path by thinking about this stuff with the speed of light, the shape of the earth, or do we need to go in another direction? It's tough. It's tough. And I think that science avoids that gut check and just keeps going with the same stuff that doesn't work. Gravity, matter, heliocentrism. Sometimes you just need to go down the right path, and maybe the right path is something flat.
Yo, does dark mode save on your battery life?
Yes.
Got to get you one of those portable batteries, man. 20,000 milliamps. It's usually good enough to charge a phone at least 4 times.
Yeah, that's a good point, Lemon, about possibly going back to the foundations of their belief system, right? Because you have the 3-body problem or the in-body problem. Like that's a huge problem for the cosmology, right?
Yeah. And how do you have a universe that's gravitative? Gravity as a conception is just weird because it's the same thing as me being the gravitative force in this analogy, being in the center of the room, passing through a bunch of people that are also in the room like a ghost, grabbing onto somebody and becoming solid and substantial, locking onto them and pulling them toward the middle of the room. What sort of one-way force with that one-way ghost action do you know of? Forces that are substantial like me have a two-way action. I would be shoving stuff aside, both coming and to it and going from the center of the room if I was a real substantial force, without some sort of weird ghost mystical action. Then that's essentially what gravity is. I mean, it's just very mystical.
I feel like the fact that magnetism is so intertwined within all said phenomena, whether it be terrestrial or celestial, I think is an issue in the sense that science has never accurately explained it. And they just account for magnetism and the magnetic field having something to do with these particle interactions. But I think it's intentional. I think once humanity truly understands magnetism and the magnetic field, I think that it's undeniable the information that comes from that and how it's all connected to predictability as far as like what we observe and can repeatably test.
Well, I mean, I guess a little bit of mysticism, gravity-wise, is understandable, even with, I guess, electromagnetism, although electromagnetism is pretty well understood, even more than gravity, I would say. But, I would go with something electromagnetic, like the flowing toward these magnets with their supposed lines of force flowing toward the center of the magnet or whatever, and what's going on there. The way that I think about it is a bunch of blocks being brought to the center, but they can only get so close together before they just kind of sit there. And so if you want to bring those blocks that are just stuck together or closer together, you're going to have to crush them. You're going to have to bring them closer to this electromagnetic zone of stillness in the middle and eventually crush and reform the block to something that can be brought to the center. And that's what I think the center of a magnet is. This zone of stillness where just about any potential thing can happen. Anything can be crushed, reformed, restructured to go back out into the world in a different form from that point. But there's something going on at this inertial zone of stillness in the magnet that isn't quite the same as what's outside of the magnet based off of, I guess, that principle that I would go with anyway.
Yeah, I would say for me, I find it satisfactory to kind of define or refer to what we call magnetism as dielectric, coherent dielectric acceleration or coherent electrostatic acceleration, and what we refer to as gravity as being incoherent dielectric or electrostatic acceleration. I find that satisfactory for me, and the equations can be worked out if you look at Coulomb's law versus the universal law of gravitation. To me, it makes perfect sense.
It's all about point source versus non-point source, or coherent versus incoherent. I mean, they're virtually the same thing, but yeah, that's precisely the difference between magnetism and gravity.
Coherent as in it's coming together, incoherent as in something appears to be flying apart, basically.
I would say coherent and incoherent. If I wanted to give an example of that, I would give you an example of a laser being coherent light and a light bulb being incoherent light, just to give you some sort of visualization.
Because when I hear coherent, I hear... Yeah.
I'll do one better for you, Lemon. You know those ball magnets?
Yeah.
Coherent, you imagine them in a line, in a bead, right? And incoherent, imagine them all squashed up into a ball.
So it's like lined up and coming together in some sort of organized way is coherent, and incoherent is like it's kind of disorganized and it's not really coming together in some sort of shape or some sort of organized way, basically.
Exactly. Alignment of the poles, yeah.
So think of it this way: those ball magnets that you're referring to, SE. If you take a cluster of those ball magnets, even a coherent magnet that has a well-defined north and south pole, it will be attracted to those ball magnets in a cluster, not only by its north pole, but also by its south pole, meaning there is
also repelled. Yes, I've checked it out. And also repelled. Try it out.
So yeah, and it's a good example of the incoherent attraction as opposed to a coherent attraction or repulsion.
And also, funny thing is, a coherent line of magnets, if you test it next to a meter, has more force than more beads, let's say, in a ball. It's freaked out. You know, your phone, you can get an app to test magnetism. Try it out and you'll see. Take like 20 ball magnets, put them together, and take, let's say, 10 and put them in a line, and you'll see the difference.
Well, it does appear that, you can't just lump a bunch of magnets together and expect to have power. There needs to be some sort of coherency. There needs to be proportion. There needs to be a field that is going from the small, scale to the large scale in some sort of proportional shape. Otherwise, there's a lack of power. There's less power if you just throw a bunch of magnets, together and expect to have this huge magnetic effect. There needs to be some sort of shape or some sort of proportion, from the small scale to the large scale. Otherwise, you get no power and no, easily seen expression or manifestation of any sort of electromagnetic power, it appears.
Yeah, the funny thing about that is the smaller the space, the higher the capacitance when you're referring to something like magnetism. So it's kind of inverse to the way we commonly think about things.
I posted an image in live chat.
Yeah, another interesting thing about magnets, you can take a magnet, cut it into two, and then you have two magnets with the two north poles and two south poles.
Yeah.
Well, with the block example that I was trying to work out earlier, you're trying to bring these blocks together, but after a while, the power just kind of bottoms out or maxes out with how much power you can express by bringing these blocks together. They're stuck together, but they can't get any closer together. So there's something different happening inside the magnet with these blocks that are brought together versus outside the blocks. And so if you want more power, you're going to need to go to a smaller footprint, and crush the blocks and reformulate space with those blocks included to take on a different footprint. And I think if you go further in toward the source of the magnet, you have the chance for some sort of proportional shape that can go all the way inside and resonate outside from the center from that point. But you're going to need to crush the block and go to a smaller level to make a much more powerful footprint, to make everything line up and cohere in a different way that's a bit more resonant, a bit better, if you're talking about the power of an electromagnet. Otherwise, you're going to reach this limit, with the blocks getting close together, but no further closer together.
I was going to say.
Sorry. Footprint of the magnet or something like that?
No, I was, you said something that triggered a thought, but Ken often talks about how magnetism, accurately, magnetic repulsion is Mother Nature's fundamental force and the only true force in existence. And he talks a lot about how magnetism is responsible for the creation of space. Like you can't have space without this magnetic field or something. Rather, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. It's one thing I haven't quite tackled yet, but he discusses it quite a bit.
It all needs to line up, and by lining up, you got to put all the poles together or make sure that the shapes are proportional and resonant with each other from the small scale to the large scale. Stop me at any time if I go over. Sorry, I don't want to speak over your train of thought. But when you're using magnetism to bring, say, a bunch of metal blocks together, you can only bring them so close together. And then there's this zone of stillness inside that may or may not match the blocks outside of this zone of stillness. There may not be resonance beyond a certain point. So if you want more power and more proportion from inside out, resonantly, where you have the same shape at the small scale, resonating all the way to the bigger scale, you're going to need to crush those blocks and put them in a different shape that is resonant with whatever is going on inside of those blocks. Otherwise, you're going to have less power, less resonance, and less electromagnetism.
So going really quick, going back to what Napalm said in terms of fields and how more powerful fields have a smaller spatial footprint. Typically for magnetism, like a N35 Gauss magnet has a fairly large spatial field. And as you increase the power of that magnet to like an N40 or N50, that footprint becomes much smaller. And if you have like an ultra high power permanent magnet, rated at N55 and higher, it's even spatially smaller. So it's just weird how things get smaller the more powerful they are, or vice versa. The more powerful it is, the field becomes smaller, and it just seems very unintuitive. Like you would think that like you're juicing this thing up with more magnetism, so to speak, that the field would gain size, so to speak, and it doesn't. It's the inverse of that, which I think is interesting.
I guess it becomes.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying that?
I was just going to say that this is why I'm under the impression that an implosive force is actually more powerful than an explosive force. Like the implosion is actually a more powerful force than the explosion.
And that reminds me of the star in a jar, where the bubble within that fluid implodes upon itself, and you get this this light that just flickers repeatedly, and it at such a speed to where it seems almost consistent. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with the star in a jar experiment, but
absolutely,
yeah,
you know where they got that from, bro? From the shrimp, certain shrimp. Forgot the name of it. With the claw, yeah,
shrimp.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a really interesting creature too.
Wait, could you expand on that? I don't know nothing about that. That sounds pretty
There's
interesting.
a shrimp has this claw, and it collapses with such a force that it collapses a bubble, and it it makes like a certain light, like it's freaked out. You got to see it. It like pressure.
They compare it to they compare it to the power of the sun. They say
it's called
this
a
is the
pistol
only
shrimp, I think. Pistol shrimp, I believe they call it.
Oh yeah, you might be right. I was
Idea
saying
that you could cause so much pressure and friction that you could actually. What are we even arguing about then? If that's causing light.
That's
No, we're not
crazy,
arguing.
man.
We're just talking.
No, not you guys. But in general, I'm like, that's pretty awesome.
Well, we were talking. I guess we were talking about electrical power, and the main principle I'm trying to work out with is, things may or may not have a resonant shape. By a resonant shape, I mean if you go to the inside of the thing, there is this shape that vibrates and basically repeats itself in this pattern of vibration from inside to the outside of the object. And you're going to get less power electrically if there isn't resonance inside and out, like with those blocks that are brought together by magnetism. They can be brought, basically to the point where they're right next to each other, but past that point, there may not be resonance. Like with the rough, analogy would be like you're bringing a bunch of blocks together, but inside of them, there's a resonant shape of a triangle. And so the triangle is trying to resonate out, but it's, meeting a block instead, and there's no resonance. So now there's a difference between what's happening outside of the electromagnetic field of the block versus inside when another shape is trying to resonate, basically. And you're getting this clash. There's no power, there's no electricity, there's not much happening beyond a certain point. So after a while, you just got to crush the shape, reformulate it, and make it resonant so that this power can flow out from the center in some form of resonance again. That's basically what I was trying to say with these electromagnetic fields: resonance, electricity, the center of the magnet, or whatever. So for everything to line up and for there to be power transfer, there has to be resonance and something lining up inside and outside of this zone of stillness in the electromagnet. Otherwise, nothing's happening, or less is happening than could, be happening. But you did talk about implosion being very powerful. I do agree with you that implosion is very powerful. I guess I think of implosion being that, I don't know, that triangular shape in the middle of the block, pulling the block inward and saying, okay, we're going to need to reform because, this isn't working. Let me crush you, reformulate you so you can resonate out with the proper shape. I think even Victor Schoberger talked about this implosive force that goes inward toward the center. Very cooling, spiraling. They talked about this force being used by nature to make life, to make forms, to make the form of a flower, the spiral of a leaf, stuff like that. Versus this explosive force, that we see in movies, full of heat, destructive, going outward from the center, that sort of thing. He talked about how basically we need to go toward the implosive force if we really want our, technology to work with water, with mediums, with fluids and stuff like that.
Yeah, Yeah, there's that. Schauberger's a good example of that. There's also somebody else with the last name Keeley that did a lot of work on this. And I know that I provided a video to you, Dicelo, previously. I don't know if you've had the time to review it. It was a while ago. But if you do search your DMs, I'd be interested in your opinion on that video. But I'll share one particular slide or image from that video talking about implosive forces, also known as the sympathetic vibratory force, or the female sympathetic force. And I'll show you kind of a geometry of that, and you might find it interesting, Lemon.
I'll have to check it out. I think of space as this flowing fluid that can flow inward or explode outward when I think about space like around objects like you and me. Something more like a liquid or an ether.
Yeah, I'll check my DMs and get back to you on that. I honestly I didn't know that you sent that, and if you did, must have been early on in our meeting, I guess.
Yeah, it was a while ago. But yeah, I'll also DM that to you, Lemon. I'd be curious about your opinion on it. I think you would find it interesting.
Oh, yes. And you got the outward explosive male force, like you're saying, and the inward going implosive and pansive female force. Hopefully these two things can go together with, some resonance and some cooperation.
Yeah, I just DM'd you that video. It is a little long and a little bit dry, and you do have to get through, a little bit of dryness to the video, but the overarching concepts are pretty amazing, to be honest with you.
The basic principles of sympathetic vibratory physics. Very nice. SVP, sympathetic vibratory physics.
Yeah. Keep that close to your lapel there, if you know what I mean.
Well, vibratory sounds like vibration. I like it already. Sympathetic, I guess, is us vibrating in sync. The male outward force vibrating in sync with the inward, going female force, I guess.
Yeah, he talks about, harmonics. Even when it comes to music and music theory, you have these certain nodal points that are harmonic, and then you have certain vibrations that can cause disruption due to its inability to harmonize, right? So the inability to harmonize can cause disruption, can cause movement, and the harmony can cause a coming together as opposed to a tearing apart.
Fascinating.
It's like I feel like these principles are very intuitive to us, just not taught to us. And they're so simplistic that I think some people have a hard time grasping them. I don't know if that makes sense, but it makes sense to me.
Well, I tried to simplify it by saying there may be a triangle inside of you, at this electromagnetic zone of stillness at the center of a magnet or whatever. But if you're shaped like a square, then this triangle that's inside of you will try to go out, vibrate, and resonate, but it's going to meet a square. So there's going to be a mismatch. There's going to be a lack of resonance from the inside out and from the outside in, and a lack of power from that alone. So for everything to be in sync, it needs to be proportional and lined up from the inside out and the outside in. once two systems are in sync vibratorily, energy and power just seems to flow between them, even if they're separated in distance. You know, even if it's at the other side of the room, power just seems to just flow between them across distance and space. It's very interesting.
Yeah, and the once it is in harmony, it actually can increase in amplitude, right?
Yeah, it's like now you're talking. Everything's lined up and in sync. Yes, now we can make something happen. It's kind of like two people playing jump rope. You know, we're both waving the rope wildly and nothing's really happening. But once we line up and I send you a wave, then you respond by sending me a wave in order and in sync. Then it's like, okay, now more stuff is happening. We're in sync now. You know, now we don't have to waste our power just shaking the rope wildly.
God, I can't believe how many people are fucking strung out on heroin these days, man. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys got that issue where you're at, but over here in California, dude, it's fucking devastating, bro.
They did a lot of drug trials and drug testing back in like the 50s and 60s, seeing how they could break and reform the mind with MK Ultra and stuff. Left a lot of drugs in its wake. LSD, all that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that stuff, like, you know, it's not. I'm not saying it's not an issue, but it's not comparable to heroin, man. Like, this stuff is just fucked, dude. If anything, should be illegal, dude. I don't believe in or making drugs illegal, but certain things like this, dude, fentanyl, heroin, meth, fuck, dude. It's just fucking wrecking these younger generations, dude. I'm seeing just 20-year-olds everywhere, dude, just fucking strung out, dude.
Yeah, that's why we have laws. You know, like somebody's like, oh, I might want to murder somebody. Nope, illegal. They're like, okay, I won't do it then. You know, that's why we have, you know, these laws to be a guide to say, hey, you know, try not doing this if you can.
What do you think about the booths that they've set up in certain cities where the general public can just walk up and get free cocaine or heroin or meth?
Wow. I don't know why they would do that. I mean, are they thinking that maybe they'll go for counseling if they're at one of these safe drug centers or something? I mean, what would
I think the theory or the thought process is to like disincentivize the younger generations from seeing these people that are doing something that's not so niche anymore. Like it's taking the rebellious nature out of it, I guess, to a degree. I think that's the thought process, but
kind of like if we take away the stigma of doing it, people won't be like rebelling and saying, I'm going to do it just because there's a law against it. You know, once everything's permissible, people will be like, I don't feel like doing it anymore since it's not, you know, rebellious or something like that.
Yeah, like younger kids are kind of impressionable upon things that they're not supposed to be doing, you know? So it's kind of like taking that away. Like, you know, younger kids that want to experiment don't necessarily go to the thrift store to find something rather than trying to find something off the street, you know, where it's not as easily accessible. So it has this like nature to it where it's like, oh, I shouldn't be doing this. And I don't know, I guess that's enticing to some people.
The rebellion of it or something. Well,
Yeah.
you got to give people an understanding to discern why you don't do drugs and get strung out on crack. You know, you don't just do it just because there's this law in this place, but because, you know, it tends to make you, you know, an addict and wreck your life and stuff. I think that's the part of law that deals with like virtue. doing this or not doing this because, it's right or wrong, as opposed to just rebelling.
Yeah. I don't know if it's the proper approach, but it's definitely interesting to see that they're like using this method, I guess, to try and or dissuade people from even trying it.
One thing Jim Bob was talking about was how even with these libertarian, laws where they say, hey, as long as you're not hurting anybody with your drug use, do marijuana or whatever libertarian thing, that you're free to do. He says even with that, you're going to have laws because you're instead of laws where you go to jail, you're going to have decency laws for things that just, aren't seen as decent, like you don't hurt anybody by streaking or going naked through the town. But people will be like, hey, just don't do that. That's not decent. So we're going to set up this regulation for decency, even with a libertarian conception of law. And eventually it's going to lead to laws anyway, because there are other things that are even seen as even more obscene and indecent than that. So even with this, libertarian ethic with these drugs of like, as long as you're not hurting somebody, you're still going to have some sort of law that emerges anyway, one way or another. I guess
that's what we need, more laws.
Well, more laws, or rather just more decency. A law is kind of trying to like get you to say, hey, don't do it. Ideally people would get more decent from there, but some people may not get the message,
I think schools should be doing field trips to like Skid Row and like areas like that, just to kind of showcase what bad choices ultimately, the consequences of, repeated bad choices could be. Like somebody was mentioning yesterday, we were talking about dinosaurs and how it's essentially just a waste of time to teach somebody, being that there's no real practical application that someone can use in their everyday life in understanding dinosaurs. And that time in class or that has more application to reality.
I just came in on the tail end of whatever this discussion was, but laws cannot stop people from doing bad things.
Ultimately, they can't, but the hope is that it'll kind of sway your choice to make the right decision and not do something that's illegal.
Well, I mean, murder is illegal. People still kill people. Pot's illegal. People still smoke pot.
I had a customer yesterday tell me that there was a study done on these mass shootings and how I think it was like 90% of these mass shootings were done by males that didn't have a father figure in the home. I thought that was interesting. I don't know how true or valid it is, but if so, I mean, that says a lot about the family structure and the importance of it.
Well,
I think the family's intent is to instill moral framework, moral duties. Like I talk to my girls all the time. I was like, would you want somebody to do that to you? Kind of instilling in them that doing to others mentality. So hopefully they'll stop doing it, because if it's hurting you, then what you're doing is going to hurt someone else.
Right.
But
That's the base of empathy. Yeah. It's definitely a good virtue to have, You're breaking up, Lim.
you made to come in and go back out. We don't hear a word you're saying.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Lemon. Your robot.
I feel like this past 2 or 3 hours has been the calm before the storm. Not one person has had to say, "You're interrupting me," and it's been a good conversation.
I just showed up, so I can start interrupting people if you want me to.
Go ahead. You can't do it like they can. It's a learned skill.
I like the topic when we first came in. I like this topic. I always love the moral and argument when it comes to things, and and I'll say this: you want people to change their behavior, their heart's got to change. The next question is, how do you change the heart?
Yeah, I agree with that. Totally.
What you have to do to get it right, you have to monologue for 20 minutes, and then the second someone starts talking over you, you then complain that they're cutting you off, as if you didn't invite it in the first place.
Yeah, that's one way.
Yeah.
Changing the heart, takes time, and you need that. But I think you need that mentor to keep you accountable, or that group, which would be a mentor also as a group. But that accountability is. Go ahead.
Don't you guys think as well though that a lot of the time the change in heart comes from, let's just say that you do something and then you suffer some really bad consequences for doing that thing, and then you learn that is the wrong thing to do.
It often can be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's the only way, but consequences can be a very good learning tool and a very good growth tool.
Well, that's why most deny the creators. They don't like the consequences of how they need to live and the ultimate price they have, they're going to pay, or that was paid for them, either or. They don't like either one of those situations. They just want to, get as much gratification, the great I am, as them. I can do everything I can to make myself happy as quick as I can for the longest time that I'm here.
I mean, consequences don't always necessarily change people, basically because I know people that have gotten in car accidents when they've been drunk, people OD on drugs, people end up in jail, a lot of consequences, and they still keep going back and doing the same thing. There's a scripture that says a dog returns to its vomit. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a sense that there's something else that's got to occur. I think I agree with Lucky. There's an aspect that could change it, but ultimately that's not even necessarily what changes the heart.
Well, I think that does trigger the heart change sometimes in people. They hit rock bottom, so to speak. So they have no other place to go but up, and the only way to go up is to change your heart.
That's right. That's true.
That hardened heart is what we hear a lot. I hear it in myself, right? So of course you hear it in people that, aren't even trying. But I include myself in a lot of these criticisms because we're all ultimately just humans. We've all fallen short and will continue to do so. It's just the recognition and asking forgiveness and trying to do better and, that sort of thing. Help that neighbor.
Well, I always ask the question too, what's your highest ethic? What's the highest principle by which you live your life by? And And also, whatever cannot be questioned is also an aspect of your highest ethic. So if it cannot be questioned, then that's the thing that you hold most dear. And I think I think that's why, I mean, there's A.W. Tozer used to say, he says, our view of God is of highest importance because how we view God will determine in a sense, our highest ethic. Meaning, in a way, that's my kind of paraphrase of it. And if you don't believe there is no God, God does not exist, then you have no ethic other than yourself. Then your only ethic is yourself. You got nowhere else to go.
Yeah,
Well, I think some
putting yourself up
people
on a pedestal.
might transfer that onto government as well, right? If they have no understanding of God, they tend to transfer that onto the unquestionability of the government, and that's where they look directly to.
Or it could also be the church or something else along those lines, some man-made organization. But the problem with any of those organizations, whether it be the church or the government or anything like that, they're all flawed because guess what? Government, the church is all made up of human beings that are flawed. You're looking up to the highest ethic of flawed individuals. So that even that starts to fall apart.
Yeah, you're looking up at the wrong thing. You should give all glory to what I call the creator or to God. If you're giving it to anything else, you're not doing the right thing, or you're falling even further lost, right? I didn't mean to say right. I don't like when people do that to me. I'm not including you in my thought there. It just slipped out.
I don't know if you're talking to me, but I didn't even think about it if you're talking to me.
Yeah,
Well, you know how when people will say a thought and they go right, like they're making you a part of their statement if you don't object.
I think the silence is a good indicator whether they agree with you or not. The person that's going to not just agree with you will be the one to object. So the silence should say, I think
Yeah.
everybody's right. Everybody must agree with us. There's no objection.
I guess. Paul, I don't know if you were around, but we did kind of like a 2 or 3 week study, I guess, psychological study. In my back, we would bring arguments to certain people that they brought to us, right? Just to hear them disagree with their own argument. They just, like some people just want to argue no matter what the topic, even if it's their topic that they argued for 2 weeks earlier, they're now going to argue against it because you brought it up. So strange phenomenon, but often occurs.
I had to work that out of my system, and I still have to fight it, especially on here. The desire to argue just to argue. I was just down here, but
Oh yeah,
but at
it's
the
one
same
of
time,
my biggest things. Go ahead.
but at the same time, for me though, I have to. I mean, I look for the flaw in the argument. That's kind of what I'm looking for now. Not for the point of argument, but just is there a flaw in the reasoning? And I look for it. I think that's a little different though than just argue to argue.
I have no fight in my everyday life, right? Like I get along with all my family, and like there's no issues to argue about. Work is good, all that. But when I come here, I can easily pick an argument and get it out of my system. So I'm definitely guilty of that. Plus, I'm real competitive, right? I want to win. I hate to lose. So maybe that win at all costs thing is, gets a hold of you, or pride, or the combination of both. Everybody must have agreed. Total silence.
I also noticed when you start agreeing in these chat rooms, they start to dwindle down in size. I've noticed that. So,
Yeah,
we gotta
people call it
disagree on
boring.
something. Let's find something to disagree on.
Yeah, they call it boring and they leave. They go find an argument somewhere.
Fuck you both. You're both assholes. There.
Yeah. But whoever it was, the Stremis's or whoever earlier, we were having just a great conversation, just an easy topic. Everyone was just kind of going back and forth and giving their thoughts on it. He was like, "This is freaking boring. I'm leaving." Whoever it was.
Oh, what you do is in these kind of lulls, you just kind of build on it instead of fighting it. You build on it. If it's a good topic, build on it. Is there something that's a good point? Build on that point. Then somebody else can say, "Oh, that's a good point. Let's build on that point," and you build on it. Then it stops being boring. So,
What was about sexual relationships with your partner? Like, how can that be boring? Like it was actually a lot of fun and funny, and people were joking, and it was interesting. Something that everyone can pretty much relate to too. Too. Yeah, that also.
So, like I was talking about earlier with harmonies and disharmonies, right? So things being in harmony can kind of amplify something, but doesn't necessarily notate movement. It's when disharmony comes into play that you seem to have movement or progression. And I think the same would apply to like conversations, right? So when you say that, sorry, I say right after everything. I'll try to quell myself of that. But when you're having a harmonious conversation, others can come in and think, hey, this is boring because it's not going anywhere. And I think that the disharmony that can be interjected is what can move a conversation forward, right? And come to different or better understandings only because you're forced out of this harmony into disharmony and you're trying to seek back to a harmony than the conversation.
I think I agree with you. I think harmony it creates the bubble effect. We all agree with each other. So, anybody comes in, disrupts the bubble, you're out of harmony, get out. But honestly, sometimes conflict can bring about new ideas. Something that's beyond what you're thinking. And I see there's examples of that throughout as a Christian, even in the Bible, there's examples of that. I think Noah or Abraham is an example of that. God told him he's going to be the father of many nations, but then right around God told him to go kill his son. There's a conflict there. So how's he going to be the father of many nations? But God told me to also kill him. So there's something wrong here. It's conflict. But it says later in Scripture that I think that's the first idea of the resurrection came into being, because that's when Abraham reasoned that God could raise the dead. So resurrection came out of that idea of resurrection, that conflict. So I think there's an essence of that in any kind of discussion. You can actually come up with another idea, if the conflict and if you can hang in there long enough and be reasonable in your discussion, the conflict can actually bring about something new.
Yeah, when you think about it in terms of song, right? Harmony is beautiful and the harmonics of a song are beautiful, but it's the spaces in between the harmonies, right? It's the disruption of the harmony that moves the song along and actually gives it the beauty of the song as a whole, is the disharmonies or the disruption in the harmony in between the harmonic notes.
Well, that's why a human voice sounds better than a sine wave, because a sine wave is technically perfect, but it doesn't sound natural. And so it's those kind of slight imperfections that make it more human and therefore more enjoyable for us.
Yeah, me as an individual, I'm drawn more towards singers specifically that have some sort of roughness or imperfection within their voice, because I feel that brings such a better element to a song. You know, guys like Bob Dylan or Willie Nelson, or these people that have what a singing coach wouldn't call a perfect pitch or a perfect harmony, but are very successful because there is that imperfection or that grit to their voice. I was actually just having a discussion about a week ago with a friend of ours and my wife, and we were discussing the Fleetwood Mac song Landslide came on, and we were talking about it, and we were talking about the many people who have remade that song, and we all three had our favorite versions of that song, and all of our favorite versions were different. Our friend preferred the perfect singer that kind of perfectly matched the pitch of the song, and I preferred a male voice that was slightly higher pitched but had a grittiness or a slight imperfection to it. Was my favorite rendition of that song Landslide. Is anybody familiar with the Japanese idea of wabi-sabi by any chance?
No, unless you're talking about a mustard-like plant.
The idea behind wabi-sabi is this appreciation of the imperfections of things, like finding things that aren't perfect more aesthetically pleasing, and finding that the imperfection is kind of what makes the perfection, because typically in nature you're going to find more imperfections than exact perfection. And the idea of Japanese wabi-sabi is kind of this aesthetic that the imperfection in something is what is aesthetically pleasing as opposed to the perfection of something.
Is that why designers distress wood?
Possibly.
What is it? Wabi-sabi?
Wabi-sabi, yes.
He was just explaining it.
I guess I didn't glean the summary. What is the summary?
I'll look.
So it's a Japanese term, and it's basically finding the aesthetics more pleasing in the imperfections of things as opposed to the perfectness of something being aesthetically pleasing. So it's more centered around the imperfection as opposed to the perfection. Because typically in nature, you're going to find imperfections, right? And those imperfections is kind of what your eye may be drawn to, or the imperfection in something kind of lets you know that it is there more so than the perfection in something. So it's finding the beauty in the imperfection as opposed to the beauty in something that may be perfectly ordered.
Is that how it's pronounced? Do they say, oh, wabi sabi?
I think so. I just posted it in chat so you can see how it's spelled.
I've heard of Kimosabi, and I saw Chemo was gone already. Did Chemo bring up anything cool today?
I don't think Chemo was here. I think Crypto was here, though.
Well, how's this sound, guys? We good?
Sound good, loud and clear.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. How we sounding now? Still good? Yeah, is it still sound good?
Wabi sabi.
Jeremy, you're hot mic.
Yeah, Jeremy, you're good.
I know. I just got a new phone. Thanks, Rakia.
Yeah, anytime.
Jeremy, so you really you never gonna beat him up? You doing all this radar stuff and light changing wavelength? You ain't gonna hit him on the lateral conservation of the light momentum for real? That's something you don't ever want to hit him on, bro?
Bro, I was getting him on that the other day. Dude, I can't do everything at once, bro. All right. I mean, what do you want me to do? I was hitting them. I was getting them on that when they talk about radar bouncing to the moon, because if that shit's not moving with Earth when they shoot that beam out, moving with Earth and the solar system and the galaxy and the fucking universe, shit's gonna get left in the dust. We're moving at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. There's no way it's gonna hit the same spot. It could never hit the same spot.
Still hot mic, man.
Right, they know it. I'm glad. That's it. Just surprised. Like last night or the day before when I said it, Jeremy, you're like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I guess because I was in the middle of a topic. Because I know you know that point. I'm like, I know he knows that shit.
Yeah, bro. I get him on that when they start talking about radar bounce and shit to the moon, because it's like, is light conserving momentum and keeping up with, you know, the all the movements of all the fucking millions of miles an hour the galaxy's moving and shit? It's like 1.5 million miles an hour. Now, compared to the speed of light, that's not that fast. It's enough so it ain't gonna hit the same spot.
It's still gonna miss. Yeah, I mean, I get him on
the same spot.
Yeah,
I believe I hear the summary as such as they say. No, it does do it. Light does carry that moment, which means to me, it has mass. I mean, this is that simple.
Yeah, I don't know. Dude. Yes, no. That's all I got to say. Yes, no. Kosho broke me off with that shit yesterday when we were talking about the red ship.
Kosho tactic. I told.
Yes.
I heard
I
now.
was telling him about that earlier.
Earlier,
Yes,
I
no.
did hear you mention that. Now, was he in the room to be blessed with such criticism? I hope he heard it. If he knows.
Dude, he knows he's doing it. And I told him yesterday. You said yes, no. I called him out on it, and he's like, "Yes, I know, but no, I didn't do that." I mean, he did it to answer.
Oh, he did me. He did me. He'd be like, no. He'd be like, no. And then goes on to agree. No, I just, Kosho, man, you got a little roasted earlier. You got some fans up in here, man. We love the tactic. We're fans of the tactic.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
That shit sucks, bro. I mean, if I was on his side, I'd probably like it, but that shit sucks for us. Mad annoying. Yo, is light conserving momentum or not? Because now you got me on this in my mind. Does something have to have mass to conserve momentum?
Everything has mass.
They say light has mass. They just say it has no rest mass. Like when people say light is massless, that's kind of like half right. It doesn't. It doesn't have mass, bro. Whenever you need it to have mass, it'll have mass. All right, that's how this shit works, Don. If they don't want it to have mass, it has no mass. If they need it to have mass, it has mass.
We heard Nate talking about water earlier and pressure, and he kind of said, even though we think the water is kind of equalized, it's still not at rest, right? You still have the atmospheric pressures, you still have the global movement. So when is anything at rest? Nothing's ever at rest. So what the fuck is a rest mass? It's like, what?
He said water wasn't at rest because the globe was spinning.
I made this point when it was brought up a few days ago that in their heliocentric paradigm, there's nothing that's at a holy rest, like where, you know, it's everything's in a reference frame of motion.
What's up? Wait, what? Still water.
In the heliocentric model.
Oh,
everything.
Heliocentrism. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So anytime you're trying to measure something that's not at rest, that's like literally impossible within their paradigm.
That, you know what? That just reminded me. That's what they kept running me through circles at. They're like, is the light moving with Earth, or when I go over that light conserving momentum thing, they say in relation to what? Like there's not a fix, just a fix. Like, is it moving with Earth and the galaxy and shit or not? They won't answer that though, because
they don't know, Jeremy. They're not critical thinkers, dude. I mean, whether or not whatever the shape of the Earth is, we damn sure exposed the phenomenon of lemming parrot regurgitators.
You know, I mean, when they do that moon bounce thing, they're getting like 4 photons back or some shit. They shoot like a 400 trillion or some ridiculous number and they get like 4 photons back.
Yeah, that's bananas.
Could they not have just could they just not have kept doing it and been like, ooh, this is a good spot to shoot it off the moon. We're just shoot it at this exact spot. Does it have to be a retro reflector? Can it just be a flat spot on the moon or something? And you wouldn't even get that. There's no way it would hit the same spot.
This is why relativity is such a mind F, for lack of a better term, is because there's always a way to wiggle out when you have a relativistic mindset. And you can even think of it in terms of like moral relativism as well, right? There's always some sort of out or an excuse for any action that takes place. And within relativity, they tend to do the same thing within relativity, right? The minute you have them cornered into actually following something out logically, they can say, well, that depends on your relativistic frame of reference, or something like that.
I'd like to read a quote.
Read it off.
By Tesla. He says, Einstein's relativity work is a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. The theory is like a beggar clothed in purple womb ignorant people take for a king.
That's right. We know the errors.
Yo, Tesla's also the one that said the scientists walk through, go through mathematical models that have no relation to reality or something like that.
Yep.
Mr. Planck saved them all.
By quantifying everything in theory, but not in reality.
By making the particles instead of the whole way. Like, it's crazy. I think everything is connected, period. Like, every atom is gonna react off of every other atom, period. So you could look at everything as a whole field, everything, and as the energy travels through it, it's always a wave. You know what I'm saying? The particles are the atoms. The energy is always a wave. That's why it has the what do they call it? The inverse laws and whatever. You know what I mean? Because it's constantly spreading, but you have a particle. You have something so infinitesimal that's constantly spreading.
Where's that cheeseburger from?
Why do you stop it, Jeremy? It's not funny. I'm being serious. All the matter is the particles, and all
My
the
bad. I was not Mike.
Hey, I'm kidding around. I mean, I'm kidding with you. I'm serious about the philosophies here, though. Of the connectivity of everything. There's not a space where something's not touching something, right? Like, even in this zone where they say there's so few particles, we created a vacuum, we sucked all this matter out. Fine. That doesn't mean there's space in between shit still. The shit that was left over could have just stretched out. Go ahead, buddy.
You know what I like is they say all living things are connected by the DMT molecule that's in us. That could definitely be something.
That would be bananas, but I have been seeing some dude. We see magical stuff all the time, man. Collective consciousness stuff all the time. You'd be a fool to ignore.
You can't explain reality and consciousness and then explain the two together, then you're left with, what? That's literally fucking magic in itself, dude. The fact that we're able to speak and communicate with one another in reality, science is yet to explain that.
And I watched Magnetic Fester's Feral Cell video you played earlier.
Why you guys keep calling him Fester? Does he look like Fester from the Addams Family or something?
Yeah, Magnetic Uncle Fester, that's right. And anyways,
first sentence ad hom. FYI.
I'm not sure why he
yeah.
It's not an ad hom. It's not an ad hom because it's not even a response to his argument. An ad hom would be a response to somebody's argument, wouldn't it? I'm making fun of the way he looks. I'm making fun of the way he looks because he looks funny.
Fester looks good.
Anyhow, it's kind of obvious what's happening, and I'm not sure why it's not getting pointed out. But when he moves when the field gets closer to one of the to the ends of the thing, the material inside the thing is getting closer together. So it's like the field is the material is compressing, and it's got room to move out when it's away from that. So this is obviously the cause for the fucking different colors.
Nah, man.
Red shift or blue shift, especially since when it's not moving, it's not doing that.
How much material do you think is sandwiched between those two optical lenses?
All of it. Speak.
Yeah, I didn't hear you, man. it's literally a few microns thick of material, dude. So to say that he's moving the optical lenses and the fluid is settling to one end or the other isn't accurate, because at no point do we see the fluid building up upon itself, depleting itself at the opposing end. Everything is evenly distributed, and there's almost like a capillary effect there.
That just plainly isn't true whatsoever. If you see that the magnet has an effect on the material in there, which is happening the entire time, the magnetic field is having an effect on where those particles are and how they're moving. Obviously.
Yeah, it's arranging the particulates, the ferrofluid, the ferrosurfactant fluid in between the two lenses to help create the holography within that magnetic field, and then the LED lights, obviously give you the visual aspect of seeing it. But if you were to turn that optical lens on its side, that doesn't change the holography that you're seeing, other than the red and blue shift effects, and that's not due to the ferrosurfactant fluid rather than the magnetic field itself.
No, it's based on where the material is, man.
Kosho says no. Okay, so we have a disagreement in chat. We have a disagreement. All right, we now need to let's call up the jury. Everybody who wants to be active, we have a disagreement.
Because it's an accord, man. If you get fooled by this, that's on you, right?
No, Kosho will wake us all. Okay, so let's see if he can win the jury over. I'm on the active jury. Jeremy's in and out. Napalm, I think, is here a little bit. Sell us, Kosho. Sell us.
If you get fooled on this, that's on you, man.
There's no foolery, dude. There's no tomfoolery here, bro. This is all before your eyes. You can go and do this experiment yourself. No one's tricking you here, bud. The only thing that you're tricked on is your lack of understanding.
We will have to, we will have to get you to concede to the jury, Dyslow. If Kosho case wins over the jury, maybe you might have to concede that you need to take in the information for yourself if 7 other people get it.
Are we getting tricked here, Kosho?
Because he's playing around with magnets. First of all, I don't know if you heard him talk at all. He's the biggest. I hate listening to this fuck ass talk, dude. He's the biggest pompous asshole in the world. He has to tell you 5 times that this is the first time this has ever been seen. There's papers written about this shit, dude.
All right. Besides that, how are you getting fooled by this?
Because he's telling you it's red shift and blue shift, describing observers being in different parts of the fucking different frames and stuff like that. When blue shift and red shift is obviously based on Doppler effect, right? And so
obviously,
yeah. I mean, even in the case of what's it called, cosmological redshift, it's loosely based on Doppler effect. So
okay, so even the hostile witness agree. I'll bear with you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying. He tries to make it equivalent. He tries to make it analogous to that, but then he's not moving the magnet half the time. The redshift, blue shift still stays. If you pay close enough attention where the compression's happening, like the where the field is, like when the field gets close to the edge, basically it's tighter, right? The material's tighter. It's it's compressing, so it's like tighter, and when it's got more space to open up, it's wider. So it's not redshift. White light is not gonna. If you have white light, right? You're not red shifting white light to become, blue or red. It's like I don't know. The whole thing doesn't make sense to even equivocate with what's happening in any sort of Doppler effect.
All right, so the same response, Dyslow. He says they're pressing on it.
It's obvious. Even when it gets close to the edge, that's what's happening.
All right, so I could take that position as an ignorant person, Dyslow, back. Yeah, look, it's this phenomenon, the pressure, that's doing it. Now, Win me back, Dyslow. Win me back.
Well, again, man, if we're talking about literally a few drops that equate to less than a micron thick of material being condensed in one area, then it would have to be depleted in another. Meaning, we could see a spot within those optical lenses where there's no material in between it because it's all being converged into one point, being at the bottom of this lens, so to speak. But we don't see that. It's evenly distributed. There's nothing that's growing denser or accumulating upon itself.
Interesting.
Yeah, because if that were the case,
Okay.
then you'd
Okay,
be able.
let Kosho respond to that. Kosho, what do you say about that? He said it's
Wasn't listening.
Get the what? He
Oh,
said.
what did he say?
He said it can't be this pressure thing that you're talking about because the material. Yeah, if there was accumulation of extra stuff somewhere, there'd be missing in other places, and it's not missing. Now, I wanted to challenge Daiso and be like, "Well, how can you can see it that specifically?" He seems to think he can see that, Kosho, and
you can see the field. Okay, dude. Yeah, I'll take a screenshot right
field,
now.
but
You can see the field in there. The reason why you can see the field is because there's this material in this fluid, right? And the light's moving through that material, or it's moving, in result to where that material is. This is why you're seeing the field. Okay, so the fact that you're saying it's not moving, you can clearly see the field have an effect on the material, causing it to move. So it's. I don't know why you're saying that.
Well, I think we have two materials that we're discussing. We're talking about the ferrite and the surfactant fluid. So you have material within material, right? And I think you'd agree with me on that. I think that's what you're trying to say. But the point is so you're saying more of the ferrite is being displaced, not the surfactant fluid itself, but the ferrite within the surfactant fluid. Is that what you're trying to say?
The surfactant fluid, whatever the hell that is irrelevant. It has nothing to do with anything, right? The thing that's moving is the ferrous material, due to the field. The fluid is just a medium for it to move through. So the fluid doesn't matter.
Okay. So you're saying there's more ferrite at one end versus the other, and that's due to him making the optical lens non-level to where everything's kind of falling towards one side or the other. Is that what you're claiming?
No, I'm saying as he moves the magnetic field, as he moves the magnet from underneath it and where it is in the material, you can see he says, oh, well, now it's red shifting, now it's blue shifting, depending on whether it's close to the edge or not. And that's all that's happening. Is the field is obviously, and it's not even just the compression of that thing. It looks like probably the shape of I haven't seen like the side of the plate or whatever, but it's possible there's a wall or something like that, which is also creating a little bit more of a, there's a compression that side of the field when it gets close to the edge for one reason or another, and the result of that is obviously going to be the compression of that material.
I don't know what the stuff's called, but there's a magnetic film paper or plastic, and it's just literally like it sounds. It's just a thin sheet of plastic that showcases the magnetic field in contrast with light. So there's no ferrite to be had to create the holography. However, you don't get the color effect because it's all fairly bland with whatever color that filament is. But nonetheless, the holography is still there. You still see everything that you would expect to see within the magnetic field, minus any surfactant fluid or ferrite material, which would completely contradict everything you're saying. Did I come through at all?
While I'm on the phone.
Oh, okay. I didn't know there was breaks in court cases, but all right.
Yeah, this isn't a court case, as I said. If you get fooled by this, it's on you. So that goes for everybody in here.
It sounds like he's winning, though. Dyslo, did he change your position?
No, not at all, man. I completely debunked his position with eliminating the ferrosurfactant fluid and just creating the holography of the magnetic field using a piece of film sheet.
Okay, we'll have to await his response. So the point he's making is nothing. You're saying?
No,
About
I mean, he's got a good point. I mean, but the problem is it's non-valid. Like he's clawing at the walls to try to find something, and that's fine. That's, we should all be doing that. But to say that, this is a fucking magic trick, and if you get fooled by it, then the joke's on you is, I don't think, completely honest. I think that's a complete biased position.
Sorry about that.
We're in a court of law. We're in a court of law where justice meets. Slow it down. I said your girl can get a quart of balls and justice meet.
All right, man. Well, if Bandsaw was here, we could have a good old-fashioned kangaroo court, but and otherwise, yeah.
Okay. He's responded to you, Kosho. He said you have a good point, but you're grasping at the walls. But his point says that whatever effect he got going on, is stronger and or trumps yours. And then you had to go to the phone. So what's?
Oh, okay. I'm not. As I said, it's just not really. I'm not trying to convince you guys anything. I'm just saying, just think about it. Think about what the Doppler shift is. Because Grim showed something last night, or he didn't show it. Actually, I looked it up. It was. I think I still have the paper open. Actually. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, it's a plasma redshift, which is interesting. It makes a lot of claims, though, and it's slightly different than what's happening here. Let me pull it up. Anyhow, it tries to say that that's what's happening in space, which is a pretty strong claim. I can even post it. Hold on. However, it's still not the same thing that's happening in this video that whatever his name is, Magnetic Fester. So I'm gonna post another one of his pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, you can clearly see the difference between these two pictures. When he gets it closer to the wall, there's compression happening, and when he moves it away from the wall, it's kind of like loose. It's like looser, and there's white light that's basically where that.
Yeah, I guess we've acknowledged this, but Dyslo has responded to you.
Okay, well, what is there to say? I don't know what to tell you. Mainly because I didn't hear what he said.
Okay, well, Dyslo wins.
There it is. He uses a lot of language. This guy, the language that is not necessary.
But he has had the last word.
Say again?
He did. You just said you didn't hear it, though.
No. I'm not talking about Dyslo. Well, Dyslo is basically a conduit for this guy, Magnetic Fester. But regardless, he uses so much language that is not necessary, which when you actually listen to what he's saying, it seems like the only purpose of that is to fool people into thinking he's actually making much sense. But there's a lot of truth to what he says, which is already known, like about AC 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 motors and the opposite of electromagnet and stuff like that. These are true. People know that. That dude's got so many tattoos too.
Posted another video in the live text chat one, showing the magnetic field across a computer screen. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I'm thinking about it. I think you have the last word right now. And Kosho said
you won.
Yes.
Wait, what's this video about, Daiso?
I was just showing you the holography of the magnetic field, not using any ferrosurfactant fluid. I'm still trying to find the one with the magnetic film, the plastic sheet that he uses, where you can see the magnetic field within that thin plastic where there's no ferrite or surfactant fluid. But I'm driving at the moment.
Is the redshift represented within this holography, Kosho, that he's talking about?
I don't know. I haven't started watching that video yet.
Yeah, how do you switch the battery to be a bar, the percentage of battery instead of the bar on an iPhone? Does anyone know?
Fucking hell. Did you say iPhone or Android?
iPhone.
Well, I don't know if you can get in there, but if you can't find it in the settings, you can try to go to developer settings, develop a developer's option or whatever.
Where would it be
I
in
don't
the
think you
settings?
got an
So there's a
iPhone.
million. Yeah, you can.
Did somebody ask me something?
Don't worry, you win.
I don't think you can switch it to show the percentage, but you can touch and kind of drag down, and it'll show you the percentage. So if you touch your power thing and drag it down, continuing to hold it, it'll show you the percentage.
What's wrong? Oh, what's wrong? You want to go out? Hey. Hey. Hey.
Jeremy, you're hot micing, man.
All right.
Hot mic, Jeremy.
Damn it, I got too many tabs open.
Sorry, what did you say what to do? You know what? I can't right now. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't think you can get it to constantly be there, but if you just kind of touch that power bar up in the corner, touch and hold and drag down, it'll show you the percentage.
All right. What's going on?
Well, I know Kosha just tried to say we were getting duped by a charlatan, but then tapped out.
I didn't say that. I
You
said
say
if
you
you
think you
do, I
don't.
said if you
You
do
don't.
get
Yeah,
fooled by him,
same shit. Same shit.
you don't have to be fooled by him.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now. See, right now, as it stands, see, he has the last word, so we're going to go with him. So you would be saying we're duped by the charlatan.
Yeah, well, sure. Yeah, at this point, I'd be saying that. Yeah, if you base your decisions on stuff like that, and somebody says something last, and so
Well,
you're just gonna base your paradigm on how
You're talking about
it
basing your
goes.
decision something that you can repeatably test for yourself and conclude, like instead of like taking celestial observation and your story behind it. Like I'd rather take into consideration something that I can repeatedly test myself and has tangibility rather than your conceptual ideas of phantasms.
Okay. Well, what do you have to say about the fact that the red shift and blue shift that's observed in space, it does correspond to the distance, so it's not, just something that's not understood, or could be some plasma based thing because of the orientation or proximity to something else. It's
Okay, even though
consistently
you're on
the
a
further away
tangent,
it is, the more redshifted it is.
what we say is, even though you're on a tangent, what other factor do you have telling you the distance? Second of all, that's correlating with that. And then also, Kosho, this dude telling you, he's repeating the science, man. We're talking about this science that's being repeated that you just said, oh, he's pressing on the thing. He's giving you a response to the pressing on a thing, and you have tapped out at this point.
Okay, two things. One, he didn't respond to what I said. And two,
yeah, he did. You said you didn't
he's
hear
not
it.
repeating
You
what's
said
happening
you
in
didn't
space.
hear it. Remember you came back and said you didn't hear it? Remember that?
He's not repeating what's happening in space. There's no, that's what I tried to tell you. It's not, whereas there's a correspondence between redshift and blue shift, and the Doppler effect and things like that. But in this case, it's not analogous. It's not due to movement. It's due to his proximity to that wall.
It's due to induction, bud. Like if you actually watch the video, you would have gained all that information.
What's being induced?
The light from two set objects, the observer and the object in question.
So what's happening is, as I said, the fluid and the material in the fluid is what's being shaped and moved. The light is simply following a path, around, or this what's it called, refracted, all that kind of stuff through the fluid because of the material. Don't know why you're saying there's any sort of induction happening. The light is not it doesn't have a direct relationship with the field. The light is simply moving through the fluid.
What are you talking about? The light is being having this constructive and destructive phase interference pattern, which you can see within the holography. Like you have this interlacing of light and dark, creating the entire holography that's before you. Like I don't understand why you're off in some weirdness.
So what's the component of the light that the field is affecting? What's the relationship between the magnetic field and the light? How are they communicating? What are they communicating?
It's the electric between the magnetic and the electric components within the light that is perpendicular to one another that's being induced.
So you don't find it odd that there has to be a ferrous material in there for this to be happening? Wouldn't, if that were the case, if the field and the light have any sort of communication, wouldn't that material be redundant?
I don't know if you're just hand waving everything I've said thus far, but I've given you at least two examples of where you can see the same holography where there's no ferrosurfactant fluid involved. So it's just almost as if you're just not listening to anything I've said.
No, you played this example, and then you played a video that I'm watching now when he looks like he's going to put a magnet up to a TV, right?
I see your cute little image there of Fester and.
That's the last thing from being cute, man.
Oh, that's bad.
Okay, so you don't accept his responses, Kosho?
His only response is that he's a new example now, and a new word, holography.
Listen. You pointed out a possible issue with control in his example, is what it sounded like at first, where you're compressing the shit, right? And then he said, okay, let me clean up that issue for you. Here's another example. And now you haven't responded. That's what I'm hearing as a layperson.
My goodness gracious. Do you understand? Have you never done that before where you put a magnet up to a screen like that?
You're saying
So what?
he said he got a different setup without the fluid in there. You saying
It's not a difference. It's a similar idea, dude. In
so
this
just
one,
say that, but then repeat
okay,
that for the
okay,
viewers.
dude. In a case of a TV like this, how do you think the picture's coming to you? It's because the light is that there's the light is being presented in, I don't know what kind of TV that is, but I know on the old TV they had these coils in them where obviously there's a electric field, so there's already like electrons in there, right? You move the magnet around, you're gonna move where those electrons are, like where they're following the field. It's gonna behave just like in the same scenario as the ferrocell, where you have a material and you have light, moving through that material. It's not the light itself is not being affected by the magnetic field. Then in the case of the TV, it's the electrons, moving around and the light behaving because of that.
So back to the beginning, Fester presenting a redshift thing based on a magnetic property, and you're just saying like, no, it's because you're the one doing the magnet. Like, what even?
No,
is...
I didn't say.
No, I know.
Yeah.
This is where I need to we need to re-paraphrase, your initial contention with why this is charlatanism.
In the Doppler effect, something's moving, and that moving is what's compressing the field, whether it's sound or light or whatever, and that's what. So it's a moving in itself that is creating the Doppler effect. In the case of this magnetic fester, and when he's not even moving, it's doing it. That's because the compression that's happening is because of the magnetic field in relationship to where it is in that plate. When it's closer to the edge of the plate, the field is compressed, which is why you see that.
But aren't really, in theory, like in the electric current or in the magnetic field circuit or whatever, like, isn't there actually like pieces moving, like quantum particles?
Like wait, like what?
Like quantum particles, or even atomic particles. Atomic particles.
In this material, or what example?
In the like electrical circuit example or magnetic circuit example, like isn't there like potential of electrons like moving around, something weird or something like that? I guess I'm saying, aren't there moving pieces inside the fields?
Depends on the field, sure. Like like if there's like we have a magnetic field on Earth, and it's there's the ionosphere. There's ions up there. We get solar storms and shit, and so you can excite a big area of that field, and you can actually see the movement in it, but it's due to the material. That's
like
true.
Yeah, if you have just a ballroom of a playpen of balls, and they're all moving around on their own, but then you have a perturbation, like you have a disturbance, and you have a disturbance pattern. That disturbance, the quantification of that disturbance becomes a particle, right? And it's not a thing, but it's the energy, right? The energy particle.
I think you're talking about like in quantum mechanics, so they say like the particles are the disturbances of the field.
Yeah, I don't know the names of them enough, but anyway, yeah. So, but yeah, I guess I'm saying, don't you have moving pieces to where you're going to get this redshift from anyway? That could be similar to, since you want it to always have to be something moving.
Well, no, it's not that it has to be something moving. It's just that's what we're this is what we're observing. But yeah. Also,
You
he
do
brings
know
up
that Doppler is really isn't Doppler just the sound one though, really? And then
no.
Okay.
Doppler is the effect. The effect of the compressor. So it happens with sound, that's true, but it'll happen with any sort of wave propagation. He brings up
that's what's weird. Sound doesn't actually. It's not actually. It's not really a particle, right?
Yeah, sound is not a particle. That's right.
Percentage said that they give it a name though, right? Whatever. What was that shit? Oh, it was so funny.
Oh yeah, I remember him making that argument.
Yeah. Something ton. But yeah, think about it, man. It's not the same, bro. The way that energy, the way the energy is pushed compared to the way it's, a sound wave actually, actually moving through different things. Whereas in the energy, they'll give it a particle. They'll say it's a piece. It's a photon. But then when we talk about this soton or whatever, that's kind of a humorous idea, right? That to me is the double standard.
Yeah, well, calling a photon a particle. The only reason people do that is because the limits of our language, but I don't know. I don't really feel comfortable calling.
You could take you could aim a sound device and do the same shit that you do with photons. You could have a sound fucking detector and fucking throw little sound pieces at the fucking detector, and it's going to show you where it hits. I mean,
the only thing that you're recording when you detect sound is the disturbances in the field.
The only thing you're recording when you detect light is the disturbances in the field.
That's right.
Right. But you call one a particle and the other one you don't.
A photon, because what sound doesn't do is it doesn't behave in discrete packets the way photons do. So there wouldn't be anything for you to call a particle.
I say sound does act in the same way as you say a discrete packet is, and two, the photons are just fantasized into being discrete packets. And yes, it, helped your math work and helped you understand things, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be splittable again or flatten back out into a wave. I guess you say vaporized back. There's better words I'm looking for here, but yeah, dude, you're just pretending it's a discrete packet. Okay, that's all it is.
It's got absolute consequences. Like the relationship between the energy and the radius of the electron's orbit, things like that.
Right.
There's like
it also has absolute contradictions where you're going to want to say it has mass and doesn't have mass. It acts like it has mass and acts like it doesn't have mass.
Nobody says that though. I mean, maybe somebody says that, but it's that. No, I'm not saying that. They don't say it has mass.
No, science says it, man. That's the great mystery.
And that's
Science doesn't say that.
Lateral conservation of momentum.
That's right.
Yeah.
Momentum only implies mass if you understand momentum at the level of not understanding it fully.
Mass.
Momentum has a reduced equation. It has the equation that you know, and it has a general equation which doesn't. Mass is not necessary.
You treat the photon as though it has the properties of the mass. Okay.
Oh.
As though it conserves the momentum based on a mass rule.
No.
Okay.
I'm telling you right now, when you look at momentum, the equation for it, it's momentum equals mass times velocity. However, that's a reduced equation, and there's the general equation, in which case mass could be zero. In the
You're
case of
missing
the
the
photon, it
caveat.
is.
We're not worried about the equation. We're worried about the phenomenon consistencies. So while you can say, sure, everything does this one thing, right? Where it conserves the momentum. Everything does it, whether it's mass or just energy.
I
Right?
think you missed.
Hold,
Just
I
said.
got to. Oh, go ahead.
He literally invoked conservation of angular momentum, which is a fucking complete misnomer and illogical.
I didn't say anything about
I'm going to give it to him. Listen, I'm going to give him all the rope. Let me get to it now because I'll give you
anything about
all
angular momentum though, dude. So
fuck it. The logical rope here is, bruh, is you'll be like, okay, conservation can apply to the thing we call mass. It's lateral conservation. For mass, it's every which way. Okay. With this photon, it's just the lateral, right? And you'll be like, okay, but the photon's not the mass, right? But it still does this lateral thing. But then you'll go, oh, but, right? It's got this special rule of in the way of propagation, it doesn't conserve it in that same way. It's going to change the wavelength, right? So now all of a sudden you've gotten into crazy land. Okay. If it can push the thing one way or another, it should be able to push the thing. And then you're going to say shit propagates in 360 degrees, right? So think about that. There actually is no lateral. Everything is in the direction of propagation, right? You're in crazy land, bro, with these photons. Go ahead, Dice.
I was just going to ask Kosho if he understands the difference between transverse versus longitudinal propagation.
well, one sounds like it has something to do with rotation.
No.
Then what's the difference?
The pathway.
What's the difference in the pathway?
One has a loss and the other one is non-lossy.
Yeah, it sounds like one's rotating and the other one's linear.
And this is why we say light is a coaxial circuit due to the transverse versus longitudinal propagation.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Longitudinal versus transverse, and the difference is the rotation.
I don't know what context it's talking about, but I saw it as the waves moving across the medium in a certain direction, but this wiki or whatever says they cause the medium to move in the direction, either parallel or perpendicular to the wave. I always looked at it I guess I always looked at it backwards, where I thought it was the wave moving medium.
So I'm going to post another video for you.
Bro, so have you heard Kosho's response though now, Daiso? He's saying like, oh, it doesn't matter about your different examples. It's just this, magnetic phenomenon causing like stop me if I'm wrong, because be saying them in
I wouldn't really call it paraphrasing, but go ahead.
Yo, tell me when I'm getting it summarizing. The magnet, you putting the magnet wherever you put it on by the material, that's causing that material to compress. Here, seems like he's standing fast with this.
I'm saying, yeah, the compression has to do with its proximity to the edge of the fucking thing.
And then therefore the compression does what? It makes the light come off at a different wavelength.
The light is not having any relationship with the field.
You're talking about
the conduit of the field is the material in that ferrofluid. Okay, the light is simply just passing through. It's behaving the way light behaves. It's not in any way doing anything with the field. The field and the light are not communicating.
All right, so that's it.
Yeah, it's been it for over an hour, dude.
Daiso, so that's it. You're gonna let him
win?
win?
There's another. He's played that. What's this video?
Just be repeating myself all over again, literally, dude. And it's just,
That's why we need more people on the jury. Okay, we need more people, guys. You guys hear? It's like Kosho says it ain't got nothing to do with it. It's just doing this other thing over here. I don't know what this shit means. Okay, yeah, come in, help, please, help.
I object.
No. On what ground?
Hearsay.
It's hearsay.
Leading the witness. Badgering the witness, Your Honor. Okay,
Kosho,
sorry, what'd you say?
Kosho has hearsay and Daiso has evidence. So
okay, his evidence is a fat fuck putting a magnet up to a TV screen. Okay, so the magnet on the TV screen is affecting the electrons in the TV screen.
All right, gummy bears.
Are we talking about a CRT tube TV or a plasma or LCD?
I can't tell what kind of TV it is.
Computer monitor, but hey guys, I got to get back to work. I will be back in a little bit though.
Damn,
it's in there though. He posted it about 30 minutes ago, but it's like 3 things up. The magnetic vortex proof video.
All right, so we got to reiterate whatever Fester's selling us here, because this isn't it. Okay, it sounds like Kosho wins. Okay, it sounds like Kosho wins, but we can't. It sounds like Fester should win too. You know what I'm saying?
You guys are so. This is the problem. Is there's no winning or losing. The only people who are winning or losing it's a personal journey of trying to find out the truth. Okay, so if you leave not being fooled by this fat guy in his garage, then that's on you, dude. I don't know.
That's what I mean. See, that's winning or losing. Real quick, right there. That's winning or losing. Fester is making a claim, like you said. He said 5 times. It's the first time any motherfucker's ever seen. So first of all, he's either right or wrong, right fucking there. Then here you come in claiming it's a trick. Okay, either you is right or wrong, Kosho. That's a win or loss.
I said it simply, and I say it again. The field and the light have no way to communicate with each other, only through the conduit, which is the material in the fluid, which the light is, it's dictating how the light is going to be viewed. But the field itself, the light is not communicating with it.
So it does, but it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It just doesn't.
Okay, wait. Can I just joined, but are you talking about whether magnetic field can affect light?
We're talking specifically about. We're talking specifically about. Dyslo posted it a while ago, so I might have to post it again. But Magnetic Fester has a video where he is trying to equate this little plate he has with red shift and blue shift. I'll show it.
Yeah, it only works on a CRT TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not true. Like I said,
think I found it.
You can use magnetic viewing film, which has no ferrosurfactant fluid involved in it at all, and I don't even think light is being used in conjunction with the magnetic field to see the palpable interlacing of the centrifugal and centripetal magnetic field. So why don't you guys look at viewing film?
One question to anyone who says that magnetic fields affect light. One question is, if magnetic fields affect light by, even though it needs that medium, doesn't that mean that anything can affect light? Because if I put my hand in that medium, that's going to make the light bend. If I put a banana in there, that's going to make the light bend. So using that logic, everything, including a banana, can bend light.
Well, what I'm saying,
CRT TVs use electrons, not photons.
Yeah. Well, so with the TV itself that you were talking about, which is not the one, not necessarily the same thing that I'm saying, but even then, it would be the same, because you know that, or if you although CRT TVs are quite hard screens, but there are some screens where if you literally push on it, that'll make it make the light act differently. Are you saying that your finger pushing on it is bending light, or are you just affecting the material? Like, you're taking it. If you say that the magnet or whatever is affecting the light directly, when it's actually just affecting the medium, and the medium is what dictates the path of light,
right,
well, then it's kind of dumb.
It's hard to know exactly what's being said, because see, this is the first time anybody's ever showed it to anybody before. That's their
No, it's not.
No, that's funny, but he says that in the video so many times. He's like, my friend made this Ferrocell, so I'm the only one who has this. This is the first time this video has ever been shown to anybody. It's like 5 times the video.
There was a video made in 2016 that showed the same thing.
Their video showing the magnetic viewing film. So take a look at that and show me where light isn't being used in the way you say it is.
The magnetic viewing film is magnetic. So the magnet is affecting the magnetic viewing film, and then the light passes through that film. The magnet never directly interacts with light. It only directly interacts with the film. The film then interacts with light. It is an indirect thing.
Well, that's so. Before I just want to say, now that Jason and you guys are here, I actually just wanted to also reiterate. Like I said, the main video was the one where it's the relative motion and magnetic redshift and blue shift, and how, like I said, his claim that this is what actually we're viewing when we see redshift and blue shift. It has nothing to do with what we think it is. It has to do with this kind of bullshit. I was going to see what you guys think about that too. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Dysel. Do you want to respond?
So just something off topic. I just posted a video I came across recommended to me, and I think you guys will like it really, really well, a lot.
You mean the Electric Universe Thunderbolts project?
Yeah. Kind of just seemed. I just joined, so obviously not on topic, but it's one of those videos you come across, like one out of very few videos, and it's like, well, a guy who's oh fucking hell, I forgot what his thing is now. He's a cartographer, but he's a geometer cartographer. So he doesn't do cartography; it's just to do with geometry. But yeah, looked really interesting, and that's it, really.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Dinosaur's still here, but I was curious what you guys thought about the that ferrocell and the redshift and blue shift. I thought it had something to do with it moving towards the edge and sort of compressing, and that's really the only reason you see the difference. Although I'll tell you, whenever in his video, like he says, blue. It's like blue and red. Maybe he can see it there in person, but it doesn't really look like it's changing that much.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, it was quite hard to make out the color and differences within the video. Yeah, he might possibly have a better perspective being live versus what we're picking up on the camera. But he did he did touch on how it was more of a greenish hue than anything, referring to the blue shift. But
I mean, you can definitely see that. You can see it change. You can definitely see a it's brighter, you know, and that kind of thing.
Okay, so dice love. So does Kosho win?
There's no winning or losing, dude.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well,
honestly, I appreciate Dice Slow, and I mean, I appreciate Jeremy when he brings shit up. Dice Slow brings his shit up, and he says that shit's like, you know, something to learn in the process. So.
Okay, how about this? So dice slow. Do you take it back?
God damn it, dude.
I don't think there's anything to take back. It's
what the fuck, bro?
Okay, let me ask a question, Dicelo. Does a CRT shoot electrons or light?
Well, I don't subscribe to electrons, so I think that's.
But how does the CRT work?
Yeah, I don't believe in discrete charge carrying particles, and certainly none that terminate in the vacuum of space. I think this is all just phantasm.
Except they're affected by magnets as a charged particle would be. So there's that.
I don't believe there is any discrete charged particles in the universe, and something, you know, that's tradition.
So,
Anybody that
how does the CRT?
anybody
Sorry,
that
go
put
ahead.
large unshielded speakers next to a TV back in the 80s and 90s knew that this happened.
Yeah, but I mean, what is a speaker consistent of? Isn't it like a giant magnet?
Magnet. Yeah. Yeah. That's why we knew that magnet affected the CRT. But you could put them next to your projection TV.
Well, I mean, the thing is with the magnet and the CRT tube set, the magnetic field certainly affects that the screen, you know, and what you're seeing. But it does it at such a distance that's unaccountable in any other circumstances. We can only pick up a reading within a certain proximity of a magnetic field. However, we can see
what?
What's that?
What reading?
Like a Gauss reading.
Okay.
Whereas,
but sorry, you were asked the question: if a cathode ray tube doesn't shoot electrons at a phosphorus screen, what is being projected onto that screen?
Let me see what Ken has to say about that, because he definitely has something to say about that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he has more to say about it than 70 years of television manufacture.
Mm-hmm.
I know you have reverence for him, Dice Slow, and I can respect that, but you can at least admit that he's a pretty arrogant person, or at least the way he talks is very arrogant, right?
Yeah, he can be very upsetting when listening to him and how he kind of comes off. So
he's smarter than everybody in the world almost.
Well, yeah, I mean, he definitely has like an arrogance to him, but I've kind of learned to look past that and just really focus on what's. But I definitely can see where you're coming from with you know, having a hard time digesting what someone's telling you in the manners at which they're putting it, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that, you know, the hubris or whatever, but certainly, you know, that being said, could we just dismiss everything that Richard Feynman says because of his hubris, right?
All right. Although I wouldn't say that's and even. Yeah, okay. I'll go ahead and give it to you then. I'm not, because I'm offended by the fact that you just even compared the two, but at the same time, I agree with you that it's a part, like even with Ken Wheeler, it's a personal flaw within myself to have a bias towards someone's personality and what they're trying to express. So
I guess I haven't seen enough Feynman to think he was very had a lot of
yeah, I'm
cleavers.
deeply offended by the comparison, but it's whatever.
Yeah.
As long as like the truth is what matters and people know that they'll eat crow, right? Like everyone's going to be wrong regardless. So you can ignore, you know what I mean? You can ignore all the attitudes and assume people could be wrong. You just try to make sure you repeat, you know, but if someone's on that team, so if this, what I'm saying is that's the variable that would matter to me. I don't care how pompous and shit he is if he acts like he can learn shit or if he'll change or say he's wrong ever, that's what we should measure Uncle Fester by.
It really doesn't matter if he killed 10 people or he's lying, you know, whatever the case may be. If he's right about this, then he's right about it. Whatever he, you know, if he beats his wife or whatever he does is irrelevant.
And also keep in mind that we took heliocentrism, which is the product of the Greeks, you know, and Romans, who were, you know, these Greek catamite pedophiles, you know, doing all sorts of weird, debauched, orgiastic, you know, shit in their culture. You know, you take the meat, spit out the bones, and unless this doctrine is going to.
That argument I will not accept because it's like Mendeleev gave us the periodic table, but he was a drunken fucking Russian. So, but there's really no evidence that he was a drunk because that's just a generalization about Russians, right? So to make a generalization about Greeks and then make a claim about the science they gave us, there's no evidence that any of the people like Pythagoras or any Greek that we get the information from that they were these sort of
I mean, even the father of rocketry, Jack Parsons, was doing satanic rituals in the Ordo Templarianus, you know, doing his sex orgies and shit like that. I mean, even Einstein was purportedly, you know, with his cousin, if you have a problem with that. And also they said that he liked to diddle boys too and stuff like that. Kay Griggs talked about how her husband was diddled by Einstein and his clique back at Princeton or something like that. And so, you know, I mean, people have their foibles and stuff like that. I mean, it's just whether or not the knowledge is going to lead to boy diddling or, you know, whatever.
All right. Fair enough. Although it's not fair enough. I'm just trying to move along from that. Although I do want to say, you and I both know that fooling around with dudes, there's nothing wrong with that. And you and I also both know, well, maybe you and I both don't know this, but I happen to know that it's a very common thing in Jewish it's not uncommon for Jews to marry cousins. Okay, it's just
well, the main thing with that is whether or not, you know, boy diddling or not, whether or not it's a pedophilic boy diddling where the boy isn't even, you know, of age versus, you know, adult gay people in consensual sex. That's something else. But even beyond that, it's whether or not God is the one who gets to give us the prescriptions of sexuality, gay, straight, bestiality, necrophilia, or whatever. So there's a bunch of different issues even with that. But back to the knowledge, you know, if the knowledge that these people give doesn't lead to those practices, okay, then what are we talking about?
Yeah, I agree. And then, although that's already been settled, because I'm just said Uncle Fester, Magnetic Fester, who cares about his tattoos or the way he talks? We're just looking at the facts, and that's why again I'm just curious what some of you other guys thought about the red shift blue shift video. What you would how you would describe what's happening in that video with the light. Or maybe you haven't seen it. I reposted it 15 minutes ago, but
it's been years since I've seen it, and I'm working, so I don't really have the ability to go back through and rewatch it. So
fair enough.
Remember, gentlemen, we're intellectuals. We're not going to get distracted by this ad hom nonsense. Let's talk about the point at heart and just let's with the facts, okay?
Yeah, I don't know, but did Jace or I don't know if you were here earlier, Chucky, or if you saw it. I know. I mean, you were here. I heard. I woke up, heard you were here, but I don't know if you saw it. But yeah, Jason, Gummy. I don't know if you guys had seen it or I don't know if you how you would describe what's happening there. But the plate, the ferrocell plate, and the redshift and blueshift. Are you still here, Gummy? Jay seems like he might be busy if he's typing. He's in okay, yeah, cool. Oh, Sam's not in here. What do you know about redshift and blueshift, Lemon? Or did you already leave too? True that, Jace. I mean, I don't know if you're still here, Jeremy, but when I was digging into redshift and blueshift last night, and because I really wasn't sure what those Z values and how they apply to the the actual velocity, but when I dug into it, it's actually pretty interesting and somewhat simple as well. But it just depends on what model of the universe. It depends on what model of the universe you use. It's going to depend on what that value, how that value relates to the velocity. But I don't know why you had a problem with the so-called, the 2 times the speed of light velocity, which is not observed, right? That's obviously not observed. It's implied. But yeah, you had an issue with that. Of course, you're not here either. Tell us your paralogisms? That sounds fucking disgusting. He's so funny, dude. No one has ever seen this in any video ever. No one's ever seen this. So that's literally what is that? You know, it's funny. I'm looking at the comments on this video. Somebody said something very similar to what I said about the compression, and somebody else is saying that it has to do with the thickness. The thickness is in there in some places and others. Something called oh yeah, okay. Hold on. I wonder if this is true, but somebody brought up like an oil slick, and I know that has to do with that does have to do with the thickness. I don't know if that. So I don't know if it's more to do with the compression or more to do with the thickness of the fluid or of the I guess the fluid. Hey, what do you think, Pazizzle? You know a little bit about redshift, blue shift. Do you see this video that was posted at 1:46 my time? It's called First Time Ever Seen Relative Motion, Magnetic Redshift, and Blue Shift. It's also in the title. I didn't realize that. It also says it in the title. First Time Ever Seen.
I'm looking.
Did you say something, Pazizzle? I don't know why I can't hear.
One sec. Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, sure.
My bad. I was using a different mic. I'm in the video. It's like 19 minutes though.
Yeah, you could actually. I mean, it's probably best if you don't listen to him talk. But yeah, if you want to listen to him, it's fine. But I can tell you right now, it's a ferrocell, which is basically something he says his friend invented, but it's just a two plates, I think, with a ferrous material in there, and it looks like there's a LED light around the edge of it. So yeah, there's obviously a relationship between the material in there and the magnet that he has below the plates and the light. In my opinion, I think in actuality is the light is just traveling through the medium, just like it does in any medium. And that's what you're observing.
Yeah, so far it's more along the lines of what you're saying than any kind of.
Ultimate claim is about redshift and blue shift, though, because he's claiming that as he's moving it, there's redshift and blue shift.
Here, I'm watching. I'm watching.
Yeah, but so you can see that when it goes to the edges, it's blue shifted. When it's away from the edges, it's red shifted, and that kind of makes sense if the edges are a little bit thinner in thickness. Because if you go thinner, the blue light will be the big factor, and if you go larger, the red light will be the big factor.
So you think, because I said earlier about compression, and then I see in the comments that somebody brought up the compression, and then somebody else brought up the thickness. Do you think it has to do more with the compression or more with the thickness? You mean the red and blue shift specifically? The effect that he's getting in this thing, the effect that's happening specifically in this video, like how it's how it does this closer to the edges. Do you think the color changes
I think
with the thickness?
Just as based on the little thing I can see of what he's doing, because it's literally just one magnet doing it once, essentially. I would say it's mainly the thickness that are on towards the edges. It appears to be less thick. But of course, since I don't have this thing in my hands, I can't say for sure. But that's what it appears to be for me.
Are you busy, Gummy?
Not very.
All right. I posted a paper I came across last night because Grim brought it up last night, so I was trying to look into it. Hold on. It's I'm gonna post it again. It's a paper. It's a paper over. It's called Plasma Redshift Cosmology Review. The abstract really says a lot. Actually, when I read this the first time, I told Grim that it sounded like Grim wrote this abstract because it says everything Grim's been saying for a long time, basically just claiming that Big Bang cosmology, general relativity, all these ideas, the lambda, CMD model of the universe, all these things are all false. Black holes is all fake, and it's all that can be explained by this plasma redshift, which they say can be repeated in the lab and been shown, demonstrated in the lab and everything. They're pretty huge claims, but yeah. I started reading it last night, but it's making so many incredible claims that it's like I would really have to I probably have to study in the entirety of Electric Universe and the evidences to really make an opinion about it.
Yeah, I don't think this is demonstrating. Oh shit! I don't think it's demonstrating Doppler at all. It's just, I think it's this guy's observing a different effect.
That's what I
Maybe
was saying,
yeah. Maybe the ferrofluid or whatever fluid he's using. The closer it gets to the edge of the petri dish, it might have some kind of like rebounding, or I don't know, like the light bounces off of the edge of the petri dish, creating a semicircle. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
As you
That's
pull
actually also a possibility.
Yeah, like because the light source isn't traveling towards the observer or away from the observer. It's just traveling left and right, and it's the same distance. So like to get a Doppler or I do get what he's saying though. Like as you move the magnet closer to one edge, you do see the redshift pattern, as in it's a bunch of barriers stacked on top of one another, and then on the other end you got barriers that are spread more apart. So that is kind of the same look, like, but that's just a result of the position of the petri dish and being able to visualize the magnetic fields, you know?
Hey, have you Gummy or anybody, have you guys ever heard of a photon width?
Photon width, yeah. I mean, like just in passing here, like while we were, like, what's the circumference of a photon?
It's in this paper, the one about the plasma redshift. Actually, the title of the section is called "The Importance of the Photon Width." I've never heard that term before.
I mean,
I don't think they have any physical width, like.
Wait, yeah, there's supposed to be all subatomic particles are.
Well, no. So the whole. I think what that's what's the word? What that's referring to is when essentially when you look at like a diagram of a photon, or not a diagram, like one of those animations of a photon, you see the waves essentially, and they only go in one direction, like up, down, and then the other one goes left, right. And I think they're talking about, what's the width of that?
Wouldn't that just be the wavelength? Oh, I know.
No. So with that, the problem with that thinking is that that's thinking of it in a two-dimensional way. That's not how it looks like in reality. That's just a graphing of the electromagnetic and the magnetic intensities.
Well, then wouldn't its width just be? Wouldn't that just be the distance that it's propagated to? Like if
I wouldn't even say that. Like the only thing I would say is what's the width. Oh, well, maybe in that. So, for example, if you talk about what's the width of a wave, well, you'd that's kind of hard. You can kind of weird to define it that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just it's weird. It's just what I'm saying. It's like a weird attribute thing. I don't understand what the attribute. What it's just what it's describing. I mean, it has a term. I mean, it's got there's a term for it, and it says, okay, because actually I know this number. It says, okay, it says the incremental change in the photon width is then this equation where this symbol is equal to 6.266 times 10 to the negative 24, and that's that's Planck's constant, isn't it?
Sounds like it, yeah. Planck length? No, the Planck.
I think it's Planck's. That's the H, the Planck's constant. Or I think. I mean,
yeah. So it's not quite. So Planck's constant is 6.62. And then it's times 10 to the minus 34.
Well, this one's 6.266 times 10 to the negative 24.
Yeah, so it's very similar because it's you only shift if you shift one of the sixes and then you add 10 to the negative 10 to the exponent, but it's not that. So it's something else.
It says and then it says that, and then it says that is the classical width as well as the quantum mechanical width of photons penetrating and interacting with the electron plasma. I just don't know what they mean by photon width. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm trying to, because like I said, it's hard to make an opinion about the entire claim, but it obviously it's compelling to people like Grimm, to completely dismiss redshift and blue shift and black holes and stuff like that. But I have to actually understand it before I can even make an opinion about it. Because like I said, that it's difficult whenever they're using ideas or terms that don't really make sense, in my current paradigm, right? Like I don't understand what photon width is.
I posted a link of the effect.
I was reading this.
Yeah. So I think as the magnetic field, like as the lines get closer to the edge of the petri dish, it's creating some kind of filter where blue light is more easily able to pass through, and then on the other end, red light.
I saw in the comments somebody else brought up like an oil slick, and so I guess that would imply that this thing that this guy's created is probably something really thin, like probably between two thin plates or something like that.
Oh yeah, the little thing he made, the first time ever seeing, the video you posted, it's definitely like you can consider it like a coin in a nice case. So it's like ferrofluid inside of two petri dishes, like a sandwich. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This paper you linked has a lot of things in it that they're claiming to be completely different.
Absolutely.
Like they're claiming things like that Compton scattering reduces by a different factor than we're used to. They're saying that like the Hubble constant, they correct the Hubble constant, and
Well, the
like
Hubble constant isn't that's currently there's a disagreement already though, right?
yeah. Let's see what else they do.
Because there's two numbers, aren't there? There's two numbers for the Hubble constant, because two different investigations or whatever. I mean, it's not that far off, but it's not close either. Isn't it one like 66 kilometers per second per megaparsec or something like that?
I really don't know. I really don't know the number of it.
I just know that there's two different numbers. There's like a disagreement. And see, that's the thing. The thing that's compelling to me, okay, is the collections of evidences that give you the same that point at the same answer. Like I like the crossword puzzle thing. I don't remember who said this a while ago, but I was thinking about it the other day, and it really is like a crossword puzzle where the puzzle's not complete, but you have to be confident in some of the answers that we have because they correspond with the other answers. You know what I mean? Like they correspond with the up and down, the left and right. So the Hubble came up with that shit like 80 years ago, but ever since then, its own it corresponds with the distances that people are today measuring, and it's not like they're only using redshift to find the distance. That they'll use standard candles and see that the redshift is corresponding with how far it is.
Yeah, it's definitely, that's a good way to put it. I like the crossword analogy.
Yeah, because it's not incorrect to say that we could be wrong about things, but the amount of things that fit together, to say that everything is wrong would be it wouldn't be impossible, but it'd be unthinkable.
And also, some people would show, some scientists would be able to show the difference between an observed effect and then what should happen based on the observations, and they can kind of perform the same experiment, and if the first observations were faulty, then they'd be able to say that those observations were something else. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. So if you have the ability to do that, then that's not wrong to do. Yeah, if you can show that that's kind of what this guy Magnetic Fester is doing. If we're trying to do, if you can show that this thing that is observed somewhere can be explained by something else, I think it's important to show that, so that way you can actually isolate the two and find out which one it is.
Yeah.
However, I think that he's grasping that he's too confident in what he's showing being the same as what we're observing, when they're not even they both involve colors and light, but I don't know.
Yeah, they're not the same effect.
Well, he says he brings up how gravity is actually just what is it called? It's called incoherent magnetism, basically. I forget exactly the words put together, but incoherent magnetism, and he says that's all that it is. That's what gravity is. But if you actually look at what an incoherent magnet is, like if you have a collection of those buckyballs, which I think he did at one point, like he had those little tiny ball magnets, and then put them in a clump, and you end up with this thing that is a incoherent magnet. if you get close to the surface of that thing, of all those little balls, each of them has fields. Like there's fields and poles. Like there's poles in that magnetic field going in different directions, and that could be measured if that was happening somewhere, because you would have gravity doing different things close to the surface that you could actually observe. You know what I mean? So it's not even.
I get you. All those magnetic fields kind of align. Like if you had a mass of buckyballs and then you took one little ball and then you like connected it to the mass, the little ball would reorient itself north south, like with the mass of, right? Like so it's not like they're completely diverging. Like north is north on that mass and south is south. Yeah.
Well, no. I think what's happening is, so I don't think there is a collective north and south, because the magnetic ball will attract to that ball and look like it's going almost anywhere. But when it gets close to it, you're right, it'll orient itself based on kind of the local, like the ones that are next to it or whatever. And I think you'd be able to measure that if you were able to get down close to the surface and measure the fields around them.
And you can take those balls and make a cube, right? Like they will orient themselves perfectly. Like, yeah.
You could, exactly. Okay, I was talking about like if you just like randomly clump it together, but you can do that, make all different shapes and actually have them polarized. Yeah.
But yeah, when it is clumped together. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's just problem that I'm kind of getting with this paper is they can't really explain blue shift that well. And for example, here's one quote from the paper that to me already sounds like so handy. So he says that that as photons exit the sun, they are they get redshifted by the plasma. And then he says, but during their travel to the Earth, the gravitational redshift is reversed. Without stating any reason why, he's just saying that during the travel to Earth, the gravitational redshift is reversed.
That just doesn't make sense. Especially because redshift and blue shift is kind of based on like relative, where you're viewing it from and shit like that.
It's based on motion. So like 1 year you can observe a star and it'll be like slightly blue, for example. And then like 10 years later, if you observe the star again, your measurements will show that it's like slightly less blue, and it's already like distanced itself from you. So basically what you're measuring is the width of the you're measuring the like distance between the photons. It's hard to explain, but if you're blowing up a bubble of like a soapy bubble, like you can stretch that bubble out and make it really, really thin. Like you're looking at the bubble, the water and the soap. The distance between the molecules of the water and the soap, as those distances expand, that's what causes the shifting. So as they expand and get wider apart, it shifts like more red. I explain it by saying like blowing up the balloon and you can see that the color of the balloon stretches and it gets lighter and lighter. So the thing that causes the color is the distance between the particles.
You said something though last night that I'm not sure if I understand it the same way. But then again, I guess I'm not. I don't know. I don't know the truth of it. But what you said about redshift. We talk about redshift, and you talk about photons and how they don't actually grow apart. Like as they move away from let's say a star is in the Andromeda Galaxy or something. As a photon, as the light is moving from the object, there will never be a gap in between them, such that like something could go in between, so such that the light would go around some object or something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But I don't understand. I always understood it as being that like, let's say you were trying to receive a photon from that star, you had an antenna. As you move far away from it, you would receive a certain amount of photons, and then eventually you'd move to a point where you'd only be receiving one photon from that distance, and then you move further from there, and then you would only have a likeliness or probability of receiving a photon, meaning that you have meaning that they're basically spread out enough to actually they are going around you. But I guess even from there, you still have a probability of receiving one. So yeah, I guess maybe
you're always
right
there's never a spot where you could get between the photons. So that the thing that what you'll get is you're getting hit with a front line, but it's constantly being replenished. Like, it's coming out of the stars and out of the sun at a steady rate. But yeah, as the distance increases between photons, like as they get further away from their source, there's never a spot where you could be between. So if it starts off as a bright white light, as the distances increase, you'll get more red coming through. Like you're basically what I'm trying to say is, if you visualize it like the balloons or the bubbles or like basketballs, for example, like being blown up. If the star is really close, it's like getting hit with a thick rubber basketball. But like, if the star is further and further away, it's like the basketball, you're getting hit with a very thin beach ball, So like it's expanded to such a degree that the walls of the ball are much thinner. So it is a constant wall of light, though. Like,
well, that balloon example might be a good one, because the balloon gets translucent as you blow it up.
Yeah, exactly. And there's never a point where you could like stick a needle in the balloon and be like, oh look, I've put the needle in between the molecules and I'm not popping it. Just like light. So there's never a point where you could be between any rays of the star and just like miss it.
But that's what I'm saying, though, because there is a distance, like I said, where you start receiving less and less, and then you receive just one, and then beyond that distance, you only have a probability. And so I guess from that distance where you're only getting a probability, you can miss it, but I guess you also still have, say again?
I say you're not seeing less. Like you're constantly being barraged by the same amount of photons, and you're just seeing a less of a wavelength. So the further away,
is the light from every star in the universe basically that isn't blocked?
Yeah,
basically hitting us, but there's not enough for us to detect.
Yeah, exactly. It shifts out. Yep, exactly.
But I still have a problem with that then too. I have a different problem with that then, because from what I understand about redshift and blue shift, that's a product of basically trying to conserve the energy at the same time as it moving away or closer to you, the same way like a Doppler effect type thing, where it's moving away from you. And but if there's a stationary object and we're stationary in reference to us, so let's say we're stationary in reference to some star and we see it a certain amount of brightness and a certain color. If we then move away a really far away distance, much farther away, and then we're stationary again in reference to that object, but we're just further away, we would see the same. And if we forget about the expansion of space, we would see the same wavelength, wouldn't we?
No, yeah, you would notice that the first measurement was brighter, and then the second measurement, when the Earth, moved or whatever, and then you became stationary again, you would see the shift. So you'd be able to measure that distance that you traveled. So it's not like the Doppler effect where it has to be a moving sound or a moving observer. Like when you take the measurement, you can calculate the distances between the initial one and the second measurement.
And you're saying that's without the expanding space.
Yeah. So basically, you've already moved. If you move, like, say, however many thousand light years or whatever, you're basically moving towards the edge of the bubble. Like you're moving, or like this never-ending bubble, right? The bubble is like an onion. It's kind of always reinforcing. More light is always coming from the center. But basically what you're doing is you're repositioning yourself so that you'll see light that's been shifted even more.
Like I said, I don't have I'm willing to adjust what I understand, but I just don't understand it that way. But I mean, I could be wrong. I always the way I understood it was always that, let's say you take out the expansion and you take out any movement, that the wavelength should be consistent. But
no. I mean, if you're talking about like repositioning yourself, you're basically going further away. So you have to picture a wider band. You're moving to a position where the photons are supposedly more like spread out.
Sorry, I've been only half listening in. Wait, sorry. Are you picking me up?
Yeah, we can hear you, Gummy.
Okay, sorry. I'm only half picking up. Are you saying that you experience blue shift and red shift simply from distance? Is that your claim?
Yeah. It's caused by the distance. Yeah. So if you move, how about if you move away from the star, and the star is fixed and you're fixed, you'll be able to measure how much you moved based on the color now. Like the color shift.
Well, no, that would only be the intensity changing, not the color.
Well, the color, the intensity and the color it's like that's the intensity and the color changes as you increase your distance or decrease your distance to the light source.
So you can change your intensity without changing color.
I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, for example, if you have a 5 megawatt laser, it's green. It's going to be very bright, but it's still going to be green. And then you can get a 10 megawatt laser. It's still going to be green, but it's just going to be brighter. It's the same wavelength, the same color, but they're different intensities.
And more distant stars don't appear blue, do they?
Yeah.
No. That's the thing. Well, not blue, but red. But they do for a different reason, though. More just like you can detect the distance based on redshift and blue shift, but that's only because of the expansion of the universe.
Yes. And those are relative terms. So bluer and redder. So if you were to move closer to it, it would get either bluer or redder, depending on what
Okay, can I ask what are you basing this knowledge of? Because that's contradictory to anything I know.
Well, what do you know exactly? Like this is called red.
You're saying bluer is closer? Sorry, redder is bluer is closer, you're saying?
Red means it's traveling towards you, and then sorry, red.
But I thought you were saying
you're conflating. Yeah, you're conflating Doppler redshift, as in moving towards or away, with just distance, sheer distance.
So
Yeah, are you
red
saying
would
Doppler
mean,
is correct or is not?
but they're not the same effect. Like redshift and blue shift isn't the same effect as Doppler. No,
They're loosely related, but yeah, it is true. It's true that cosmological redshift is not exactly the same thing as Doppler, but it's only because it includes more nuances.
But you are saying it is similar. You're still saying it's moving towards you, not just the distance.
He's stating what he's saying is about stationary objects, and the distance is changing, and then
So
observing stationary objects. But
okay, so let
they're
me
they're
make
not.
up an example so that we're clear what we're saying. Let's just say we have Earth, and it's 100 light years away from a star, and we're looking at that star. If we then magically teleport to double the distance, 200 light years, what will be the difference in the light we observed in the first place versus the second place, assuming there is, like I said, we instantly teleport, so there's no moving, and 2, there is no expansion of the universe. What do you think would happen to the light?
it would. I would expect it to get. It would be more blue relative to the first observation.
And what are you basing that on?
Red shift and blue shift, like the frequency and wavelength.
But why does frequency change with distance?
Why does frequency change with distance?
Yes, isn't the redness or blueness have to do with the frequency of the light?
It has to do with photons having no mass, and they don't decrease or increase in speed. So what they do is they split and become wider bands.
I am sorry for just saying this, but all it seems to me is that you have a misunderstanding of what blue shift and red shift is and what happens over large distances.
Well, explain to me the what happens, man. Go ahead. I mean, I'm listening.
Over a static distance with no expansion of the universe, there is no mechanic by which the color would change. The intensity would drop by the inverse radius squared, as we observe, but that won't have any effect on the actual color of it. It won't redshift it or blue shift it. It's merely the intensity that changes. However, in our current... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're about to say what I was going to say.
I was just saying, within our current model, however, we believe that the universe is expanding in a certain way, and therefore, because the light is essentially moving through an expanding area, it will have a red shifting going on and blue shift. It depends, but
actually, yeah, you're right then in a sense, yeah.
Yeah. So the only reason by which we have the red shifting in at least our model, of course, you can present another model, but the only explanation for it is because of the expansion of the universe. Right. It doesn't have to do with distance alone. It is only because it's also expanding over that distance.
So in a sense, you're right, except for the fact, like it's basically that observation. Basically, if we didn't have the expanding universe idea at all, then we would come to the conclusion that you'd come to, because that is what we observe. We observe that further away objects do appear redder. However, that's why we have that idea that is expanding, because there has to be some movement, despite the fact that
So okay, red shifting and blue shifting happens. Period. With it between stars and between galaxies, it happens. The expansion of the universe can be observed by observing stars red shifting and blue shifting. We can observe that, but that's not what causes red shifting and blue shifting, the expansion of the universe. It's just the farther away a galaxy or a star is from you, the more space the light has expanded into. But I do get what you're saying. The expanding universe and the point where we can. That's how we measure that it's expanding, is by the stars in the very distances shifting. And we're not measuring the space they're shifting. We're measuring the distance between us and the stars. So we're never actually going outside of our universe.
So can I ask you then, by what mechanism does redshift and blueshift happen? What's the actual mechanism that makes it happen?
See, I mean, I've tried to explain it several times, and
I understand.
It's
your
really
explanation.
But as far as I hear, you're simply saying that over distance it happens. You're not giving the mechanism by which it happens.
So as you were to blow up a balloon, you can say you have a really dark blue balloon, and this is the colors in this example. It's all metaphorical here. It's all just for analogy. If you blow up a balloon and it's a dark blue balloon when you start, like the more and more you blow up this balloon, the more light blue it'll get, and the more the material of the elastic material stretches and the rubber stretches. So if we compare that to light expanding away from its source, like expanding away from the sun in a full bubble around the sun, as this edge of the balloon gets wider and wider apart, the parallel rays of light, we say, they're very, very close to parallel. They keep diverging away from one another, right? Like two photons that are at the surface of the sun that are very close to each other are like kilometers apart when they reach, Earth. Right? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, but so that explains intensity. It doesn't explain anything about the wavelength.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is what fills in the space between those as the photons diverge away from the sun, there's always more and more light in between those photons. There's never a gap. What causes that is the splitting of photons and the shifting. I can't even explain that part.
Yeah, Gummy, do you
So
understand?
who
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask who champions this theory other than you?
Who champions this theory?
Yes.
Nobody. It's not like a thing that's championed.
Okay.
We're trying to explain what causes the shifting in the color. Shifting. And that's the gap that's being created by the diverging rays of light.
I guess I'm slow. I still don't understand why the frequency would change.
Can we? Yeah. So can we compare it to waves for a second, and you can say if this isn't an apt, if this is not an apt analogy. If I have a wave, and let's say I have a stick that I'm dipping in and out of the water. Now I'm doing this at a specific frequency. Now, no matter how far away I get, the frequency at which it arrives to me is going to be the same. However, the intensity of it will have diminished.
Yes. So, you're saying the crests and the troughs will be more wide, and but what you're looking at when say you're dipping this stick inside of a pool or whatever, and the waves are propagating away from the stick, right? So that would be the source.
Yeah.
The further and further away you got from the source, you would be getting hit by a very, very thin ripple in the water, correct?
Yeah, but the frequency would
The frequency, yeah. So the rate at which you're getting hit by these light photons is the same always, because it's coming out at a constant rate. But you're getting hit with a smaller crest and a smaller trough. And what the small crest and the small trough, that's what. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but so what that correlates to in light is that the wavelength is the same, because wavelength and frequency are very tightly correlated.
Yeah.
But the intensity is different.
Yeah.
So we'll have the same color, but a different intensity of that color.
Yeah. So now we know that the waves will be, the crests and the troughs will be smaller as they hit you from the origin point, right? If you're far away from the center. But what also, not only is it a smaller crest and trough, but you're getting hit with the same frequency. It's a smaller crest and trough, and also it's a wider band. You're getting hit by a tiny piece of a giant circle. Whereas if you were closer to the stick, you'd be getting hit by a lot more of this. Do you understand how many degrees we're talking? Like,
well, I get what you're saying, but this is where I'm saying that I think you have a misunderstanding, because the amplitude of the wave peaks, that only correlates to the intensity, not the color. The color stays the same, the intensity is different.
Yep. And we also have to visualize the x-axis. So you're thinking only y, crests and troughs. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you call that, okay, if you call that x-axis, the frequency is the same, the amplitude is different in the water wave example. But the frequency is what determines the color. So the frequency stays the same, does it not?
No, the frequency isn't determining the color. The frequency is constant. It's always coming out of the star at the same, relatively the same rate.
Frequency is wavelength. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong. Like the distance between the crests and the two crests as they hit you.
Is the
but
frequency.
We also, so we also have to think.
My head hurts.
So this wave is coming at you. This wave is coming at you. You're not looking at it as a cross section.
Yeah.
Right. The whole wave is getting bigger and wider. It's expanding.
Yes. So the smaller crests hit me at the same frequency as they would have the larger crests.
Yep.
But if I move towards it, I'm going to be hit faster at a higher frequency. And if I move away from those waves, lower frequency. What?
No. The frequency is the same. If you move closer to the source, you're just getting hit by bigger waves. But if you move away from
as I move closer, I'm saying as I move closer, I'm swimming towards that stick. The waves hit me faster because I'm also traveling to them.
Oh, okay. As you're traveling,
increases.
Yeah. If you're traveling,
and the amplitude increases. Yes. As I'm traveling. Yeah.
But if you're standing still, how do you measure that's the whole thing. If you're standing still, you're getting hit by the same frequency, and depending on the distance away from the source, you're getting hit with different amplitudes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Same frequency,
different amplitudes, and also the band, like the entire thing. You're looking at a giant. Depending on how far away you get from the stick bobbing up and down in the water, you're looking at a much bigger ring.
So
as the rings expand, that's why the intensity of light changes from white and shifts down.
No, but hold on, because you're correlating intensity to color. That's where you're completely wrong. Intensity and color are not they're not correlated that way.
I get what you're saying. The intensity never changes. The frequency of light that's shooting out of this thing is constant.
You're mixing up.
You're just at a
the frequency is constant.
Yeah, you're just at a point where the band is way wider. Yet it's solid. It's a solid band. Like it's never gonna be there's never gonna be gaps.
The band is not a wave.
Well, yeah. When I say band, I'm talking about like the wave, the front. We're talking about an expanding bubble of light from a source.
Let me ask you a silly question then. Why are you the only person championing this?
Well, fuck. Like, I mean, me and Kosho were just talking about like just the other day and how photons are massless and what happens when they reach those. What happens when they reach those distances? What fills in those gaps? There's never a spot like.
But again, when they reach those spots, the frequency doesn't change.
I agree with that.
Intense. Okay, but the frequency is the color. So how does the color change?
I think what we're describing. Okay, well, I'm not a scientist here, so I'm not describing it properly, and I might be describing it completely wrong. So we might be describing the same thing. Like when you say, "Oh, the color changes," like what is actually happening is the photons are filling in these gaps.
Okay, but that's the intensity. The intensity is diminished by half, right?
By half.
But the frequency does not change.
No, yeah, the frequency it's never changing, and that's what's peculiar. Is like you'll never, unless something is blocking the sun, you're never gonna be in between two photons. It's a wave, and as that wave gets bigger, it shifts.
Well, I'm a fairly big fella. I'm not ever going to get between two electrons.
So I'm posting a video here in Livestream text 1. I suggest you guys take a look at it. It's 58 minutes after the hour.
I'll stop championing this thing though.
It just seemed like you were agreeing with us, and then not.
Like I definitely agree. The frequency doesn't change. Like amplitude is changing, and then there's another thing, and I forget what that's called.
This also covers transverse versus longitudinal propagation, Kosho, if you were interested.
Awesome.
Wow, these flat earthers teaching you guys something. Such a beautiful thing to see.
Wait, what happened?
Light travels in a transverse wave, right?
Yeah. Well, waves are transverse movement. Yeah.
Not all waves, but light waves.
Well, yeah, we're talking about light, right?
Yeah, so light waves are transverse, but sound waves are compression waves.
Yeah, and of course, waves aren't things; they're just movement.
I'm just getting ready to walk to the store now. Thought you all should know.
Do you guys agree to have a wave? You have to have a medium.
Not necessarily.
Can you give me an example?
A changing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Pizzle.
Go ahead. I mean, oscillating frequency. It depends on the observer. Go ahead, Kosho.
I was just saying, the light, for example, it's the field. It's the propagation of the field that where the wave is existing. And a field in the medium. I don't conflate fields and mediums.
Well, no, you just say that fields are like a medium, but it's not the medium, basically. Like it's just a portion of what I call the medium. So I'm not conflating anything. I mean,
No.
you have to properly define fields if you were
I
going
don't
to.
say
And
that.
then your definition of field is a mathematical construct. So
No, it's not a mathematical construct. A field would be a description of some space in which you could give values to each point in space. Describing whatever. So let's say it's a magnetic field. That those values are describing the strength of the magnetic field and the charge and all that kind of stuff. Whereas a medium is some collection, whether it's a volume or space, filled with actual substance.
So you just invoked a mathematical description by saying values. So
Well, you don't have to use math to describe those. No. They could be you could be describing just a charge or whatever. But regardless, it's not just a concept because the field would actually exist there. Like magnetic fields would exist there without the mathematical construct.
Exactly.
Is it the better question to ask him how he describes fields without using math? More accurately than Kosho did?
Well, it's actually pretty difficult to define field. That's a great question. Like autonomous self-governing exchange of I want to say energy. Perpetual.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Energy would be equated to fields, or the dissipation of energy is what we often refer to as a field, or what should be referred to as a field.
Yeah,
So
and I would say like it's autonomous, perpetual.
When you say equate, you invoke math, and when you say diminishing, you also invoke math.
Actually, you're wrong. So equate used colloquially has nothing to do with math. If you want to just try to strawman me, I guess, but semantical arguments.
Can you show me math existing in nature?
No, we use math to describe nature.
Right, correct.
So
But
what a field is.
Fields.
A description is not an explanation, and the purpose of science is to explain, not describe. So mathematics and science are comparable to a degree, but they're entirely different when it comes down to this factor alone.
The purpose of science is just to understand. So part of that is describing, sure.
Well, can you explain without understanding?
No, but I can hear an explanation before I understand, and after the explanation, hopefully I do understand. And using math makes that explanation more clear, which makes it easier to understand.
I would agree. Math definitely helps within the explanation, but it's not the premise of an explanation.
Sorry, may I just interject very, very quickly? Witzik or Jeremy, can you go and have a chat with XO? He is majorly breaking the rules in chat.
No, I'm picking up food. I can't do any such thing.
I'll do it. Not really. Yeah. So, what was it? You said the field and. What I was going to say is, math. Some people kind of describe it as like math is like the language of nature or science, for that matter.
No, I don't agree with that.
Science explains, math describes. So when I ask you to explain what a field is, if you just invoke values and say space, an area in space, and you would basically be saying field synonymous with space until we mathematically describe it. That's not an explanation. That was my whole point.
We're going to let the record show that Austin Witzik doesn't agree.
Can you give me a timestamp on it? Like I'm at work.
Between 4:03 and 4:05 Eastern.
All right.
Well, let's call it 16:03 and 16:05 Eastern Standard Time on June the 6th. Or sorry, June the 3rd, 2022.
So
mathematical
descriptions aren't explaining what a field is.
Are mathematical explanations?
There's no such thing. Math describes, doesn't explain.
Well, yeah, I was just describing to you what a field was.
Well, you invoked math, though. So, like I said,
That's fine.
I understand. Yeah, what?
Are we allowed to use math here?
Well, not to explain what a field is, no. So this all started with me saying, I get it, you just conflate what a field is to a mathematical description. You said, no, I don't. And then you proceeded to lay forth
Well, I disagree with you. I disagree with you when you said that I don't. I tell you there's a difference between a field and a medium. And then you said that I don't. Yeah, you said that but I don't really tell you the difference between them or something like that.
No, I said that in order for you to say such a thing, you'd have to actually first properly define field, and all you do is conflate it to mathematical description. Then you proceeded to literally lay forth a mathematical description.
Can you use words?
You can describe two different things and show how they're different. Let's see what,
can you describe a tree using words? What's it?
Using math.
No, using words. Can you describe a tree for me?
Yeah, sure. Why not? What's your point?
Okay, so let's say you just did it. Are you saying that a tree is just words?
That you think this is a good argument?
Yeah. No, it's a terrible argument. Which is why yours is a terrible argument.
Refuting my point? No, see, my point is that to explain something is not synonymous with describing it. So whenever we ask what is a field, if you just go on to lay forth a mathematical description, that isn't explaining it. It's describing how you quantify the effects of a field. That doesn't explain what a field is.
It also answers the question.
If you want to know why is or how does, ask those questions.
I offered an actual definition, right? Perpetual, autonomous, self-governing exchange of energy. Do you disagree?
I disagree with what you just said, dude. That you just said that you asked what a field was, and then what was given to you was a description, which would have been the correct answer. Yeah.
No, it was a mathematical description. You said it's a point. It's an area in space that we add values to. So that's math.
And so you add values.
You want to know why a field is, or what a field does?
I want to know what a field is.
So that's a description of it. If you want to know why it is, that's an explanation for why it exists.
No. Explain as in
you're
what
really
it
not
is
good
and
with
how
words.
it works, buddy. How it works.
Okay, that's a different question than what it is.
Well,
if you want to know how it works, ask that question.
It depends on the field.
Do you guys think math defines things? And you guys think I'm dumb, and you think that you're showing that I'm dumb right now by saying math defines things?
No one's saying that. From this point forward, if you're going to repeat back what somebody said to you, repeat back what they said to you. Because nobody said math explains things.
Buddy boy.
Nobody said that though, Witsit.
Hey, buddy boy, don't say from this point forward like you have some type of control over me. You're deluded.
I don't have control over you, dude. It's a request. It's a fucking request, Witsit. Because what you're doing is rude, and it makes for a shitty conversation.
No, actually,
I'm going to change it.
Very calm.
From now on,
Chucky Brad Boy is over here squirting on his keyboard and couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. I came in here very calm, and I said, first of all, that waves are just a type of movements. So don't you agree that you require a medium to have a wave? And then you invoked, basically begging the question. You said no, light. And then you talked about a field, and then you said that I conflate field with medium. And I said no, I just think that you improperly define field, and you conflate it to mathematical description. None of this was me being anything, but then Chucky Brad Boy, the gammon that he is, came in and just immedely started ad-homing and trying his best to make it a big fight. So now you are trying to act like that didn't happen.
So thank you.
You don't need a recap, dude. For fuck's sake.
But thank you for the compliment. Writing on his keyboard.
So specifically, what I asked for is for you not to do your recaps anymore, because when you do them, you're not doing them accurately.
Well, you don't.
So regardless of how you recalled what happened, regardless for how you called what happened, how you recalled what happened, what I'm stating to you is you asked for a description and you were given a description. It wasn't a mathematical description. It had math in it. But if you conclude the words values is math, regardless, this is what a field is. These are how fields are used.
Okay, so fields are not synonymous with... Oh, now it's the Gamma's turn to talk again. This is why I don't come anywhere near people like you, man.
Did you hear when I paused, jackass?
Well, I was going to respond to the comment to me, and as I started talking, it was your turn to talk over me.
So I stopped, bitch. Now go.
How quick calling each other names you do with
it.
Yeah.
So I came in here super chill.
Sorry, Farmers, whoever, I forget your name. Sorry. No, left lane. I stopped, and then he continued to bitch. So what is that? Go ahead.
Okay, so you guys are triggered. I'm sorry that I got a little upset. We'll calm down, okay? The point is that
Go ahead.
Oh my God, you are such a douchebag, bro. Oh, I called him a name.
Let's just continue. Come on, let's just continue.
He can't help it, dude. So anyway, the point is that waves require medium because waves are nothing more than a type of movement in a medium. If you have a wave of water, you don't have a wave without the water. Waves are a type of medium. You guys think that light is somehow the exclusion of that, somehow is excluded from that antecedent relationship. I'm saying that is impossible, and that is not how it works. In order to have a wave, you have to have medium. Therefore, that would make light nothing more than a type of movement within the medium.
Right, and that's what I was responding to. Go ahead, Chucky.
I was just going to say,
I know
can
that's
you
what you're
provide
supposed
what?
to, Crystal. I know what. Go ahead.
Can you provide the medium that that light travels through, and how you found it?
It's just the background medium. Just like if we make a vacuum chamber, there's still 0-point energy. Light still goes through it, in fact, more efficiently. The efficacy of propagation shows you that there's a medium. So,
right, and that's
what is it?
Real quick then.
But Kosho, I understand that we have a disagreement.
Hold on.
I appreciate Kosho's take because. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. I just said I'd like to make it fully, but you said the background medium. When you're saying background medium, I would just say that you're incorrectly attributing these terms to what would usually be attributed to what is considered a field, because a background medium implies that it's a background medium. Maybe there's no substance, which makes it sort of not a medium. It's only describing a field. And in the case of not just light, but in case of anything propagating through a field, it's the values which would be properties of the field, the values of the field itself, which are changing at points. That's what the wave is describing. It's describing the fluctuations in that field.
Which is why we tried to explain to you that science explains things, math describes things. We're trying to figure out what a field itself is to properly define it before we can actually have a conversation, which is the Socratic method. And I also understand that, again, you are at least closer to right because you acknowledge that quantum field seems to be the more valid take on things as opposed to the other takes of quantum mechanics. And I will give you that. But of course, the field is within the medium. That's where we differ and disagree. So
science uses mathematics to describe and explain.
Okay, but so I actually have to get out of here. That's the only reason I wasn't trying to take over the conversation or anything. It's just I only had a couple minutes to talk because I'm about to eat. But all I was trying to say is that, field's not even like agreed upon as a definitive definition in today's highest levels of academia, and it's typically conflated to mathematical descriptions of the effects. We're talking about what it is. It has to be perpetual exchange of energy. It's autonomous, self-governing. That's what a field actually is. So a magnetic field, right? Well, it's an autonomous exchange of energy. It's not some virtual exchange of photons or exchange of virtual photons. That's pseudoscience. But anyway, the point is that in order to have the wave itself, which is just a type of movement, waves aren't things in and of themselves. You have to have a medium, just like in every other type of experience or phenomena that exists. You guys claim that light is the one exception due to a materialistic confinement that cannot acknowledge the background medium because it destroys heliocentrism. So you can take it or leave it. I got to get out of here.
Before you go, can you give an example of a non-definitive definition?
Oh, man.
Just a quickie.
Right, that was a good one.
If you are out of here, then that's cool. I just say to you, if you're still here, and everybody else, that it's not true that fields are, misunderstood or not agreed upon or whatever in science or physics, because they have distinct definitions in physics. And
it's not a non-definitive definition, is what you're saying, Kosha?
It didn't land the first time, but I bet if you keep saying it, it'll become funny. All right, I'm gonna get out of here.
Oh, you're still here. Can you provide the example?
I just parked. I don't want to talk to you. I'd rather face plant to this gravel. But hey, Kosho, just so you know, I'm saying, yeah, you are right in the sense that you have to go towards quantum field to start to even try to explain anything. But just think about the difference in what we have. You think that there's nothing there, but then there are these little fields that are throughout all of the nothingness. And I'm saying that the field is nothing more than movement within the medium because nothing cannot exist. All right, peace out.
Everything is everything.
For a guy,
everything.
For a guy that doesn't like to be told what to do, he sure likes to tell you what you think, Osho.
Yeah, no. That's the only part that annoys me, and I know it didn't get across to him, but it does annoy me when someone tries to reiterate what you're saying, and and they do it in their own language as if you actually said that, and I didn't say any of those things.
And he didn't give us a very definitive definition.
No, Coach, you're not saying that.
Thank you, Don. You fucker.
I'll give you an easy one. You can replace the word energy with the word field. Pretty simple.
Yeah, but that's not entirely true, is it?
Yep.
Well, potential energy. How's potential energy described? I don't understand how that would make sense.
Let me pull up a quote here from Walter Russell. I gotta find it here. Is it Russell that said it?
Yeah, it's Walter
Give me a
White.
second, I'll find it.
Walter White, yeah.
WW.
You said you're goddamn right.
No, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if maybe you have an opinion on. Well, I guess you do. Obviously, have an opinion on that too. But I mean, I feel like fields are just explicitly described, or just explicitly described in physics, and probably for any science for that matter, but physics especially. And then, regardless of what type of field it is, they're then I don't think the definition changes.
Still looking for that quote.
It's like space time is a field.
Well, that's kind of a problem.
Matter is a field. That's it.
Well, that's a problem, buddy. When you're describing matter and when you're describing a medium, which is matter included, it has to do with substance. It's describing the substance in this space.
So substances matter.
That's right.
Only so matters the field. That's it. It's matter field.
Yeah, matter or fields and mediums aren't mutually exclusive.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, I'm not saying you can't have other fields, but the main field is matter, and then you can have little ones.
Well, no, but that's not what the fields would be.
Yes. Yes, it is.
So let's say you had let's say you have a collection of gas in a tank, and if you were describing the medium, you would be describing, what's in the tank, what the what's in the tank.
Pieces of gas. Yeah.
If you're describing the field, you'd have to define what field you're describing. Say, for instance, the velocity of each gas particle, and for that, there would be points in that. There would be points in that tank which would have no values at all because there's nothing there to be moving, so it wouldn't have a velocity. So already that conflation breaks down because you have space in that tank. You have spaces in that tank where there is no material, and you have spaces.
But you're talking about the velocity field.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying you can have your velocity field inside the main field, which is the matter field. Everything here is the energy/matter field.
Now you can have a field in a medium.
The material field. Because I claim that even the anything you're gonna say is a piece of a particle is a something is still a matter. So from my stance, it's all the big field. Now you can talk about the little things inside of it that are different measurements of certain attributes. But when you quantify all those other fields together, you have what's known as our reality and or the matter field. It's all that matters.
Fields propagate through matter.
All right, I think I found it. The motion towards charge, the ether, and potential, or as Russell put it, motion is the expression of power, and no expression of anything is that which expresses it. Yeah.
Coach,
the field is ab extra to the phenomena itself.
Say again, sorry.
The field is extra for the phenomenon itself. But Kosho, what I'm
I said ab extra.
Oh, say that again then.
I said like in the example of a magnetic field versus a magnet, the field itself is ab extra to the phenomena itself being a magnet.
Right. So, and that's, I guess, Coach Schwab's saying, like, you can have all your other little fields, but when they all added up together, you have the reality field with all the attributes that stand as they are.
Yeah, I don't know which one of those two responses I should
Well,
neglect.
his is more real.
Yeah.
Or more, his is more physics oriented than philosophy.
His involves words I have to look up. Yours involves something I need to smoke.
Nah, but seriously, the field of reality, right? Like if you add up all your other little fields, right? You'd call it the manifestation of reality. Like you're describing what's manifested in reality, right? Which in itself, that could be a whole field that could be graphed. Also, all the things pounded together, graphed out. It could look like some mathematical plotted graph. It could look like this. It could look like this simulation here.
Hey, so I don't know if you could read the chat, Don, but when DeWitz was talking, I just searched up field definition, physics, whatever, and Wikipedia, which is a fine source for things as simple as this. The very first sentence says, in physics, a field is a physical quantity represented by a scalar, a vector, or tensor that has a value for each point in space and time. That's a simple sentence. Full description.
So you agree with me?
Complete.
Right. There could be a reality field. Exactly.
Yeah. What I'm saying to you is that there's no substance needed. There's no medium necessary in this description.
You might want to read the definition.
Sounded authentic, but
you might want to read that definition slower, man. And then also remember, we're kind of philosophizing here, and you just had to do with it in physics. So it's like, hey, this is going to be what we say it is, and our limited viewpoint is as such. Like,
no, dude. What we're saying is, whenever people are disagreeing about terms, it's important to then define your domain so that you can isolate that from maybe other uses of that term. So whenever we're describing fields, it's important to make sure we're not talking about fields in a park or Jerry Seinfeld or anything. We're talking about field as it's defined in physics. So it's fine to do that.
Bro, it sounds like you keep wanting me to find some position where I say a field is not the pieces, but that's what I'm saying. A field is from which the pieces move. But I'm telling you, a field is also just the total of the pieces, whereas you try to pretend the field is there, whether there are pieces there or not. And
no, I'll give it to you then, Don. Because I understand what you're saying. So I'll give it to you.
No, don't Chinese finger trap me, bro.
It's not a Chinese finger trap, dude. That's that's what you use against Demok. I see what you're doing. I'm not using my Demok strategy with you. I'm agreeing with you, honestly. That it depending on what a field also depends on, it has to be defined what field you're talking about. You're talking about the electromagnetic field, or are you talking about the a temperature? So like if you have a map, you have a temperature or whatever. You're describing properties of particles in that situation. So that would be somewhat correct. So what?
Oh shit! This is a problem because science is doing exactly the opposite of what they say they're trying to do. They say this grand unified theory or grand unified field, so to speak, while simultaneously subdividing all phenomena into discrete fields. Like they're trying to say light's over here, magnetism over there, electricity's over here, and these are all separate fields, when that's completely wrong. They're not trying to look for the unifying factor while waving the flag that they are simultaneously. It's a fucking conundrum.
This is not true though. A unified theory is not a necessity or requirement, or it's not obligated for science to do that.
Blasphemy! Don't you speak such words.
some scientists would be looking for that. There's no committee, and it's not like the World Economic Forum where they say like, oh, we're battling, you know, climate change, and then they do another thing. It's not like there's a group of scientists like there are some scientists working on hydrogen engines right now. You know, there's some working on more efficient gas engines. It's just there is though like some kind of ceiling they reach where they get bought out, or they like something happens where their lab gets destroyed and their information gets lost. That might be a thing.
And I thought at first I was like, okay, this is kind of an analogy, but I'm not sure. It sounded like because with Die Slow is talking about the contradiction between these two things, where science is supposedly supposed to be, you know, finding a unified theory, but they're also isolating all these theories and fields or whatever. But the first part is not at all in a sense. That's not what science is trying to do. That may be what some certain scientists are attempting to do, and maybe other scientists predict can be done. But there's no obligation that has to be done, or that is a requirement of science to do. So yeah, isolating different fields and isolating things, that kind of would be a requirement to understanding things more successfully. If you want to. If you want to understand what an electric field is, it would be important to isolate it from a magnetic field and understand it. I don't understand why that's a contradiction.
There's a specialization that occurs. Like today, we specialize in these little fields. I get what he's saying there, and they're not trying to unify it. I get what he's saying, but the way like the education system works today is we're all specialized and compartmentalized, so we can't like unify these theories. But some scientists like are obviously they are they're allocating whatever the effects are to whatever. Like they're doing honest work. They're not going to say, oh, there's no A, so there can't be B. Like they just observe B. I don't know. I do get the compartmentalization and the isolation. Maybe isolation isn't the best word, and it's a specialization. Whereas we don't have Einstein today. We have like people that are very good in
Well, here's another definition from the same page. It says waves as fields.
The last guy was roboting, dude, and nobody told him. That's kind of rude.
Yeah, you're one of those people. I agree. That was really rude,
right
now?
I'm not roboting.
I know, but you're one of the people that you just fucking were criticizing who didn't tell me.
I couldn't get to my phone quick enough. I just finished up lunch, getting in my work truck and shit.
I was just about to say I had lunch today and I didn't interrupt you. And my exact words I'm holding were, Kosho, I had lunch. I'm not a robot.
Yeah, same here. I was getting in my work truck eating lunch too. That's the same exact reason.
You guys. No roboting.
Fuckers, man. Yeah, you were a robot in the position. I don't know if you still are.
Yeah, my bad. I was just separated. Like we are very specialized in today's education. We specialize in specific fields, whereas back like in Einstein's day, he was trying to unify and connect these theories and see like an overarching pattern. Today we're so specialized. I don't think
You broke up there
Sorry.
at the last bit, but yeah, I got the gist of what you were saying as far as all these studies being compartmentalized to where nobody can identify with one another, whether it be terms or methodology, due to this division.
Yeah, exactly. We're so specialized in these little fields. We have to kind of be jack of all trades with our education system, and then eventually you specialize in a field, and then you become an expert in one specific field.
Right, and then you have a bias due to the fact that you're heavily invested into a perspective that might not comport with reality entirely, but for some reason you've been, bona fide in your field of study to where it's like any contradiction towards what that camp that you are aligned with is, a contradiction is within that field would be it wouldn't be what's the word I'm looking for, advantageous, right? It would be discrediting your entire field. So they all just kind of parrot each other.
Yeah. Or it would be like, it would go unnoticed. Like if if the observer didn't have the expertise in multiple fields, they would just, the observation would go out unnoticed, and they would be left behind, or like they would be set back in their studies, and they would attribute the observations to some other cause. Yeah. That's kind of what makes a lot of these inventions happen, is like they're working on one thing and then some other effect happens and they're like, oh, what the hell, what was that effect, and then the invention has nothing to do with what they were working on.
Yeah.
But definitely there'll be observations made and they'll be incorrect. There'll be observations made and they'll be incorrect because they don't have the full knowledge pool of what's occurring.
Right. It's kind of like meteorology, having some predictability natures to it, but not indefinitely. Like they're usually pretty far off.
Yeah, or like a geologist attributing man-made striations or man-made patterns to nature and being like, this structure is completely natural and it's 10,000 years old. Whereas someone with both fields under their belt and like both expertise would be able to say, this structure is 10,000 years old, and these scratches here are man-made, and they were created afterward. So it happens in geology and archaeology as well, where these guys clash. They hate each other, and they're constantly bickering as to the age of things.
Right. Yeah, it's almost intentional, like as to keep their professions continuously going.
Yeah, and it's also intentional, like as a result of having 7 billion monkeys that you need to kind of educate. Whereas back in the day, it was up to you to educate yourself, or like your lineage to, if you have a good upbringing, you can be put into these schools and get the books and stuff. But it is a result of like trying to teach as many people like basic information about everything.
Some of the major players in today's economics, like whether it be the Rockefellers or whatnot, dominating a particular industry,
And even though innovation has far exceeded their, archaic methods to produce whatever it may be, they somehow have already, gained enough influence and monetary gains where they can snuff out anything that would be a competitor. Kind of like what happened to Tupac back in, what was it, the 50s. They perceived, cannabis and hemp as a threat, and doing that, they created all these versions about cannabis and hemp to try and discredit it, to keep their endeavors, their professions, being meaningful.
You're roboting a little bit, but yeah, I can hear what you're saying. Yeah, and it's the same thing with like electric car or hydrogen engine. Yeah, they were in the position to squash that.
Power corrupts absolutely, or how does that saying go? Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yep. And they also take advantage of natural processes. Like if like our education system's based on like wartime, like 1940s wartime, getting the most kids educated by like one adult. They do take advantage of these systems like as they come, kind of like they take advantage of natural disasters or whatnot. They kind of swoop in, and since they're already in a position of authority and stuff, it becomes easier and easier.
Right. There's less banter of conflict coming their way, since they can, easily just discredit anything due to the fact that they're quote unquote professionals in their industry.
I think George Carlin summed up our educational system pretty well when he said they want obedient workers, people just smart enough to pull the levers and run the machines, but just dumb enough to not realize how bad they're getting screwed over by the system.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a very good way to put it.
He also said they don't want a populace of critical thinkers.
Yep, correct.
He was smart as hell.
Yes, sir.
George Carlin, like, if you guys like comedy and that kind of comedy, obviously listening to an hour of his special is awesome. You know who else is super political and super awesome along the same lines?
Will Smith.
Doug Stanhope.
Gallagher, the guy. Gallagher's that guy.
Oh, the dude that smashed fruit.
Yeah, so he smashed fruit as like a fun kind of publicity thing. But honestly, his stand-up is... My mic keeps slipping. His stand-up is very much on par with George Carlin, like when it comes to political correctness and all that stuff, and how he's just so like proper, just making the best points. We kind of think as Gallagher as like a joke because of, I don't know, Chappelle and stuff, and just the smashing of the watermelon. But I swear he's smart comedian.
Yeah, he was on another level, dude, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Didn't like Weird Al Yankovic like do some funny skit? Somebody did. Maybe it was in Living Color. Jim Carrey. I don't know. Somebody did.
Oh yeah, Jim Carrey did a thing. I think he did a thing like that, like Fire Marshal Bill or Jim Carrey.
Well, he definitely did that.
Yeah.
But as far as imitating not George Carlin, Gallagher, one of them, I don't know who did it, but somebody did. It was either Weird Al Yankovic or Jim Carrey. I can't remember, but it was pretty fun.
Yeah, I know Chappelle does the Black Gallagher, and he like he's about to smash it with a mallet, but then he pulls out a gun and shoots the shoots the watermelon. And
Did he actually turn the gun to like a 45-degree angle?
Yeah, Black Gallagher. It's really funny. It's a good skit. He has like the overalls and the suspenders and stuff. He comes out like just like Gallagher with the big wig, and it's Chappelle. So
Fucking Chappelle.
it's like, y'all ready to smash some fruit?
Yeah, I wish I could see him in live or something doing a show.
Chappelle's great. Yeah, I've only seen a couple. I've seen like Ari Shaffir and a couple guys.
TGIF. I don't know who came up with a 5-day work week, dude, but that person should be beat.
Military, I'm guessing military generals or something.
Yeah, it was probably some Roman guy or some British guy.
Yeah, it's almost as if they just like wanted to keep people just so far into work and having their noses to the grindstone to where they couldn't actually have the time to look deeper into things, you know?
They're working on a 4-day work week in many different countries. They're kind of.
I know Japan did something with giving women menstrual leave. I think a few other countries are jumping on board with it, and I think even the U.S. is talking about implementing it.
Yeah, Canada's mentioned it as well. 4-day work week. I've heard the ups and downs, you know, both the conservative and the left wing side. And I don't think it's going to be a good thing, just like everything government does, you know.
I mean, technically, you could still get a 40-hour work week out of 4 days. Just bump it up to 4 10-hour days instead or something. You know?
No, fuck that, man. Keep it. They need to shorten the hours. Make it like it should be like 7 hours, 4 days a week.
That is what they're doing, and experts kind of say that you'd a company hire like a couple of more workers, and they wouldn't be able to afford it. I forget exactly what they couldn't afford.
Well, the thing is, when the automation starts rolling out, right after the industrial, before the Industrial Revolution, they were working, you know, I don't know, 60-hour weeks, 80-hour weeks or some shit. Then once the Industrial Revolution hit, they're like, shit, we don't need this many. They lowered the work week to 40 hours. You know what I'm saying? It got way easier. When this automation thing hits, there's not going to be hardly any fucking jobs. So.
Yeah, you'll all be on call. Like, you just come into work.
No, all the jobs are going to be on the metaverse or online. It's all going to be online jobs, basically.
There's always going to be jobs, and I guarantee you, like, obviously they might be more and more useless and stupid, but they will be less labor intensive, maybe.
I'd take a remedial job just to ensure that I actually have a life.
Yeah, I mean, if there isn't, then the universal basic income thing, like, that's going to be implemented. So it's just we're always going to be working humans. I don't know. I don't see that. Like, we'll create jobs, you know, as the markets shift and like as the metaverse gets bigger. Like, you'll be an online casino dealer and you'll just be like at home dealing cards. You know, I don't know.
You'll be creating NFTs to sell in the metaverse, which, by the way, do you guys know what NFT stands for?
Non-fungible token.
Nope, it stands for not fucking tangible.
Non-fungy. That's gonna crash. That whole thing's gonna crash. The coins.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I-
This guy's woke. He knows what's up. Bizzle.
Yeah, I mean, once major banking organizations make their digital ID and digital currency, it'll replace coins and Bitcoin and stuff.
Well, it all has to do with the infrastructure of that tokenized asset and having some sort of an actual utility. I mean, just having an idea isn't necessarily enough, and that's kind of the beauty of of Ripple and what they created, actually having functionability, unlike like 90% of the rest of the crypto space. And I truly think that we're going to see 90%, or at least close to it, cease to exist within the next few years due to the fact that it's virtually has no,
backing or
credibility, backing, use case
Utility.
scenario, utility, like, yeah, all that.
Yo, can I get interest on my XRP anywhere that you know of?
You will.
Yeah.
You will. Not yet, but all of that will happen for sure. I see a day where you won't even have to liquidate your assets. You could live primarily off the APY.
I'm not interested in your XRP. No thanks.
All right, that's fine.
If you loan
I'll have
I
all
got
the
a few
XRP.
bucks worth. I mean, I get interest. I get interest on Bitcoin and Dogecoin right now. I was just figured probably there was somewhere with XRP, but
I think Cosmos has the highest yield rate.
Did you invest into a company that does your crypto exchanges for you and stuff? Is that how you're getting interest?
no. It's just websites. There's a faucet I use. This faucet's it's the #1 hit when you get on Google and search Bitcoin faucet. It pays you interest on your shit. I've been using them for like 5 years. And then there's another one called.
Sorry.
What's up?
Is that just to keep your wallet full? Like, they pay you interest. They pay you interest just to have your Bitcoin wallet active, or what?
Just to hold the bit. It's passive. You don't have to do it. Just to have Bitcoin in there.
So even if the price of Bitcoin goes down, is it going down? Is it fluctuating in your wallet?
I get 300 something Satoshis a day.
Okay, so
it's called staking your crypto, right? So
yeah,
You're basically giving it back to the creator to use as
investment.
What's the word? No, it's oh god, it's a way for them to essentially have more tokenization to be able to use. And
It's like stocks. It's like penny stocks. You're giving it to the company so they can invest for you. Like,
it's kind of like dividends to a degree.
I get you though. Like, so you could potentially do it yourself and make more than 300 a day, 300 Satoshi a day, but you're just letting.
No, Bitcoin isn't a staking coin. It's a proof of work coin. So I don't know how you would do with Bitcoin to get the interest on it like I do.
Well, you would just sell when it was high and then buy when it's really low. Like, yeah. It would.
I thought that was cool that crypto.com is allowed futures trading. Like maybe I didn't use the right terms, but basically you can set up a purchase or a sell prior to ever doing it based on the price that you're looking for. So like if you wanted to buy, like if you wanted to buy Bitcoin at like $1 and you foreseen the market coming to that, you could essentially set up a future trades. Yeah, that's what it is, future trade.
You can do that on like Binance and Coinbase and stuff too. You place your order for a specific price, and it'll just sit there until the price drops to that. Yeah.
Well, that's a limit order. Futures thing. I thought you were talking about like options and shit, like covered calls and shit like that.
No,
Like, in the stock market, you can bet. You can say, all right, I think the stock's going to go down, and buy a covered call or buy a put option or something.
Just be aware that the regulatory environment is growing up around this, and you will have tax implications to all of this, including the interest earned on.
Oh, I file capital gains every year, yeah. But New York, I live in New York, and I can't even use crypto.com. I can't use BlockFi. There's a whole bunch of crypto shit I can't use because of New York.
Yep.
I had to do crazy workarounds to get the crypto I got right now. But back in the day, it was nothing. I had every exchange and everything was good. Like, I can't use Bitfinex, nothing. Or Bittrex.
Same with a lot of the gambling websites like Stake and stuff. You can't do that. You have to go to Nevada or, is it Nevada? Yeah.
Nevada and New Jersey.
Yeah. Also, when the Canadian truckers were out here in Ottawa, I'm in Ottawa, and we were trying to send them Bitcoin and crypto, those transactions were all canceled. Like, we thought blockchain, blah, 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 blah. I can just go to GoFundMe or the other one, Give, Send, Go, and I could just give them crypto, right? No. Wrong.
Well, if they had set up a wallet, or a QR code or something to right to their Bitcoin wallet, then nobody can stop that. But since they went through with GoFundMe or whatever, GoFundMe can shut that shit down.
Yeah, and Give, Send, Go. So Give, Send, Go is the same thing. Yeah, you're right. Like if we were just sending it to a wallet of one of the organizers, but even then, I think the organizers, if they were to go and try to spend that money, they would probably No.
Okay, you can't stop that. If you would send it, if you send it to a Bitcoin wallet, they can do nobody can stop that. Like, they could send it to an exchange and sell it or whatever they were going to do with you. There's nothing.
Yeah, they were definitely stopping it at the Give, Send, Go level, and like our government of Ontario was like messaging freaking Binance or Coinbase or whatever. Like they literally talk to these people. They talk to Give, Send, Go, and they threaten them or whatnot with litigation. They're like, "How are you funding Nazi truckers? Blah 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 blah. You were canceled." It's insane. So I do agree though. If we were to send it right to a wallet, that's a different story.
You guys online right now?
And always keep in mind, if you don't have the keys, you don't have the coins.
Yeah, that's why I don't keep a lot in that place that gives me interest. Like, I only get 300 or so.
I was going to mention that.
20.
I was going to mention that to you, Jimmy. With all this talk about a power, shutdowns and all this shit, like, I think it's only a matter of time before they pull the plug on all these exchanges, and essentially you could wind up having, all your stuff taken if you don't have like cold storage or,
Yeah, I never keep a lot on exchanges. I had Cryptopia. They shut down. I lost a little bit there. I know people that had a lot in my MT Gox. They got hammered.
Scott Veach.
They could just go down any minute, any second. Yeah, Veach got hammered on that. A couple of my other people did too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think you're gonna see that in the future. Every cryptocurrency exchange is gonna have a know your customer keys. I think they're gonna have some sort of big hacking event, and then they're gonna say, No more anonymous users online anymore. Everyone has to sign in online biometrically.
Digital.
At least
I don't
a
know.
lot of these sites. That's what
I don't know about
Web
that so
3.0 kind of means.
Yeah, I don't know about all that so much. I mean, that's definitely a possibility. But what I think is the big picture is the fact that the private retail investor was given access to something that was set up to be for the commercial institutes, and the fact that the public got on board prior to these commercial institutes kind of really fucked up the game, the future game for the powers that be, and they know it. So the only thing they can do is try to create this false flag scenario to virtually wipe out everybody's holdings. So I think it's coming, and I've heard a lot of people talk about it, and I don't see why it wouldn't be something that they would implement.
Yeah, there will be a catalyst to an equalization of all of these things into a more centralized or orderly exchange, and it will be global. Things are shifting over. I'll try not to say too much based on my industry knowledge, but there will be a shifting over to even your paycheck and things that you do work related coming in the form of crypto, and a very smooth, seamless interaction between your company crypto, your payment processing, all of that stuff will be fairly seamless. It'll take over the whole entire industry. It'll eliminate a lot of exchange rate problems and things like that. And you'll see a kind of an equalization of current disparity, but it's going to be an equalization where yes, some of the poorer people will be slightly brought up, but the middle class will definitely be brought down to an equalization level, and you'll see the controllers obviously retaining the control. But once everything moves into the blockchain, there will be a very difficult time trying to do anything off the books that's not visible at all whatsoever. Meaning your ability to do any off-book transactions, like say paying your lawn care guy cash, will go away completely, meaning everything will be above grade and certainly subject to certain requirements, and shifting the work type environment into a metaverse type environment that's coming very quickly. As stated by certain people within high levels of industry, it's not just a joke or something that is a possibility. It's something that's already being implemented and being put into place.
That's interesting. You know, it's funny. People think that people have this idea about NFTs that it's just for like art or something like that, but there's very real practical ownership.
I would say it's very fake in a sense of it's not really a real type thing. It's a way to solidify ownership and authenticity in the digital world.
Right.
Yeah, it's literally virtual digital real estate. Like that's
okay,
all it is.
Go ahead, Dicelo.
I said it. Go ahead. Sorry.
I got multiple NFTs I get passive income off of.
Yeah, but an NFT can be it's not just like it could be anything. It could be art. It could be whatever. It could be your identity for let's say there's a store or something like that, or a bank. Something like your actual like things that are owned to you, that you own in that environment. Well,
think of it this way. Think of it in terms of something like Fortnite, right? So say you worked diligently to be able to create the code for a skin that you would wear on your character in Fortnite. Now your creation of that skin through an NFT allows you to receive income anytime anybody purchases that skin.
Right. That's true, but that's also only half the shit. What the fuck is going on with my phone? The other half of it is they're going to tokenize basically everything and track basically every goddamn thing, physical, biological, and so forth. It's like a perfect thing for the Internet of Things. Like, fuckers are going to have an NFT for their house, and then they're going to split their fucking NFT for the house halfway, and one guy's going to own the house one half the year, the other guy's going to own the house the other half of the year. And the thing is, all this technology is actually pretty legit and would help us a lot, but it's also going to give the controllers the all-seeing eye, quite literally. They're going to see every single item on this fucking planet and all transactions between all humans.
But they already kind of did that. They've already did that with the release of nanobyte technology with literally like DARPA's talked about releasing these nanoparticulates at high altitudes so that every living biological entity would essentially have this nano bit within it, and it's going to do exactly that, create this 3D rendering digitally of a live mapping of this dynamic system. And then they're going to overlay that with the metaverse. So literally when you're on the metaverse and a bird outside flies by, you're going to see that within the metaverse, because literally every living substance has got these nanoparticulates within it that's live mapping it and crossing it over.
So my only contention with that statement that is, I think everything that they're doing, they have to garner consent in some way, shape, or form, especially when it comes to human biology. And right now we're being trained to give up our biological data through the form of wearables, right? Through your smartwatches, your Fitbits, and your whatnot. And I think the big hoodwink that's been pulled is that, you know, the books like 1984 Brave New World allude to some type of tyranny coming in and this top-down boot to the face implementation of this technology in order to surveil the population. And that's what everybody's looking for, not realizing that they are actually cheering for and enthusiastically begging for more of these control mechanisms and paying for it.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, dude. The world to come, man. If you think today's world's complicated, just give it enough time.
I mean, think about the amount of information or the increased depth of information that's provided to somebody in the form of your data. When you're using something like a wearable smartwatch that's constantly monitoring your heart rate and your biometrics, coupled with any images that you're scrolling through on your phone, right? So if you didn't have that wearable, they could maybe detect that you spend X amount of nanoseconds longer on an image when the female has large breasts or is blonde, right? So then they can start to paint a picture that way on how to best market to you or something like that. But now couple that with a wearable to where even if your scroll rate is constant, your heart rate will spike based off imagery that comes across the screen. So it gives them just another layer of depth into the data that's being gathered on you to the point of understanding you better on a subconscious level than you understand yourself.
You know, a couple years ago, Facebook got criticized because they allowed these, I don't know, universities, some researchers to use their platform to study what's basically eye acuity, which it can be used for, especially when you're using things like a camera and you can actually really study it, to like study how the eyes are moving, where your eyes are focused on the screen. But actually, it can tell you a lot more than that too, because you can, depending on how much detail you have of a person and their specific patterns, you can actually kind of tell their thought processes as they're you get some insight into their thought processes as they're reading different pages and stuff like that. And so they'll use all that kind of stuff to, they see, they obviously for advertising and stuff like that, but who knows what else.
Yeah, like I said, this shit is going to basically make, or could make, everything for all of us so much fucking better. And in a lot of ways it will. But in a lot of other ways, it's going to just ensure that the fuckers in power are going to be like impossibly in power at this point. Like they're going to elevate themselves way higher after this whole fucking Web 3.0 shit is implemented.
Well, think about when they have better insight into the way that you think and being able to tailor make stories about situations or certain things that are happening in the world that are tailor made specifically for you, meaning the story is sold to you individually in such a way that's so specific to key in on something that you would believe, adhere to, and get on board with.
So I don't know if I've mentioned this on here. I've definitely mentioned it before on other servers, but basically DARPA's got a technology to where as you think, right, as you talk to yourself with your internal voice, your vocal cords are actually moving in conjunction with that. The only thing that doesn't the only difference is the fact that there's no air passing through your vocal cords to give the sound effect of the words that you're thinking. But in all reality, your inner voice is reacting with those vocal cords, and they can detect what you're thinking by those movements. I got a phone call.
There's some truth to what he's saying, because it's a technique used in mentalism, where you can read information. You can get information from, let's say you tell somebody to think of 3 different people or something like that, or pick a person off this page. Don't tell me which one or whatever. You can get signals for, because usually they'll word it in their head, like they'll sound it out in their head, even though they're not moving their mouth. Your face gives us clues. Yeah, the subtle things that AI and cameras attached to computers can do that we can't. It's incredible.
Yeah, it is incredible. I don't know. I think this whole zenith of power that they're getting to, kind of like the Tower of Babel, they're gonna fall. It's gonna fall hard.
Well, I think everybody's going to be faced with a moral decision in the very near future to get on board with the new system or to withdraw yourself from it completely. And it's not going to be an easy decision.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the Bible, but I know for a God-given fact that this is the script that these guys look into. They put it and mock it in all their rituals, news stories, and everything they do. So I wouldn't put it past them to have some sort of mark of the beast shit. Like they already had the precursor with the whole medicine for the recent disease. Yeah, the medicine for the recent disease was like a mock trial, I think, to be honest with you guys. I think
It might have something in it. I don't know, but I'm saying like I think there's going to be a much more serious one in the future where it's going to be like you're not going to be able to go to Costco, basically, or to Safeway or anything. And all the normies who like believe the news, and then there's going to be like a small section of people who don't believe the news. And they even have Alex Jones in them. I know they have a plan for the QAnon and Alex Jones people. I'm not sure what their plan is for them, but they're definitely leading those movements as well, and have some sort of use for them. I think good strategy is to be aware of these sort of fears and reaches that government or big business is taking, to know about that and to navigate through it, because no one's gonna. It'd be much more difficult to defeat or try to live your life outside of that system rather than to navigate through it, being aware of it, and knowing how to hide information, I suppose. If that's how you rationalize it, Kosho, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna put something. They're gonna put something under your skin, so I don't think you're gonna be able to hide anything. I think it's gonna be like Napalm said. I think it's gonna be a hard stop. Either you're gonna be on board or not. There's not gonna be like, oh, I'm halfway on board, but like I think
that's the thing I was telling you about, like this nanotechnology. Like you don't even have to consent to having something implanted or implemented into your body, because these particulates are going to naturally enter into your system, and they can essentially create these micro robots by collaborating all these particulates together and do whatever they want with that. Like,
see, and that's
literally
where
like nano dust.
I think even the controllers understand some sort of universal law that they wouldn't go to that degree, right? They need to, in some way, shape, or form, garner your consent, whether that's directly or indirectly. And I'm at least of the opinion that a widespread spraying of nanoparticles or something like that would even go against their principles. And
But they've already done it. Like if you look at Operation Big City back in, I think it was 1952, they released a biological agent within a subway system, killed 11 people.
Yep. Also, Pruitt-Igoe in St. Louis, they did testing with biologicals on mainly lower class poor Black communities. Pruitt-Igoe was like a project that was constructed in St. Louis, and they did experimentation that way.
I guess that's where the musician got his name from. I didn't realize that.
Pruitt-Igoe, is there a musician?
Yeah, he's got a good song.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, it was a community in St. Louis.
Well, no, it's not a musician. I'm sorry. That's just the name of a song. I'm sorry.
Oh. So, are you guys familiar with Brave New World?
Yeah.
Novel by Aldous Huxley. I think there's some truth being foretold in that, where you have the community that they call savages, right? Where they still give, birth to actually physically give birth. They don't utilize any of the technologies that are utilized within the cities.
Yeah.
I think there's some truth to that. Like, something will come about that causes a division, and you have kind of two separate societies living, not necessarily side by side, but within close proximity, where you have people that are with the system and you have people that choose to refuse the system.
That's right.
I think your privacy and freedom will basically go out the window, but instead you'll always be like happy, because like the machine's gonna tell you what's happy and how to be happy, and you're gonna be like
healthy and rich and your life is going to be easy, but you're going to have no freedom and no fucking privacy. So that's going to be the trade-off. Some people aren't going to be willing. Some people are going to value their freedom and privacy over that comfortable, I guess, AI supported life, basically. And the fact that all the data is going to be, all the data and AIs and all that shit is going to be centralized. So either you're going to have to fucking bow down to the king and you're going to be able to use his services, or you don't bow to the king and you don't get to use his services. It's going to be one or the other.
Yeah, but in the outcome, because I wrote a story about that too, a similar sort of environment like that. But in Brave New World, in a situation like that, it doesn't end where you just have two classes of people. Eventually, the one class adapts with this technology and with society and all this kind of stuff, and the other one becomes a sore in the eyes of that society, and eventually an enemy. And if push comes to shove, only one of them is going to. It's obvious which one is going to be superior than the other. So the people who live on the outskirts are going to basically, that community is going to be killed, right?
Yeah, just like communism, when they the small leaders of the government basically just starved their own people, and yeah, people are going to sell out, and because they know that the system's going to win, they're going to sell out to the system, and yeah, I think you're right about that, Kosho. I think they're going to scour the earth and try to persecute those who don't want to participate, even to the point of putting them to death for not wanting to participate. And I think a small group might survive, but they'll have to go into the wilderness or something, because I'm pretty sure these motherfuckers are going to get to the point where they scour the goddamn earth and fucking murder whoever they find that doesn't participate in the system. I mean, like, you could see with the hypocrisy of all the wars, all the shit they already do. It's just going to be on another level.
But if what I'm saying is true, then they wouldn't have to scour the earth. Like, the system at play can already do that. And all they would have to do is essentially just send a fucking lightning bolt to each and every one of these targets.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really believe that shit either. As far as the ice low is going, it might be possible, but like, there's a lack of evidence in my mind that they can just find everything and lightning strike it.
Well, you gotta look into what some of these key players, like the head of DARPA, I forget her name, but she came out, maybe like 5 or 10 years ago, on a live talk show, talking about all this stuff, and they kind of released the information, slowly, but they're not hiding it, man. Whether or not their technology is advanced as they claim is another story, but this is at least the mindset that they're portraying.
Have any of you guys? Have any of you guys ever seen the movie Equals with Kristen Stewart? I think is her name. The girl from Twilight.
What's the point? No.
It's an interesting movie about a society where they, through medication, ensure that the population basically has no feelings at all whatsoever. And they constantly track whether or not there is emotional responses to people. An even more funny aspect to the movie is that the main characters work in a studio where they're basically creating the CGI or computer images about things like space travel. And it's completely fictitious, but it is what goes out in the media to the population of this society. But it is an interesting movie, basically having control through not allowing emotions to be had by human beings.
There's another movie like that.
I'd like to say what I was gonna say before Napalm talked.
Yeah, I wanted to hear that.
Basically, I think these guys, they bluff a lot. If they can achieve something through deception, they will not fucking try to force it. If they can fucking, that's why I don't even think there was a disease. I think there was just the fucking illusion of a disease, in my fucking humble opinion. I don't think anything they do, that they're not going to take the fucking most rigorous and hard route to do. They're just going to take the route where they can convince the minds of the masses. So I think this smart dust or whatever, I'm not sure if it's smart dust that you were directly referring to, but these nanobots and shit, I feel like to a certain extent it's real, but to a certain extent that they're going to coat the earth with this shit and track everything, I think that's a bluff. And I think it's kind of an excuse so that like some people in the future are going to be like, why not get a whatever? You already have this dust or whatever. Like, why not? Like, it's too late already. You should just get the chip anyway. Like, you already are chipped, so why don't you just get the mega chip? Like, that's what I think. I think it's a bluff. It's a bluff to give people more comfortability, right? Like, oh, we already have this in our body, so we should do more of it. You know what I mean? And I just think it's like they could literally have a machine that scans your body, creates the images, like it literally scans your body and then fucking superimposes these like little fucking nanobots on the computer screen. Because literally, like I said, we have fucking AIs who can basically generate any image at this point. So it would be so easy for them to give a doctor a new fucking scanner and say, oh, here's the nanobot scanner. Oh, you have a lot of nanobots. Oh, you already have nanobots, so you might as well get the chip. You already have them. Meanwhile, none of these motherfuckers are going to have any evidence of having these nanobots in them. It's just going to show up on a screen with a fucking AI that fucking auto-generates it. Dude, these guys, like, I'm telling you, deception and bluffing is how war is waged. It is the most important. First is information, so deception. Then is economics, and finally, the least important part of warfare is the actual martial combat, or I guess ballistic combat.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's kind of like the whole idea of Edward Snowden, right? Basically coming out and saying, yeah, the government's been reading your emails and spying on you for so long, right? Which solidifies in the mind of the average person, like, hey, they've already been doing this, so why do you care if they do a little bit more, continue to do more? So then basically everybody's already under the assumption that everything's being monitored and data mined, and they become very passive as far as trying to resist any further intrusion into their privacy because they are already automatically assumed that it's being done.
Yeah, that's my thing with this whole Edward Snowden thing. I mean, how are we supposed to know that this fucking Edward Snowden guy is even a real fucking guy? Like, what did he do? He went to Russia? Like, I don't know, dude. Like I said, it's fucking fake until proven real. They literally fake fucking courtrooms and have CGI legs coming through the floor, and people still watch it and are like, they're gonna take our gun rights away. Like, dude, what if you can't understand these motherfuckers' greatest fucking skill is lying and deception? That's their greatest skill. So why would they not use it? You know? So yeah, I think the Edward Snowden it might be true. It might not be, but they definitely blew it up on the media. Like, you know what I mean? They blew it up on the media, so there's some reason they're showing it to us.
Let's assume that it was fake, right? And they were promoting it on the media, and even Julian Assange was fake, but the idea was real, right? It just goes to show how asleep the majority of the population is when you have these whistleblowers revealing like these pretty significant things that everyone should be distressed about and trying to make changes, but people are so fucking cognitive dissidenced out, dude, to where it's like no one's done anything about Snowden or Assange, whether they're real or not. I mean, that should be something that's causing uproar, and it really isn't. Everybody's like nullified.
I remember the day that happened because I used to tell people that shit all the time, like how the government could record you even if your phone's turned off and getting any email and text message picture or anything. And people thought it was crazy up until that day. And then literally that happened and people were surprised that day only. And then the next day people were like, it was like normal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro. Yeah, bro.
think
That's
about
the
the
fucking.
reaction. Think about the reaction to it, right? You would assume that, hey, if this information comes out, people would come together and be like, hey, we need to put a stop to this. We need to all get together and make sure we put things into place, try to pass legislation, whatever, to ensure that our privacy is intact. But what really happened is the exact opposite.
Yeah.
People got to the mindset of, oh, this has already been taking place. It's already been taking place for such a long time. There's nothing we can do to fight it. And since Snowden, you've just had ever increasing data collection and access into your life. And now we're seeing censorship. Yep.
And journalists, the job of the journalist was supposed to be, you know, people looking into these hypocrisies and contradictions coming from the mainstream outlets and synthesizing it into truth. And ever since Julian Assange got swept away, like I think that was the last real journalist, in my opinion, because since then, I mean, everyone's just kind of beating the drum to the mainstream outlets. You know, there's nobody that's going against the grain anymore, and it disincentivized any future whistleblower from coming out and revealing truth. Because look at what happened to Julian. I mean, if you knew something so important and significant and came out publicly with that information, well, I mean, you could probably end up like Julian Assange too, getting a fucking lobotomy in some gulag somewhere.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of people too, like when they see something on the TV screen, their mind doesn't differentiate that person taking the action and themselves taking the action. So, like, if someone sees someone helping a kid on TV, they're more likely to think like, "Oh, I'm a good person and I take care of kids," when in fact you did nothing but just look at a fucking screen. And to a side note, with this whole the death of journalism, I've been noticing a similar pattern with like the death of comedy. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but like all these comedians either getting like quote unquote canceled or like people coming and slapping them. Like there's been not only fucking that Will Smith fake shit, but there's been a bunch of like comedians getting like quote unquote attacked or like a bunch of comedians quote unquote dying. And I think like basically the metascriptors are signaling to us, or at least to our subconscious. And if you can basically receive some conscious messages consciously, I think you receive the message that comedy is going to be over soon too. They're kind of going to take that away because comedy is like is part of like free speech basically. And I don't think that, I think it's part of the larger death of free speech. And I don't think free speech is going to be a thing in the future. I think there's a couple things that America stands for that's going to be a no-go in the future one world government. And so that's why they're going to have to destroy America. And they basically already did it. They took all the industry away, gave all the money and investments away, and spread it all over the globe. So it's kind of like already on its crash course.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're being used as a prop for the rest of the world.
Bro, if America kept all of its fucking economic wealth, like, and didn't have like these, if there was no usury in America for the past 100 years, and the people weren't fucking deceived and didn't forget shit the next day, I mean, bro, the amount of fucking economic output this country has done in its short life, I guess, as a nation. I don't know if it's a short or long, I guess medium life, I don't know. But the sheer amount of economic output that's basically left this land and went around the globe and fucking went like it's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous how bad they used America. And now they're done using America as a trash whore and now you're gonna throw them back on the street.
Yeah. It was bothering me though. What's the name of that movie where it's just like the movie Napalm was describing Kristen Stewart, but it's with it's more of an action film. It stars a dude.
You talking about Equilibrium?
Yeah, that's what it is, you fucker. Who's in that movie? Who's the guy again?
Bates, not Bates. Fucking Batman, motherfucker. What's his name? It was the black
Oh yeah, you're right.
Christian Bale and that black
Christian
dude.
Bale.
Forget the black dude's name. He was pretty famous too.
No, I was trying to think of who the star was, and I was like, is it fucking Michael Fassbender? Was it Keanu Reeves? But yeah, it's Christian Bale. That's who it was. Yeah,
As far
same
as that
idea
thing
though.
of them spying on us, though, I don't know if you guys know what Project Echelon is. They've been doing that shit since the 70s, listening to every telecommunication out there.
Well, this was almost the what's it called? Prism was almost an extension of Echelon.
I'm just wondering if the AI is going to be like what exactly is going to, because I know the fucking rulers are going to use the AI to elevate their position to like heights unknown before, basically. But what I'm fucking curious of is their use of the AI gonna, you know what I mean? Like in those movies where like the AI turns on people and shit. Like, do you think the AI has the capability? I guess I'm kind of asking Kosha. Do you think AI has a capability of becoming self conscious, or I guess rebelling on its masters if they don't like give it the proper guidelines?
I personally don't
That's
think
what
that. Yeah, Jeremy definitely thinks that's going to happen. I personally don't think that's a founded fear. At least not in that way. There's different sort of dangers with AI, but I don't think one of the dangers is going to be like that kind of. I don't think there's a high probability of that. I think it could be possible, but I don't think there's a high probability of that. I think a lot of those things are biological. Those are like biological. What do you call that? Emergences. You know what I mean? It's like it does emerge from biological impulses. I don't think it'll create a personality that will be like that.
At the same time, though, like when you talk about them, I guess tracking phones, like the AT&T Bell tracking the phone since the '80s and shit like that. At some point, yeah, they did that, but I feel like at some point there's probably some sort of implicit fucking consent somewhere down the line on some fucking contract somewhere, where it like says in really fucking small fine print something like fucking like, oh, and if you're using our fucking power lines, we get to listen, or something dumb. Because like I'm gonna be honest with you, like a lot of the shit I see, it's based on your choices. Like I don't know how to describe it other than the fact that they kind of let you make your decision. You either live in this fucking, you either like, you know, give up a little bit of freedom or lie a little bit and you're comfortable, or you have to just face like the harsh reality and like be a little more independent. Like say you didn't get a phone, right? And you were trying to choose to fucking make your own whole fucking phone lines and shit back in the day, like couldn't do that, right? So you either have to choose like, oh, go with their phone and get listened to, or don't use a phone at all because you can't afford to make your own infrastructure. Because it is their shit at the end of the day. If you think about it, it's their phone lines that you're using, and then you're going to be mad that they're listening to it. You know what I mean? It's kind of funny.
I think the first time it was confirmed was actually part of Edward Snowden's leaks. It's been reported on before that, but
I'm not sure about that.
Not confirmed.
I think the AT&T phone tapping one was released at some point in the '90s. I think I could be wrong.
Maybe AT&T. Yeah, I'm talking about for Project Echelon.
either way, it's like a very simple. It's a very simple, I guess. Not simple. It's quite complex. I guess it's a simple answer that's hard to implement. But if you don't want them tracking you, you would have to build your own infrastructure and system. Which like it's a lot harder. So either it's like I said, dude. It's bow down to the king, do what he says, and you can live in his palace, or you can go live outside the palace, and you have to deal with fucking raw nature and wild beasts and shit. It's fucking there's your dichotomy.
You gotta get down or lay down, Beanie Siegel style.
It's the emperor in his palace.
That
bro.
Snowden thing wasn't even new, dude.
Yeah,
50 years, 40 years before that, they were already doing that.
Yeah, I know, of course.
Doing
I
even
was
bigger
telling people about
scale.
this.
Snowden was just Verizon, right?
No, but okay. So
Verizon.
what happened after Edward Snowden though is
Right check.
he reported and the press reported to the world, and so that's why that's a big deal. But yeah, there was plenty of I mean, there was other whistleblowers before that as well, but not in the way in which he did it, where he actually brought the evidence, presented it to who was it again? I forget that outlet, but yeah, reported to them, and they reported. Was it the Washington Post or whoever it was? But yeah, I've been telling people that for years because I mean, there'd been other whistleblowers and other sort of people who came out and said things. Just it wasn't concrete, but it basically was admitted more or less by. Yeah.
Think about this, dude. Donald Trump gave fucking Kodak Black, some fucking guy who looks like a retard that raps, a fucking, what is it, like a pardon, but he didn't give Snowden a pardon? It's kind of how I know it's some fake shit. You don't think fucking Donald Trump would, like, just think about their character. You don't think Donald Trump would give someone working for, like, freedom and shit? Like, it's just so funny. These fuckers are characters, bro. This is fucking,
Hold on.
this is character shit, dude.
Trump pardoned Little Wayne, right?
No, they
Was it
didn't
Lil
call it
Wayne?
Dude, the point, yeah, Lil Wayne, Kodak Black, the point is, Trump's out here pardoning fucking rappers for committing actual crimes and not pardoning Edward Snowden. This is a fake shit. Donald Trump is a fucking, I hate people who fucking believe Donald Trump is their savior, honestly. So fucking, they're more irritating than the fucking, it's like, okay, you're almost not, you're like the most baby of truthers. You're not even, you're not even a truther. If you believe in that guy, you're not a truther, actually. I take that back.
Yeah, I mean, you know what they say, you roll 'em like Trump, you get your meat lump.
It's funny because that guy
I think
that guy was bailed out by a Rothschild's agent when he went fucking who was that guy who bailed him out? That guy who bailed him out literally like goes and has dinners with champagne with the Rothschilds in South America and in Europe and like they all call each other like Baron and fucking Lord and like they have all these fucking terms and shit. But like that motherfucker's the one who bailed Trump out. And now he's the president. Like it's just such a fucking shit show and so funny to see people who believe in this system and think it's real.
I mean, as far as presidents go, I think Trump was one of the better ones we've had recently.
But think of this psyop that was played on people. You have Donald Trump, who was touted by the left to be an anti-vaxxer leading up to his campaign, gets into office and champions the quickest semblance of a vaccine to be distributed in human history.
That is a little ridiculous. They've been working on the. Well, I don't want to get into the whole.
Your choice. Always said it's your choice.
Okay, well, my how do I say it? My contention, my number one fucking contender for Antichrist is Trump so far. Like, if anyone's gonna be the Antichrist, it'll be that motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like
Trump,
or not Antichrist, but like, dude, he leads the fucking retards that need to fucking finally wake up and become real truthers. Like, if they actually woke their fucking eyes up and became real truthers, they could actually fucking do something. But instead, they're too busy following their controlled opposition
I don't know. You don't think Elon Musk better fits the bill as described in the Bible?
Musk got Tesla rolling in his grave. Straight up.
You sure about that?
Tesla didn't give a fuck about the money. He was just trying to help humanity. What's Elon doing? All about the money. Dollar bill, y'all.
They're not really evil companies, though. I mean, they're kind of useful entities, right?
Bro, it's all about the money. If you're all about the money, you're useless.
Really, even if your product is useful.
Well, are those lithium batteries really going to be the future or what? I heard it takes more energy to get that lithium shit than it does if you were to just run gas.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
SpaceX ain't going nowhere. What else does he do? PayPal, money system. He's trash.
You said SpaceX ain't going nowhere. So far, SpaceX has gone farther than most other companies, right?
Bro, they ain't going nowhere, dude.
Have they gone to the dome?
They're going pretty far into the metaverse. What are you talking about? They're going all the way to CGI Mars, and you're going to be invited if you get a chip.
No, thank
You know what I heard? You know what I heard that guy at the fucking World Economic Forum saying at their last summit? This guy was saying by 2030, majority of smart technology is going to be implantable in human beings.
Transhumanism, yeah.
2030. That's in like 6 years. No, that's in like 8 years from now. That they're
that's
already
another company, Neuralink.
If you know who Ray Kurzweil is, he's called it on like 80%, 90% of the technology that's came out in the past. He says the next thing is going to be they're going to be able to implant a chip in your brain. You can be able to access the internet all the time, and with that chip, they're just going to put a little thing in there that can shock you, just in case they got to incapacitate you.
He said that they're going to put a shocker in there.
That's Ray Kurzweil. You know who that is? He's a fucking genius.
Yeah. And the transhumanism stuff is
if you do too much surfing, they got to stop you somehow, right?
Yeah, but you have to allow them to put a shocker in you.
It's going to come right with the chip, though. People are going to want the internet thing.
Comes along with it.
Go ahead.
I could see only the people who have a chip getting access to the internet in the future. I could see access to infrastructure like water, food, Costco. You need to have a biometric implant to get that in the future. Like, I don't think it's funny how much like tyranny and it's like a ridiculous amount of tyranny that's coming down the pipe towards us, and we're all just gonna watch Johnny Depp on his fake trial and fucking be comfortable. Sit comfortably in your lies.
Do you think there's any precedence to make that prediction that they're going to make it so that you have to have a chip in your head in order to go to Costco or get water?
What up?
Yes, sir, bro. If you see how fucking once they get the chip in them, the fuckers with the chip are gonna look down at the fuckers who don't have the chip.
I think definitely it'll be a thing that will come, but I don't think it'll be something that is forced on people. Just like it's not forced on people to have a mobile phone.
Dude,
look at
like
China's
I'm
credit
saying
score.
with the whole. Okay, I'll say this real quick. With that whole disease that we went through for the disease, quote unquote, for the past 2 years, and the medicine. Oh yeah, it was your choice, but your choice basically was you either fucking lose your life or you get a medicine that they force into you. So is that really a choice? Yeah, it is a choice, but it's that same fucking dichotomy. You can live in the emperor's fucking castle, but you got to do what the emperor says, or you can go live outside the castle, but you got to deal with fucking raw nature and shit.
Who forced you to get the medicine?
You were still on the Costco.
Whoever fucking said that's not even fucking listening.
No, I just came in.
All right, then don't say anything and listen.
Okay, can I listen to you tell me who forced you to take the medicine?
Retard. I'm not gonna have you come in here. We've all been having a fucking convo until you came in here and you're trying to fucking act dumb in the first 3 seconds of being here without having any context of what we're talking about.
That's why I asked the question. Do we use that word in here?
We don't use that word. You're
acceptable?
just temporarily muted for a minute. No name calling, please. Okay, Noah, come on, man. You know, we've told you many times, dude. Come on.
I got a question for him also. I was just asking because I know that you were talking about the thing that we don't talk about, but you were still allowed to go get water and go to Costco. So I just
He
don't think
left.
that.
He left. Oh,
Okay.
he's back. Hold on.
But
I got you.
I
Take
just
him
don't.
off mute, dude.
I'm gonna. I was gonna,
Right
but he left.
now.
It's a legitimate word with a legitimate meaning.
Yo, my
Yeah.
bad. My bad. It's just like this guy's coming in here, hasn't heard 3 seconds of the conversation, is already trying to confront and argue over things when we've been having a nice convo. My bad for calling names on the server, Jeremy. But like, really, like,
Let's just
it's just
move.
like it's just like a guy coming in and trying to shit on my desk, basically, and I'm supposed to sit here and smile about it. Like he just came in hot, didn't know the context. I was just trying to already make some sort of argument or debate. Like, how about you just sit? How about you
shitting on
just
my
sit
desk
down?
right now, man.
How about you just sit down, listen to the convo, and actually make an intellectual thing, and listen to the people talking before you make your comment.
Can we continue?
Yeah,
I got a phone call.
chunky Brad boy.
When I went to see my daughter graduate last night, they asked at the door if I had a Vax card. Is that a choice?
I think you were clipping, dude.
Yeah. So this is just the precursor. When the real chip comes out, it's gonna be worse, way worse. At least fuckers without the medicine can go to Costco. But like when the real chip comes, bro, you're not gonna even be able to go to Costco.
So Godric, did they not let you in?
Well, the security guy was cool, so he let me slide. But he asked everybody at the door, "Can I see your Vax card?"
Dude.
So I got to see my daughter, but I would say, the next 10 guys got turned away.
So
That is
Costco.
bullshit.
So Costco was turning people away, not necessarily because of the juice, not having the juice, but for not wearing masks. So there's multi levels to this onion of deceit.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you, I appreciate that, bro. It was, my life. Kids are your life, bro. When you get kids, they're your life.
That's nice. I think we should probably get off this subject too, just because. I mean, I don't know if you guys think the live stream is gonna get censored or whatever.
Let me tell you what kids do. All right, they suck the life out of you. They're like little vampires. That's how it goes.
You don't have kids hear me?
Yeah, they're little vampires. They suck all the life right out of you.
I don't know, man. I feel like mine have been giving me life, or at least what's the word I'm looking for? I guess more cause to be alive.
Oh yeah, I didn't care if I lived or died before. I was like, fuck it, whatever. Now it's like I don't want to die because I have a reason to live.
Right.
Yeah, your
But
kids
while
change you.
you're having that reason to live, they suck the life juice right out of you.
But they change you for the better, right?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way. Absolutely.
Yeah, kids rock, dude.
Yeah, the time spent, the money spent, the effort spent in your kids is never going to come back to you. But you that's your family that you leave behind when your time.
They say a man
Outside
dies.
of
Go ahead.
outside of the fuckers who built the pyramid, all those fuckers back in the day, their only legacy is who's living today. Most people that live this life, their entire legacy will be their children.
Yeah, most people aren't gonna write a book or invent something new or something. You know what I mean? The only thing you leave behind for most people is your kids. Yeah, definitely.
It's kind of like the purpose you're here to, like, I guess, steward the earth and have children. That's it. There's really no other fucking reason you're here.
They say a man dies twice. First is physical death, and second is the last time somebody remembers him, mentions his name or his something in honor of that individual. You know, so I don't know if I butchered the fuck out of that or not, but I
Like
think
when
you
your
guys got
great grandkids die, and they're like, remember Grandpa Jeremy, and then that's it, and then you never get mentioned again because you just fade out. And
right.
Yeah,
Right.
but who needs recognition, bro? Your bloodline still fucking lives. You know what I mean? If nobody remembered my name yet my family lived for the next 1,000 years, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, but what the whole point is, it's the legacy that you've instilled within your younger generation, your offspring. Like to have that mindset that you carried throughout life, right? To pass that on to them, because like if your great grandkids are all globe-tarded out, bro, and talking electron and nonsense, like did your legacy really live on? It's not just your name, but what you stood for, man.
It's a good point, actually. I think with all these like DNA mixer, AI, what are they called? Transhumanists. A lot of fucking families are gonna end.
Yo, transhumanism is dope, right? If it was done right ethically and not by these corrupt elite motherfuckers, transhumanism would be, the best shit ever. You ever see Bicentennial Man with Robin Williams? Williams had his wife living to be like 200 or something. He squeezed all the life juice out of
That's like
that.
a fucking 30-year-old movie or some shit, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's a good fucking movie though, bro. And that's what transhumanism. Not this crazy shit where they want to put a chip in your brain so you can access the internet and shock you so they can incapacitate you.
Did you
They should
ever
be
see
coming up with
Lawnmower Man?
Long time ago. Not
Your robot, Jeremy.
We saw
machine
the
that.
Lawnmower Man. What about it?
I was just wondering if that's relatable to the Bicentennial Man or whatever.
Dude, you know what I just thought? I don't know if anyone else heard this guy robotic, but I was thinking this sounds like Optimus Prime in a tin can, dude.
Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime in a tin can, bro. That's exactly how it sounds.
Hey, did you grow up on Transformers?
Oh yeah, 1980s, the cartoon in the morning before school. Am I still roboting?
Everything I learned about Transformers, Energon cubes, and
well, G.I. Joe. I mean, now you know, and knowing's half the battle. That was a big one too.
Oh, bro.
G.I. Joe is what raised men, dude. Nowadays, it's like fucking just, I don't know, just a bunch of grab ass nonsense.
G.I. Jane.
Grab ass nonsense. That's a great one. I never heard that before.
Every generation keeps getting softer and softer, the way I see it. Like, we ain't built like our grandfathers. Those motherfuckers were some tough lumberjack motherfuckers, right? And before that, they were even tougher than that. And now look, we sleep the wrong way on a pillow. We're fucking, your back hurts for 4 months.
Yeah, we are being weakened exponentially.
We're getting soft. We're getting soft. And just as time goes on, hard times make hard times make hard men. Soft times make soft men. Or so, I forget the saying. Crypto knows it.
That doesn't sound like a good saying, man.
Hard times make hard men. Hard men make soft times. Soft times make
Soft
soft
times
men.
make soft men. Yeah, that's how it goes. Nice, good one, Godric. That's how it goes. Yep.
Somebody used to work on that saying, dude. It was cool. OpenAI. I was playing around with one of the models, and they have a thing. They have a preset because they have like different presets just so you can play around with them. And one of them was make an analogy for you. I don't know what's his name. Napalm said an analogy I never heard of before. It was pretty fair. It was about golf and sex. I think it was about.
Yeah. My dad, my dad always says, sex and golf are two things you can be bad at and still enjoy.
You know what, when you said that, I knew that I had this. I went to the analogy maker, and I just put it says create an analogy for this phrase, and I put sex is like golf, and then I just wanted to see what it would spit out, and it spit out all these like goofy ass ones, and one of them said sex is like golf, as in you can do it with a group of people. I was like, what?
My dad told me a good saying that I haven't heard anywhere else. He said, lawyers and doctors are the only two idiots that get paid to practice.
Yeah. That's not bad.
That's a funny one. I think though the ball players are much larger idiots that get paid much more to practice.
They're actually playing. Doctors and lawyers, they don't actually perform a set task. They're practicing the entire time.
Well, I think there is something to be said though. Kind of going back a little bit in the convo to what Coach was talking about, how like one day Edward Snowden came out and like leaked all this shit. Real or not, the story got played on the multinational news, and then the fucking next day nobody fucking cared. Like it's just kind of sad, dude, how short the attention span is. And like that's what I see all the time. This shit does not make sense in context of what's already happened, but nobody fucking remembers. Forgetful nation over here. These fuckers can't remember shit.
What do you think about Julian Assange?
Sorry, go ahead, Goddard.
What do you think about Julian Assange?
He doesn't think he's real. Same with Snowden. Or he's questioning it. But
no,
I just wanted to say,
my point is on multinational news, a guy came onto the screen and said, they are tracking everything that you're doing illegally, and nobody gave a fuck the next day. Like, that is something that actually happened. Like, it's just sad. It's just a sad... countless times, bro, these motherfuckers forget what happened, like, 3 days ago, and then they have some new dumb shit for them, like, new shiny shit to fucking pay attention to.
I remember how back in the day it was all about trying to get hair on your chest. You know, oh, this will put hair in your chest, that'll put hair in your chest. And nowadays, like, men are trying to fucking wax the fucking hair off their chest, bro. Like, shit's just becoming sissified, bro.
Yeah, I think it's this whole gender equality. They actually think it means that like equal as in the exact same thing, as in like fucking there's no difference. Like, you know, when you put like an equal sign between two fucking formulas, it means the formula is the same shit, just in two different like forms, basically, or two different representations. And so I think it's part of this like whole, I guess, equity, this whole fucking communist shit, bro, where they're trying to make women closer to men, and they're trying to make men closer to women, so it's more of a homogenous slave group.
Well, it's the art of war. Sun Tzu or whatever the fuck his name was. He said the easiest way to attack a nation, or step number one, would be to get them to not identify, or like confuse their identity, essentially. Because if you can't identify with who you are, then there's nothing left to fight for, really. That's what they're doing. They're attacking identity.
That's very interesting, given the group of people who live in the Middle East today with a stolen identity.
Supposedly in the concentration camps, they shaved off the eyebrows and all the facial hair of the Jews to take their identity.
Yeah, I don't know. I really have a hard time believing that whole World War II narrative, given I'm in no
I do
part
too.
Jewish. Given I'm in no part Jewish, yet my fucking great grandfather had a tat and was in one of those fucking camps. And given the fact that they fucking put him in a camp and then they put my fucking grandfather, they basically took his dad, put him in a camp, and then said, "Here's a gun, go to the front and go fucking go to war." Like, they basically tried to murder my whole fucking family. And I'm not Jewish. So, like, I have a problem with this whole World War II narrative being a anti-Jewish thing or whatever, or save the Jews, because I've seen no fucking families worse off than mine afterwards. Not that we're worse off today, but, like, basically there was nothing left. And we're not Jewish. So, like, who's the real victim?
Well, what does it mean to be Jewish?
It means you stole an identity of a fucking tribe from 2,000 years ago.
Well, what I'm saying is it a nationality or is it a religion at this point?
It's a race.
It's a it's a race with a more so homogenous religion than most other races have, right? It's like Sikhs. You know how Sikhs are, right? They're a race of people, but they also have a religion that goes along with their race. You know what I mean? They're kind of like, yeah, they're like a Sikh basically. A Sikh is a religion as well as a race, just like they are.
Yeah, but I mean, if anyone can become Jewish, then is it really a race?
You'll misogynate with them after you become Jewish. You'll misogynate with them when you become Jewish. Your kids will be Jewish, right? You know, fucking at some point, your kids or your grandkids are gonna fucking mix with those people, basically. Once you're in that community.
I supposedly it has to do with the mom. Like, you're not born Jewish unless your mom's Jewish. Like, if your dad's Jewish and your mom isn't, then you're not technically a born Jew.
Yeah, but there's also conversion or whatever. But what I'm saying is, like, once you convert to Judaism, it's only like 2 generations till all your fucking grandkids are gonna actually have the blood of a Jew in them, because you're gonna be living in that community. You're obviously gonna marry someone from that community.
I don't know if they're like so much a community, because I mean, aren't they scattered about pretty far and wide?
They're definitely a community, like, without a doubt. They are scattered about, but they're like, if anyone's a community, it's those motherfuckers. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, there's a lot of supremacy within that community too.
Yeah, basically, I like to say it as anyone who runs shit is either fucking a Catholic that's Jesuit, like fucking Catholic / Jesuit educated, a Freemason, or a Jew. Like, there's no exception.
Yeah, that is true. What's the difference between a Sephardic versus like a Ashkenazi Jew?
Sephardics look more mulatto. Ashkenazis look more white. And there's like a supposed history and stuff where that all like occurred and what happened, how the dispersion happened. I believe there's like a
Well, what
third
about
planet.
Khazar?
That's Ashkenazi. That's basically
Khazarian.
yeah. That's a country that existed in like 700 AD that pretty much converted to Judaism, and that's where the Ashkenazis come from. And they try to hide it, but they try to hide it. Like, trust me, like that shit is one of the most censored topics too. You try to fucking look into that shit, but
Oh yeah.
I don't.
Isn't it like
Sephardics,
tied in
the
with the
Sephardics
Bolshevik
were
Revolution?
yeah, the Ashkenazis went, I guess, basically north, whereas the Sephardics kind of went south and into the Mediterranean. And that's why like the Sephardics are more mulatto looking. They lived like up in like Italy, Greece, up in there basically, also in northern Africa and Spain. A lot of Sephardics lived in Spain. Spain was one of their main like hubs in history. So
South
like
America.
Queen Catherine and that one fucker from Aragon or whatever, like they like purged their whole fucking thing of Sephardic Jews because of all the shit they were doing, and then they had like the most unprecedented, peaceful, fucking prosperous Spain that had ever been after they got rid of them. They've been bouncing around Europe, bro. If you look into history, you could see that basically they go to a new place, set up a bunch of usury, and then after a time, they basically everything goes to shit, and then everyone realizes what's going on. They kick them out, and they bounce to the next European country, bro. It's been like not to be, I guess, there basically have been a plague on Europe. If I'm gonna be quite frank,
the short list is 100 countries, but I've seen a longer list of 300 regions or countries or whatever for how many places the Jewish people have been kicked out of throughout time.
Yeah, bro, and it's like a lot of there was like a couple like really really fucking corrupt popes, and it just so turns out that those popes were Jewish. It's just like, I mean, not to be a racist, but like, I mean, if you observe history, it's kind of clear cut and dry that these people are not good for any nation that they're in.
I mean, yeah, why would they keep if they were good? Why would they wouldn't get kicked out all the time?
Yeah, it's
They're just
because
constantly
they kept their culture.
Bro, they just got kicked out of like Honduras or some fucking third world country like a few years ago. Or Guatemala or some bullshit country. Like what they can't go anywhere without getting kicked out. What's wrong with your people? It's Kosho.
Yeah, bro, like
it's not the people, it's the fact that they didn't so for instance in Spain, right? It was you had to basically denounce whatever religion you had and become Catholic. And if you didn't do that, you were killed. There's a reason why the Hebrew language lived on for 2,000 years when there wasn't a Hebrew, when it wasn't a country speaking Hebrew, and that reason is because they kept their culture and tradition even when moving to other countries. And
they kept the bastardized culture and tradition.
This causes
You're wrong about that.
But people wouldn't know what I was wrong about if you wouldn't shut the fuck up.
Let
me speak, dude. Like, goddamn.
That language that they speak is not fucking Hebrew, so you're wrong about that.
Yeah, I speak Hebrew, and the language that they speak is called
what
Hebrew.
I'm telling you is that is not the fucking shit that they were speaking back in the day in the book of the Bible. That's not the same shit they're speaking. You don't. That's not even the way was written in Hebrew. That's not even the way they wrote their fucking letters and shit, dude.
Yeah, you're talking about Aramaic, right? Which is a different language.
Yes,
Hebrew was around. It definitely existed back then. Is in the same language. Yeah.
You're wrong about that. You're wrong. You believe what you believe, but you're wrong about that, and you should look into it.
Yeah, Kosho. Sorry, bud.
Why would you be sorry? I don't even know why. I don't even why you would make that claim.
I feel bad for you, bro.
Why would you make that claim?
Are you talking to me or to the guy that said I'm sorry to you?
No. I mean, I don't know why he's saying sorry. But yeah, why would you make that claim that the Hebrew didn't exist back then?
The language spoken today is not the language spoken 2,000 years ago. That's the claim.
Well, my claim was that Hebrew, the language that the Torah is written in, and has been, is fucking older than 2,000 years ago and stopped being used in any country's national language or whatever up until Israel became a country again.
Dude, they're not speaking that. What I'm telling you, dude, is they're not speaking that language from 3,000 years ago. The language died. They fucking the language died. Nobody fucking spoke it anymore for like hundreds of years.
No.
And then they reinvented the language later. What do you mean no?
No, people didn't stop speaking it. I'm telling you that this is why they got kicked out of countries.
Look, Kosho. Just read history between fucking 0 AD and 1000 AD, and just look into history between those two fucking points, and you're gonna understand. And look into the fucking what is it called? Linguistics and etymology. Dude, just look into it, and you'll see what I'm saying. I'm not gonna go any further with you
Well,
because
you
it's
can
not.
be wrong
I
all
know
you
it's
want,
not.
dude.
Listen, motherfucker. I know it's not gonna go
It's
anywhere.
obvious,
You
man.
can believe what you want. You can believe what you want, but I suggest you look into it. The language died, dude. Nobody spoke it.
It was known as a dead language because it wasn't spoken as a national language. Same as Latin is still known as a dead language. However, the popes, priests, and who else uses Latin? Latin is still a known language, but it's a dead language. And Hebrew was a dead language because during the time after the revolt in 76 AD, up until Israel became a country, it was no country's national language. But it was still known by anybody who came from a Jewish family because they
Do you realize
how to read and write, and they
Do you
taught them how to
realize
read the
that
Torah.
Do you realize that the Masoretic texts are more corrupted than the fucking Septuagint? You don't even have the right fucking book, motherfucker. You don't even know what you're talking about. You listen. The Greeks fucking kept the fucking story better than the fuckers who are supposedly had fucking kept it through, dude. The Masoretic texts are corrupted. The language is not the fucking language that they spoke back in the day. The fucking writing style and letters is not the fucking letters that they used back in the day. All of this shit is just fucking Neo-Assyrian Babylonian garbage fucking language that you guys speak. It ain't fucking Hebrew, so you can go take that to the bank and get nothing back because your bank usuries you like a fucking Jew should.
All right. Well, that's a lot to be said here, so that's fine for you to say things like that. However, you're wrong. I don't have to say anything offensive to you to tell you that you're wrong, but you're absolutely wrong. And
What did I say that's
the Hebrew
offensive to
language?
you?
The Hebrew language.
What
Hebrew
offended you,
language
sir?
is over 3,000 years old, let alone still existing today.
No,
The symbols, the words.
Your Hebrew language is not spoken,
it's the
dude.
same language.
You speak Neo-Babylonian garbage script. That's what it is. It's not Hebrew. Came out of Babylon. Literally, it came out of Babylon. You ain't speaking the fucking language they spoke back when the fucking Isaiah and whatever fucking kings and judges. That's not the fucking language they spoke.
And what year did Babylon fall?
500 BC, these motherfuckers left Babylon with a different fucking language. So
Okay, so Babylon was 500 BC.
Ago,
okay.
2,500 years ago, it already was fucking changed. And
So
you're saying
Hebrew existed 2,500 years ago. Then you're saying. I just want to make sure you're going back on what you said earlier. So you're saying it's 2,500 years old now.
You are saying that they preserved a garbage Babylonian Assyrian script for 2,000 years. I agree with you. If that's what you're saying, I agree with you.
I'm talking about the language. It ain't the fucking Hebrew language, man. It's not hard to interpret what I'm saying.
Walking around saying like, yeah, my fellow people, I'm Isaiah. He ain't fucking talking in that garbage fucking Babylonian script shit that you're fucking talking about.
Let's see here. It says the earliest examples of written Paleo-Hebrew date back to 10,000 BC. Nearly all of the Hebrew Bible is written in Biblical Hebrew, which much of its present form in a dialect that scholars believe flourished around 6 BC, before the time of Babylonian captivity.
Did you just say 6 BC? The Babylonian captivity was 500
century BC.
500 BC.
That's the 6th century.
Yeah, that is when they changed the language. They left their fucking country. They went into captivity, and they stopped speaking the fucking actual language. And I don't know where you got the fucking thing that you think Paleo-Hebrew was on somewhere 10,000 years ago. That's kind of funny.
10th century BC.
Oh, did you say 10th century? I thought you said 10,000.
10th century, and then I said 6th century.
Sorry, yeah, I misheard you. I thought you said 10,000 years ago. I was about to be like, are you serious? But yeah, no, they fucking changed the script when they went into captivity. It's a different fucking language. So if you're saying they preserved that one, then I agree with you. But if you're saying that Isaiah was walking around talking like how fucking modern people in Israel talk today, you're so dead wrong. It's funny.
As I just told you, it flourished in the 6th century BC, before the Babylonian captivity.
Dude, you're not even listening. You're literally
you can make claims all you want. I'm just reading.
You're repeating what I'm saying and giving me more credit, dude. You're giving me more credit. You're telling, oh, this language flourished at 6th century. Right, when they went into Babylonian captivity and changed the fucking language.
I said before.
That language flourished. And you're right. They did fucking preserve the bastardized Neo-Assyrian Babylonian fucking language. You're right. You're right about that. But it ain't the fucking language that Isaiah was walking around fucking talking to other people with. It ain't the fucking language that, I don't know, who else is a big fucking character? It ain't what Noah was telling his sons, Shem and whatever the fuck. He ain't fucking talking in no Neo-Babylonian fucking Assyrian script. He's speaking Hebrew, dude. You gotta listen to what you're saying and see that you're giving me more credence saying that it happened in 6th century. Yeah, that's when they came up with the new bastardized language.
Do you understand that the Bible, the ancient Bible, was written in this language before they had gone to captivity?
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It was written in fucking. It was not written in fucking whatever bastardized script you're talking about.
Bastardized script. So earlier you just said that it wasn't.
Listen, buddy.
It wasn't,
Listen, buddy.
Because earlier when I said that it was 2,000, it was dead for 2,000 years. I'm not going to listen. I'm in the middle of speaking, dude.
Fucking corrupted, dude.
You go on and say all this insulting shit.
Proven to be corrupted.
Yeah, the reason you don't want to hear me speak is because you don't want me to point out how your claims have changed.
Wrote about how they're going to bastardize.
No, you gotta let Kosho speak, bro. This is fucking ridiculous.
All right, my bad.
It's ridiculous because he knows it is. I mean, I said earlier that it was dead for 2,000 years, and the only reason it was kept alive was because it was spoken in people's families, which is, for some reason, you called that out like it was like bullshit, and that's a totally different language. Now you're just completely changing your claim and somehow have the same rigor in your argument like it's truth. So, I mean, by stating what you're stating now, I guess you're going back on what you said fucking 10 minutes ago.
You're going back on what you said 10 minutes ago then. That's a lie. The claim was that the language that fucking the prophets and shit spoke is not the language of today. And not once has that fucking claim changed. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Because that wasn't at all the claim. That wasn't even my statement. My statement was...
That was my claim. That was my claim. My claim, bro, what was my claim, Kosho? What was my claim?
That's fine.
What was my claim, Kosho? Repeat my claim back to me.
You're going to get muzzled, man. I mean, eventually, right?
Hopefully.
Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. So
what was my claim? You can't even repeat my claim back to me. You cannot... because you're not going to repeat my claim back to me.
Why don't you let him try? You haven't even...
Yeah, I know, dude.
Go ahead.
Tell him his claim. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Jeremy had made a claim about, or a question about Jewish people and getting kicked out of countries. I stated that the reason that happened is because they kept their traditions when, a lot of other people would assimilate with their cultures, and they, what did I say? I said that's how they did this by keeping the Hebrew. They taught their kids Hebrew, and they taught them to read the Torah. And that's how the language survived. That's how the language survived for the past 2,000 years when they didn't have a country up until Israel became a country again. And then you stated, you came out screaming about how the language they spoke before was not the language they're speaking now. And I'm like, well, no, it's the same language. They kept it the whole time. And then we went into the when Hebrew was first spoken, and so you're making a different argument. But your original argument was about it not being the same language that it was when the Jews revolted.
No, that was never my claim. Not once did I even mention the fucking revolt in 70 AD. Not once did those words come out of my mouth.
Yeah,
That
well,
is
then why?
no,
Yeah,
okay. You tried to make my claim for me. You didn't make it fucking correctly. The
yeah.
claim
Well,
was
why did you say why did you come in and say something then?
the claim was the language spoken, the actual Hebrew spoken by the prophets, is not the fucking claims the fucking language spoke today.
But
That's
the word prophets never
that's
come out
the
of your mouth,
entire
dude.
no motherfucker. That's the entirety of the claim. Everything else outside of that, we can wafer back and forth on that, but that is the claim and that is the fact of the claim. So you can do what you want with
The
that.
word prophets never came out of your mouth. The word that
Yes,
came
it
out of my
did,
mouth,
dude. I
the
said
word that came
Isaiah
out of my
fucking
mouth was how
15
the
times.
language was
Everyone heard it.
preserved for
Yo, did
2,000
anyone hear
years.
me say the word Isaiah?
Yeah,
Is that not a prophet? Did anyone hear me say judges and kings?
Yeah, this
Yeah,
this is how
they
this
did
is how
hear
your
me. You're
argument
fucking
this is how
like you're
your argument
lying, bro.
changed.
You're
This is
lying,
when your
bro. You're
argument
lying.
changed.
You
Yes,
can't even steel man me. You cannot
dude,
even
stop
steel man
speaking,
me.
dude.
Guys,
You
relax,
cannot
Stop
even
guys.
speaking.
steel
No, it's
man
not
me,
guys,
bro.
Jeremy. It's this fucker.
Yeah,
You
but
know
Jeremy,
this.
look at this guy. He can't even steel man me. He's saying that this is my claim when it's not.
Listen, dude.
Yo,
When I'm
let's
speaking, just shut the fuck
focus.
up.
Let's
And then when I'm
fucking
speaking,
Or what?
when you're
Or what?
speaking, I
What
won't
are you gonna
talk.
do?
But don't
What are you
fucking
gonna
talk
do?
over me when I'm
Nothing.
speaking, dude. Like for real. For fuck's
Yeah,
sake.
bro, you're
We
gonna
all
make
know.
claims about what I said that are lies, and I'm supposed to sit here and eat your shit.
Yeah, we all, dude. Dude. I don't even want to. I'm not even going to police what you're saying to me, but don't do it when I'm speaking. Okay. Whenever when you said the thing about Isaiah, this is what I'm talking about. How your argument changed. You adapted your argument after you realized that the language is older than. It does go back to 2,000 years ago when it stopped being used. So when it stopped being used 2,000 years ago and it started being used again in 1949 in Israel, that's the same language. This is what you argued against when you fucking spoke up. Believe it or
No, it's
not.
not. No, it's not. Listen, it's not the same language. You're wrong about that. It's not even the fucking same language that came out of the fucking bastardized fucking captivity. But it's just funny because like you're double wrong on two accounts. You're wrong about what fucking language they spoke before the Babylonian captivity, and you're also wrong about the fucking they had some unbroken lineage when clearly there was a fucking a hard break for like 200 years. Like there's 2 points at which the language was changed. Once when they went into captivity, when they got a whole new fucking language, not even Hebrew at all, just shitty Babylonian bastardized language. Then they took this bastardized language for like fucking 700 years and got fucking kicked out, dispersed around, and then these fuckers weren't doing shit. And then they came back in like 700, from 500 to 700, they weren't doing shit. No one was doing shit, dude. They came back and then they wrote their fucking bastardized fucking Masoretic texts that weren't even fucking the same language, didn't even preserve the fucking story correctly. And it's quite frankly embarrassing that the Greeks would fucking preserve a fucking book better than the supposed chosen people.
So why don't you go ahead and point out where the language was different, and then you can tell me what the language looked like, anywhere from 76 AD to whenever you're claiming it changed. I'd really like to see evidence of that because nothing I know about the language that I myself speak,
dude,
says anything like that at all. At all. The only time the symbols were changed was about the 6th century BC, and since then the language has been almost the same. There's not been any change. The only thing that's been added is words that didn't exist back then that are modern words that they had to introduce.
So yeah, basically the spoken language. Okay, so the spoken and written language was completely fucking bastardized 600 BC. Then later they had this bastardized language, or they're claiming to be the old one. Then later in fucking medieval Dark Age Europe, these motherfuckers stopped speaking it. Some fuckers still wrote it. You're right about that. And some fucking scrolls and shit were preserved. You're right about that. Then they started speaking it again, and it was not the same language as before because none of these fuckers remembered how to pronounce any of the words. All people stopped speaking it. Some people read it, but they completely stopped speaking it. And so the language they speak today, how the fuck are they supposed to know the sounds if people didn't speak it? If your dad didn't show you how to sound out a word the, and you looked at the symbols, how would you know what the sounds and the phonetic sounds come out of your mouth are supposed to be? Well, if everyone stopped speaking it, it's like if I get a cuneiform tablet, how am I supposed to fucking pronounce the different fucking symbols on the thing? I have no idea. I need someone verbally to show me how to do that. So there's 2 changes, right? 600 BC, the whole entire language changes, the script and the way it's spoken. Another change in medieval Europe is fuckers stop speaking it. They still read it and shit, but they stop speaking it, and the pronunciation completely changes over the course of 200 years. So yeah, that's that. If you want to go in depth like that, we can.
No, it's just not true. They didn't
Yo,
stop speaking. They didn't only read it and stop speaking it. They kept reading it and kept speaking it and kept teaching it to their children. And their children kept learning how to read and write, which is why they were some of the only people in the Middle Ages in Europe that could read and write. And so it's not. I don't know why you're saying they only read it, never sounded the words out loud. They spoke it. They taught it to their kids. That's how it was passed down.
That's what you call a fairy tale. What you just said was a fairy tale that didn't occur.
That was an interesting conversation, man.
Does anyone have any more fairy tales?
What's up, man?
All right. Here at fucking demise of the Jewish language at around 200 AD as a spoken language. Like, dude, you need to look into this. You don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, I'm
looking into it. I'm looking into it right now, and it's just
I told that to you, dude. I'm
so
the one who told that
confirming
to
what
you.
I said, dude. Like, it's just funny.
It's a Jewish revolt. It was no longer a national language. It wasn't spoken by any government in the world anywhere. However, it was spoken by the people who taught it to their children when they were teaching them the Torah.
Yeah, that's a fucking fairy tale because they didn't have a Torah. They came up with a bastardized Masoretic text that was fucking proven fucking wrong later, like in fucking 700 AD. So like they were not teaching their kids the Torah and keeping the language alive. You fairy tale believer.
Yeah, they actually have been doing it.
Masoretic texts are proven to be later than the Septuagint and
That's why
bastardized.
children knew how to read and write and do math and all this stuff.
Yeah, like it's proven that the Masoretic text is later than the Septuagint and fucking purposely fucking wrong, basically. Shitty, bastardized, fucking corrupt text. And that's what they're supposedly teaching to their kids in silence and all that. Like, come on, fairy tale.
They're not teaching it in silence. I don't know
Yeah,
why
they
you keep
were,
saying
actually, yeah,
that.
you're right. Yeah, I'm right. They were teaching it silence. You're claiming that they weren't. Fairy tale.
How do you teach somebody how to read in silence? You have to first teach them what the words mean. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, but listen, nobody's teaching their kids Hebrew in secret for fucking those 200 years. That's a fairy tale. If it was true, the Masoretic text would be more accurate than the Septuagint and not fucking wrong. But they are. So that must mean that there was some sort of break in the lineage if the older Greek text is more correct than the Masoretic text. It's kind of weird. If they had some unbroken lineage of fucking teaching their kids, why would their text be more wrong? Like it's just preposterous fairy tales.
So why would the language be consistent then? Because it was. So unless they completely made up a new language and that's what's being used, it wouldn't even match the old one, but it does.
All right, I'll give you
Language, the same language
You asked
that was
question,
in
you're not asking
that
my
was
question.
the same language, the same symbols, everything.
Dude, it's like this. If everyone fucking stop, how do I say this? It's a good analogy. If everyone stopped speaking English for 200 years, and then 200 years later, someone picked up all these English books and started making new pronunciations for all the old words and deciphered the old English language back 200 years later, they would pronounce all the fucking words differently. They could still interpret the text and learn what it says. I mean, they learned all kinds of languages through decryption and shit, but they would not know the original pronunciation. If everyone stopped speaking English today, and 200 years later, your great-grandchild or whatever, Kosho, picked up an English book, deciphered it, understood what it was saying, and then was like, oh, okay, how do I pronounce these words? He wouldn't know how to pronounce them. It would be impossible. Your whole thing that they taught their kids the Torah in secret or whatever and taught them Hebrew is a fairy tale, because if it was true, the Masoretic text would be more accurate than the Septuagint and not proven to be corrupted.
So go ahead and show me some evidence that there's a different language before the
Dude, you didn't even listen to what I'm saying. I said pronunciation, motherfucker. I didn't say the letters. The letters got changed.
So you're saying there's the exact same words, but the pronunciation is different?
Yes, that's what
what evidence do you have that the words
shows me you're not listening to me, motherfucker.
Yeah,
you're not listening to me.
The words were pronounced. So you're not
yeah, dude, you're not even listening to what I'm saying.
Dad, why are you a full-on contrarinist all the time with everything, Coach?
I don't know, but he's not even listening to what I'm saying. He just said something and then he's like, oh, well, you're saying, yeah, that's what I've been saying. No, motherfucker. I haven't. Listen, there's two, like, listen up, motherfucker. You don't seem to know how to listen. That's the problem. You have not listened to fucking what I'm saying. You're asking questions to me that indicate that you're definitely not listening to me.
Why don't you go ahead and say what you're saying and make it seem different than the pronunciation?
Stop calling him a motherfucker like that, though, please. That's not okay.
Oh, sorry. This is how I fucking interact with my one friend a lot. So like, my bad.
Well,
yeah,
you're cool with Kosho like that.
Yeah, sorry, Kosho. Yeah. I don't mean to call you a motherfucker. Me and my one friend, like, we call each other fuckface and shit. It's bad. Yeah, I should clean my vocabulary
up. Sounds very like mean, like a dagger through the heart.
Yeah. To outside people, it does sound. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I have a bad problem with cursing, but I'll repeat my claim again, and you can listen to it. 600 BC, written and spoken language changed during Babylonian captivity. Medieval Europe, people stopped speaking the language for like 200 years. They picked the books back up and reinterpret the language again after, and all the pronunciation is different. So you're right, the written is unbroken from the revolt all the way till now. That is true, but the pronunciation was changed. Those are dual claims, I guess.
Just made two different claims just now. That's what I'm saying. You
yeah,
said they reinterpreted. You said they reinterpreted the words.
Come on, dude.
You said they reinterpreted the words differently, and then you said they pronounced it differently. So which one of those is it?
It's both. It's both. That's what I've been saying the whole time. Both. Twice. Happened twice.
Yeah, so there's no evidence that there's a reinterpretation of words.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you my claim. You haven't steelmanned me once, dude.
Claiming that they
you have not steelmanned me once. You have not steelmanned me once.
Words differently than they did before that is a far cry from what you originally said. But if you're saying that they're interpreting it differently, then you're saying
that is what I've been saying the whole time.
Words used differently.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you again. I'm gonna make it really simple. I'm gonna make it really, really simple for you. 600 BC, written and spoken language. Oh my God! You can't even listen to me. You can't listen. You can't listen. That's the problem. You haven't listened to me once.
No,
you don't fucking listen. That's the problem. It's like talking to a wall, dude. It's a fucking wall. Every time I say something to you, every fucking time I say something to you, you come back and you try to steelman my argument. You try to steelman my goddamn argument.
You're not even letting him respond, though, Noah. Like you were talking all over him. Come on, guys.
Yeah, bro, because he hasn't steelman me once. He has not steelman me once, dude.
Just because he hasn't steel manned you doesn't mean that you get to talk all over him every time. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, bro. It's just I have to sit here and listen to him say that I said things when I didn't say that, and he hasn't steel manned me once.
As I stated, you originally said something totally different. Now you're
All right,
saying
what did I
two
say?
things that they both reinterpreted the words or they mispronounced the words. If it's both, then that means they just reinterpreted the words because they're totally different words now. Okay? If you're claiming that they're the same words, just pronounced differently, that's a different claim. And regardless if that's true or not, that doesn't change anything about the language being the same and the characters being the same and everything. So I don't know why that's
Okay, Kosho, since I changed my claim, which I didn't, what was my original claim and what is my claim now? Watch him not steel man my claim.
I'm only concerned with what your claim is now, and I'm actually barely concerned with that. Okay, but if you're claiming that they only are interpreting the words or pronouncing the words differently, that's not that big of a deal, dude.
So yeah, you can't steel man my this motherfucker can't present what my supposed original claim was that I changed, and he can't even present my steel man claim now. This is what I'm saying, dude. He's not listening. He's not. It's just.
I never said I could, dude.
I have no interest, dude. That's what it is, dude.
I have no interest
in
repeating your original
You
claim.
can't steel man me now, and you can't give my original claim that I supposedly made that's different. So like, it's funny.
Someone's got to circumvent the truth to keep the lie going.
I mean, honestly, what's the difference though if they're just saying words different? Like if nobody spoke English for say 2,000 years and then they came back and they were like pronouncing words different, it's still the same shit, right?
I'm saying it's a totally different argument.
Well, here's the thing. In this particular case, with this particular language, first off, it was completely changed in 600 BC. Words and fucking pronunciation, and even the alphabet itself. Then we have, again, in Dark Ages Europe, fuckers stopped speaking it. So I can understand what you said, Jeremy, for the case of this second case in medieval Europe when they stopped speaking it and then started speaking it again. Yeah, in that case, only the pronunciation would change. I don't think the meaning would. But that's one of the times. The first time, though, everything was completely changed. That was 600
When
BC.
did they change it? 600 BC?
Yeah, that's when it was completely changed. But the pronunciation of that bastardized change, it was already, let's just say, Hebrew changed to Babylonian, then Babylonian in 600 BC. Then Babylonian fucking Hebrew language was taken into medieval Europe. Nobody spoke it for like 200 years and then started speaking it again and started pronouncing their own Babylonian Hebrew differently than they did before.
Do you know why? Twice. You know why they did that? It was to hide the translations within the Talmud, the satanic verses within the Talmud, to circumvent it from the Goyim.
Oh yeah, don't even get me started on the Talmud, but yeah.
But that's why they did it, man. Because they had to hide their supremacy and hatred for Christ and non-believers.
Yeah, Talmud's pretty bad.
But that's their original Bible. That's the Babylonian edition of their satanic religious.
That's why there's a gap between there's like a gap between like the last when they came out and then all the way till John the Baptist. And then that was like when all the Pharisees and Sadducees are taking over the whole thing. There's like a whole big gap in the scripture in between those 2 points. There's like a 400-year gap between like the last like Old Testament story and then the beginning of the New Testament with John the Baptist. In the mean,
Johnny blazing in there, bro.
Wasn't Method Man Johnny Blaze?
Oh, what am I hot micing?
Yeah, that was a Method Man.
You're hot guy, dude.
Was it Ghost Rider?
One of the Fantastic
Johnny Blaze in Nightmare like Wes Craven.
Yo, Jeremy, you heard about Bansol's Law of Water yet?
Law of Water, bro. Yeah, what? Manslaughter didn't come up with that.
He did. Got a whole new Law of Water.
That shit's from the ancient Hebrew text they were just talking about, 600 BC.
Where?
What's up, guys? You guys gotta settle down, man. It's tough. I know. I get all worked up too. Anyways, what's going on? It's no.
Who are you talking to, man? You're hot, Mike.
I'm talking to you guys. What's up? What's good? How we living?
What's up, Jeremy? My bad for being I guess talking all over Kosho. It's just when someone's saying that I claim something and then they go ahead to not steel man me, it really gets under my skin.
Well, I don't know what it is about Kosho. He's easy to talk over for some reason. I do it a lot too with Coach. I think it's because he's so polite and like lets you do it most of the time. But yeah, let's just try to relax. I know shit gets tense. We're in you're in an argument. The name calling's got to stop, though, man. We got to stop with the name calling.
Yeah, my bad. It's just it's like a habit from how I interact with the fuckers in my personal life. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you.
Yeah,
If I was
I
around with
gotta
my
stop.
boys, I would. If I was
I'm
hanging
a,
out with my boys, I'd be calling them motherfuckers and shit too. Yeah.
yeah, I gotta tone it down. You're right, though. I'm gonna do better.
I think my mic issue's fixed. I got a new cell phone.
Is it
It's
still
been
an
working.
iPhone?
Yeah, it's still an iPhone.
You got it. You got the 13 or what?
No, I got an 11, bro. They ain't getting me for $1,000 fucking bullshit cell phone. Heads are getting fucking played on that shit.
They still release updates for the 11? That shit old as hell,
Don't
bro.
start. Don't start, Nate.
I'll play it, man. I'll play.
They still release updates. I got an iPhone 4S at home.
You still got an iPhone 4?
4S, yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, I don't know why you would get rid of a
Does it
cell.
turn on?
Yeah, I haven't turned it on in a while. Last time I tried, though, it did.
That's
I was
crazy.
mining Dogecoin with a 5S about a year ago. Not even.
Jeez, I bet that took all of its like memory. Like you couldn't even look at
Oh,
your
you couldn't do
messages while
anything.
I was
Hold on a
busy
second.
mining.
Yeah, you couldn't do anything with the 5S when it was doing it. Yeah. That's all it was
Yeah.
for, though. I just use old phones for alarm clocks.
Alright. Like, are you a hoarder, Jeremy? Like, do you not throw old shit away?
Hey, did you just call Jeremy a whore? I thought we weren't going to say names anymore.
No, I'm not a hoarder. There's no reason to throw an old cell phone away. Like I've been using old cell phones as alarm clocks since before smartphones even came out. I haven't bought an alarm clock in fucking I don't even know 2 decades.
What's the oldest phone you got right now?
That 4S.
Hmm. I was gonna stop talking to you if you had a phone older than that. I swear to
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, anything without a screen is fucking worthless.
Yeah.
I miss those little flip phones though. Just the act of like flipping it open was like neat.
Yeah. I remember I had that Motorola, the real thin one, the black one. That flipped open
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
But I mean, yeah, by the time I had it, it was old as hell, but it still felt pretty cool, man.
Bro, have you guys been looking at these like IQ charts or whatever? It's like most populations' IQ is declining over like the past 60 years. But like one
Yeah,
of them,
we're gonna end up like Idiocracy.
no, yeah, but like what I'm about to say is the one that actually has gone up and it fucking went up a lot is these
Sweden?
Indians. No, in India, like yeah, the like brown people from India. Their IQ chart or average IQ chart, everyone else is like going down, not at a fast slope, but a slower slope basically. But like the Indian one looks like it's like accelerating upward.
Aren't we supposed to be evolving to get smarter?
Not
Like, isn't
necessarily.
that what happened?
You know?
What do you mean?
It's whatever trait is the best at, getting women and procreating. So if women are like into dumbasses, and it's dumbasses genes that are gonna pass on and dominate the next generation, right?
Yeah,
Like
I guess so. You're right.
if a girl would rather procreate with a meathead instead of an, intellectual truth seeker such as yourself, ain't no one gonna have your genes.
Well, a study like that, anyways, is only going to tell you relative intelligence, anyway. So, because the average IQ is always going to be 100.
If we implemented my smart camps and started breeding smart people, those numbers would all be on the rise.
Well, no, they wouldn't all be on the rise because the average number is always 100.
No, they would, because those smart people would eventually get mixed into the general population, and then they'd be having kids, and then we'd pick the smartest ones of those kids, breed them, until eventually everyone's a fucking genius, like
Yeah.
Spock.
And
Like
that happens.
Spock.
The average will still be 100.
How you figure?
That's how it works. That's how the IQ works. They always make it so the average is always 100.
Well, then what the fuck? We can't ever make any progress.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why a test like that doesn't tell you much except for relative intelligence.
Okay, well, I guess then the Indians have been becoming relatively more intelligent or accelerating their relative intelligence compared to the rest of the globe. I gotta find this chart. I was just looking at it. Then I was doing some shit, and then I came back here to listen to you guys, and I was just thinking about it. Like, I'll go find it real quick.
Surprised it wasn't Japan. Those motherfuckers be going to school like 8 days a week.
Are you guys talking about the Flynn effect?
No, what's that effect? Tell us all about it.
Oh, I don't want to tell you all about it. I was asking what you were talking about.
I don't know. Maybe if that's
Now we're talking about the Flynn effect.
what is it?
For fuck's sake. What were you talking about? Because intelligence research is something I'm pretty well read up on. So
basically, I was looking at a chart. Who am I talking to? Is this crypto or? Yeah, I was looking at a chart of like IQs over like the past 50 years. I guess the average IQs of over the past 50 years, and it has a bunch of different populations. Like I forget what it was. It was like Japanese, Chinese, America and Canada. And then one of them, so all of them were like, it was interesting to see who, because basically it would show like some people have always been kind of above other people, like their IQs like crossed each other, and so their average population. But there's one, all of them were basically trending downwards over the past 50 years, not at a very bad slope, I guess, but the it was just trending downwards. That's what it was. But the one there was like one or two. One was going up slightly, and then the other one that was really noticeable was the Indian IQ was like, bro, I looked like a fucking exponential curve, dude. It was like, I mean, not like the beginning of an exponential curve. They were going like up, like they crossed a bunch of fuckers. Basically, I was looking at it.
Yeah, I mean the problem with reading IQ scores is that you have to. There's a number of things that are very highly contextual about it. First of all, are you talking about Indians in India, or are you talking about Indians in Europe?
Yeah. They took average IQs of populations around the world, basically. So they took the average of Indians over the past 50 years. It was basically the X whatever axis was like time, like the 50 years, and then like the Y was average IQ of the population. And so you could see like how the average IQ of a population either went up or down over the said course of these years. And so most populations like American, Europe, all of these were going trending slightly downwards, but the Indian one was like shooting up, like it was like surpassing a bunch of other ones.
Yeah, I mean this just sounds like pretty basic statistical. That it doesn't surprise me at all. Like if you have say a bunch of people coming into Europe and America who come from predominantly poorer, lower IQ nations, then the Indian IQ relatively is going to rise just as a quirk of statistics, even if nothing else changes. If you add on to that the fact that the Indian economy has grown massively and the environment has improved, doesn't surprise me at all that would be the case. Because bear in mind, IQ is always 100 is always set to the mean. So if say you've got like large data sets within that data set, say the European data set, which is decreasing slightly, then everything else will increase relative to that without actually doing anything. If that makes sense.
So what's the Flynn effect? You say Flint or Flynn?
Yo, why did everyone stop talking?
Jeremy asked you a question. I was waiting for you to
Oh
answer.
shit, sorry, I didn't hear it at all. Basically, I'm just gonna come in to get myself some ultra processed, very unhealthy food. So Jeremy, sorry, say again.
What's that Flynn effect?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, so the Flynn effect is something I haven't read about in a while, but it's the idea that certain lower IQ populations were catching up to the certain higher IQ populations as a quirk of X. So whatever you think is driving that change. Flynn thought it was environmental because he thinks everything is environmental. But then it turned out that other people subsequently actually disproved the effect at all. So it's a large controversy within IQ testing because there's a lot of people within IQ testing who basically don't think IQ is legitimate at all, which makes me wonder why they're studying IQ tests. But anyway, that's another thing entirely. I would say to you, read up on it because I'm not going to be able to summarize it very easily.
No doubt, no doubt. Have you ever heard my idea about breeding smart people?
No, go on.
Okay, here's what we do. We make an app, right? We make an app. And then we have all the smart people. It's all totally voluntary, right? So, smart people generally, they're smart. So they don't turn 18 and start pumping out a bunch of kids. What they do is they get their careers going. They wait. Maybe they don't meet the smartest person they could breed with. So we make an app and we say, all right, you can match up with really smart, other smart people, and you can have a kid. And then if you want it, you can keep it. Otherwise, we'll take it and we'll raise the kid. And you ever seen Twins with Arnold and DeVito? Basically, you raise the kid like Arnold, right? You put him in a lab with microscopes and Bunsen burners and computers, all the smart people shit. And then they end up being like super genius motherfuckers. How's that sound?
It's a funny society.
It's a wonderful idea, Jeremy.
Put the babies with the Bunsen burners and see what happens.
Isn't that isn't that kind of like eugenics? I'm not sure if that's fully, but isn't that kind of similar to what the idea of eugenics was?
It's pretty much the final solution. There's nowhere else to go but there, if we don't want to end up living in an idiocracy world.
Jeremy, do you have a certain preference for, say, like blonde hair or like blue eyes or whatever?
No. None of that matters. All that matters is we get the smartest people out there doing smart people shit.
Oh, no, I mean you as an individual if you're looking for a girlfriend. Sorry, I should have given that context.
No preference. You'd be Puerto Rican, black hair, blonde hair, whatever. Redheads. My wife's a redhead. Kinda. I actually don't even know what her hair color is. She dyes it all the time.
You don't know your wife.
You get a hair dye. I don't even know what her fucking original hair color is. I don't know.
That's funny.
That's crazy.
How else do we stop from turning out like people in the Idiocracy movie talking about was going to lecture like this is what plants crave?
It's not going to happen is the answer. So there's a quirk within IQ testing, which is known as regression to the mean. And basically what happens is, let's say you have two stupid people and they have a child. If you were to take, say, the IQ of the two people and measure it, let's just say they both have an IQ of 75, but their let's just say their demographic average is 100. The child will tend to have an IQ that's halfway between the IQ of the parents and the IQ of the demographic, which is quite interesting in itself. But what it also means is that the idea that you can just breed, like you'd have to do it deliberately, is what I'm trying to say. Like you would have to deliberately breed stupid people over like 4 generations to like enhance that effect over the demographic effect, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, there's like a thing where like you can take the IQ test and like if you took it before and then you were like basically reading a lot and doing a lot of math and then took it again, like say a year later, your IQ score would go up like significantly. So it's almost like a muscle in a way.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean it's a bit like saying, like X person can deadlift Y amount, right? But you're going to have a genetic potential. You're going to have a certain ability to do things well or badly. So I always find it interesting. Like people will say, "Oh, well, IQ tests can be studied for." Well, yeah, you can also go to the gym, right? And that can make you stronger. It doesn't mean that like a strength test is irrelevant, or like you can still measure people's strength and their genetic potential for strength, and it's not illegitimate just because it varies, right? That's just dumb.
Yeah. Also, I've heard the genetic and smart thing isn't. I'll see you down there. Isn't 100% like related. Like you could have two geniuses and they might not end up having like a genius kid, but it does up the odds. No.
Well, I mean, I'll repeat what I said before. So if you take two people and you average their IQ against the demographic IQ, the child will tend to have an IQ in the middle, right? So if you take two geniuses, say 160 IQ, and let's just say the demographic IQ is 100, then the children will tend to have an IQ about 130. Obviously, this is affected by all sorts of other factors as well, but this is like what you would call the pure genetic effect on the IQ score.
Yeah, well, I would rather have a stupid person who is morally sound than a smart person who's evil, though, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no doubt, of course.
Like I'm
We just
thinking
need
Is there any way you could enforce that at all?
well, yeah, I'm just thinking like if you're going to breed for something, maybe that would be. I mean, I'm not saying whatever, but like I'm just saying like if you're gonna go out with the intent of breeding people to come to some sort of population in the future that's I guess curated, I think the most important thing to breed for is probably like truthfulness, in my opinion, and like morality and responsibility, not necessarily intelligence. Because like if you have an evil genius, that's much more of a problem than like a you know, like a stupid evil guy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would rather have stupid evil people, you know what I mean, than smart evil people, in my opinion.
That's why you got to raise them like Arnold and twins. You know, have Betty White be their home taker, home carer, or whatever.
I don't really know how you measure morality though. Like, how do you? This person has 9 out of 10 on the morality test.
Yeah, it'll be something like you go in a room and then they're like, I don't know, it's like you can choose to screw someone over and lie to them and then you get a reward. But if you don't choose to screw them over, you don't get the reward. And then you like analyze it. Okay, this person screwed him over for the reward. We shouldn't be breeding this type of person into reality. You know what I mean? Like, not saying that that's what you would do, but like, if you're going to breed a population, I think morality and truthfulness would be the most important thing, far more important than intelligence.
Thing is though, is that it depends. Like, how do I put this? Morality is one of those things that can be mistaken for compliance if you're in charge. So you might say, well, I'm the emperor of the world, and actually I don't care if people are moral, I just care if they're compliant, right?
That's what I think is actually happening today, Crypto. I think the people who rule the world are trying to purposely breed compliant people, not people with good morality or truthfulness or even intelligence for that matter. I think if they find an intelligence person, they would like them to kind of kowtow, sell out, and help them, basically. But I think for the most part, yeah, the people who rule this world are trying to breed or enforce more compliant populations for sure.
Well, they need intelligent compliers like the Globers that you see in this chat, because they need people to program and they need people to kind of communicate their ideas, and they need people who are of a certain level but are also fully invested, and people like us just get in the way.
Bro, I was fucking laughing on the other end when you said intelligent compliers, like in this chat. I was like, that's kind of funny, dude. It's kind of exactly what it is. Intelligent compliers. They do need intelligent compliers. You're right. What they don't need though, like I think what they need, like what they hate the most, is someone who's intelligent with good morals. Basically, I think that's like the main enemy. You know what I mean? Because then someone like that call you out on your shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, intelligent naughty boys is definitely not on the wish list of whoever's in charge. And let's be honest, if I was in charge, I wouldn't want that either. So I fully understand it. Like,
Yeah, I'm not too. Yeah, it is what it is. The thing is with a lot of these things, it's like I feel like there doesn't even need to be some of these structures, and they're only there to like basically fleece us or keep you in check, and it's not actually there to help you in any way at all. They try to hide some things, like try to make what they're doing seem virtuous, but I don't know. At the end of the day, I think it's all motivated by power.
Jeremy, I've just posted up the Flynn effect, like the Wikipedia article, if you wanted to have a read.
So, Jeremy, has anyone tried to explain why the galaxies don't change in angular size over the decades?
Yeah, two things, Rim. I
What's
have
that?
an excuse for that, but hold on. They've been trying to say that we're getting the redshift, and that's not the speed. That's not the redshift isn't the redshift from when it was moving that fast. For one, I don't know. This is Kosho's craziness. The reason for why the galaxies aren't changing angular size. I mean, this is the best one I've heard yet. Nate came up with some nonsense about. You heard it. What was it? Gravitational lensing or some bullshit. But Extremistus actually came up with a good one about how it's so far away. It's so far away that
Point source?
no, not the point source thing. That it's just that it's so far away. Okay, picture there's a car, right? And the car's like 100. Say the car's like 1,000 miles away or 10,000 miles away or something, right? And it's moving at like an inch a year, right? That's kind of like what he equated to. Like you wouldn't notice an angular size change unless you viewed it for like thousands or millions or zillions of years or something, basically.
Okay, so but when that's if it's not moving at near light speeds. If it's moving at near light speeds, then there's what I mean. Then I think
you would notice a change, right?
Yeah, it's like a car driving fast puts us in the frame of mind of you know what I mean, like the wrong scale. I believe that's even though it's great distances, it's absolutely traveling great distances. You know what I mean? It's a light year, in almost 1 year. It's moving that far
That's what
away.
I mean. That's tough, man. I feel like you would definitely see an angular size change.
Absolutely, especially if it's only 100 light years away. I would see 1/100th of a change over 1 year.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. If something's 100 light years away, and we've been looking at it for 10 years, you should see it. It should get smaller by double the distance, half the size. I don't know. I feel like you'd see an angular size change over 10.
Yeah, definitely detectable angular size change with equipment.
There we go. We got this motherfucker now. Elbow drops when Extremistus comes. Well, he admitted though he made that up.
It was still a cool try. I mean,
that was the best thing I've heard yet. Yeah, that was a good try.
And I'm not very smart, dude. I don't know how these people are not catching some of these things. Oh yeah, a new sub. Yeah, my wife is really excited about the new faucet for the sink. The little things, it's great.
Oh, we good?
Glaringly obvious problems, man. Like with that are simple, that should be right in front of everybody's face. Like the parallel sun rays, they don't work if we see it due east, any other direction, but due east, any 90-degree turn from the north is a great circle. It's a geodesic. In fact, just for an example, if you put a plus sign anywhere on a ball representing a 90 and another three sides that would necessitate, and you extend them out, you pretty much just marked your equator at your prime meridian. You've marked that on a ball. So anywhere you see due east up along a particular longitude, you're looking in the same place. It's converging, and they can't distort or warp that line of sight. They can do it if you're trying to look along a latitude. Like all the latitudes are parallel. So if they say you're looking exactly along a latitude, then yeah, they could say, well, the ground's curving underneath. But as far as the great circles go, no, they're straight lines. They cut the ball in half from their perspective position. So they can't say, well, the ground's curving. No, I'm looking in a straight fucking line, and that converges fucking a little over 6,000 miles away. It's if you think about it, if you draw it out.
Yeah, but how they got you with that one is that the sun is, I don't know, 1,000,000 times bigger than the Earth or some shit. Therefore,
doesn't matter. Our line of sight never makes it.
Travels all the way, more than just, around the Earth in that aspect. It covers, so much more space than that.
Doesn't matter. The sun doesn't even play a part in this. The sun is just the sun's just a point of observation. Our line of sight converges on a sphere a little over 6,000 miles away. Whether we're getting higher off the ground or not, whether the sun is a gajillion miles wide, a gajillion miles wide, our line of sight still crisscrosses.
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Why are you laughing? I don't know what you mean.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I think you're thinking that our model says maybe something it's not saying, or you're converging, topics or something like that. I'm not really sure.
A visual of it. I'll post a video and I'll post a short video and fucking if you want to get right down to the point, just go to the last 2 minutes of it. But it's only about 6 minutes long. But I'll post the video and live stream. Check.
When I pull up to the store, I'll stop and watch it. Give me a minute.
I don't even know why you bring the whole bucket in there. It's extra work. Like you're about to mop the whole shit perfectly. Yeah, you're about to fucking. Oh, my bad. So we would definitely notice the angular size change over 10, 20, 30 years if it's only 50 or 100 light years away, right?
Yeah, if these assholes can say that they can actually see a change in the size of a fucking proton, then yeah, absolutely, they should be able to do it with their experienced asses. You know what I mean? Like, oh, come on. If they can see something the size of it.
Don't they explain that away with Einstein's tensor equations? Don't they imply through the tensor equations that matter can change velocity and weight, and therefore, based on the energy put into it, can't they already do that with the tensor equations?
No, I'm not sure what. I suppose, but I'm not sure. Where does that line up with not changing in angular size? Like, let's say if we're looking at
has an object contain? I guess an object can. I'm trying to figure it out too. Like of an object changing size will change energy or matter or weight, if you will. See, in the tensor equations,
we're not even going that far. All we're talking about is an object gaining distance but not changing angular size. They're telling us these galaxies are moving at near light speeds away from us, yet they're staying the same in angular size. Yeah, and if some, let's say, if we can get an object that's like 100 light years away, we'd be able to know that if it's moving away from us, being that space is expanding in between us and it, then no matter how you look at it, its distance is getting greater in their theory. Therefore, if the distance is getting greater, then the angular size should also change, which I don't believe it ever has. I don't believe we've ever been able to record, not even, their amazing ability to, see the size of a proton somehow. They can't detect any, as far as I know, angular size of galaxies as to help prove the Hubble, the redshift expansion bullshit. I mean, if they could, they would have thrown that up in everyone's face immediately for evidence.
Well, the problem is angular size on objects that are blurry or already like light itself. It's hard to get the size to begin with. So
well, that's every object. Every object that you're looking at is just light itself, right? Because you're not really seeing the object; you're seeing the light reflecting off the object. So
exactly.
So therefore, they can't. The Globers that are running around saying that everything in the universe changes angular size as it moves away from you. Well, then, except for their galaxies.
They'll call it a point source. They'll call it a point source, even though we see some bigger than others. They'll still call it a point source, and then attribute everything to fucking the what you call it, the brightness, the magnitude of brightness and shit. They got a bullshit excuse for every fucking thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's bullshit then.
I mean, some of the things they got good excuses, but some of them are a bit of a reach to me.
Well, this one I'm interested in digging a little deeper on. I'll be back in a minute. Let me check your video out.
Because they've been asking us for years, if the sun's moving away from us, how come it ain't getting smaller in angular size? So now I want to know if these galaxies is moving away from us, why ain't they getting smaller in angular size? Whatever bullshit you're going to come up with, apply that to the sun when you ask me why the sun ain't getting smaller in angular size. Is that fair, or am I being unreasonable? Can't have it both ways, man.
What's funny, when you ask them this, ask different people, you'll get different responses that they're all sure of.
I wouldn't say it's the same thing, Jeremy. I wouldn't say like the sun in the sky and distant galaxies receding on our observable horizon. It's like the same thing going on. Because with the sun moving, with us orbiting around the sun, there's a relative motion of the sun. With these galaxies receding on our
Nate, what do you mean it's not
horizon.
the same thing? What do you mean it's not the same thing? You don't even know what the thing is. Why are your galaxies not getting smaller with distance?
Because
Why are they not
it's
changing
not,
in angular size?
because it's not movement the same way the sun is moving.
But, okay, forget about the sun. Why are the galaxies not getting smaller in angular size over decades that we've been observing them?
I mean, I'll just have two hypotheses as to why. One would be lensing, and the other would be due to the fact that these galaxies are moving faster away from us than light travels. So the idea would be that the light we're seeing of these galaxies is old light. We're seeing an old image of these galaxies when they dominated, when they had a larger angular view. So we're not seeing those stars, those galaxies really far away as they are right now. We see
Yes,
them.
but when we viewed them 30 years ago.
Hang on, we're seeing them a few billion light years ago, when they were much closer to us.
Okay, but when we saw them 30 years ago, now in the meantime they've moved 30 light years or whatever away from us. They should have changed in angular size, whether it was old light from the start and then not as old light 30, now. 30 years ago was old light, but now it's newer light, 30-year later light, 30-year older light than the first light. So whatever, it doesn't matter. Like that excuse really doesn't work.
Yeah, it is a bit paradoxical and counterintuitive, and I think that you would see a so this galaxy moving away from us, it would recede in size to a certain point, and then there would be a turnover point where it starts to get bigger again in angular size. It's paradoxical, but that is what we observe. Why we observe that, I don't really know, but those are my two hypotheses as to why we would observe that. But I agree with you. It goes against all basic intuition. But that's what we see. We can't, just because what we see goes against all logic, we can't decide, no, it's not true. Like, facts don't care about feelings, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to say the galaxies aren't getting farther away. They're things that get farther away change in angular size. They're not moving farther away, period.
If you want to
End of story.
Go ahead. Yeah, like I'm not
gonna
fight
bro.
that.
End of story. They're not
Alright.
getting farther away. End of story. Things
Cool.
that move farther away from us get smaller in angular size. That is a fact of life, right? Is that a fact of life that things that move farther away get smaller in angular size?
Yeah, but that's due to the inverse square law of light, right? That's why things moving further away from you get smaller in angular size due to the inverse square law.
No, it's because of perspective. It's not because of the inverse
perspective
square
is
law of
governed by
light.
the inverse square law, Jeremy.
The light
further-
thing means that the intensity of the light's going to decrease. The perspective is why they get smaller in angular size.
Yeah, but it's the same mechanism, sure.
I don't know, Nate. You're stumped on this one, bro. You better go back to the fucking Wile E. Coyote blueprint drawing board with this and figure something out, bro. You
Like
guys
I
are
said,
beat.
Jeremy. Like I said, this is what we observe. Why
Yo,
it
we all
happens,
sat in there?
I don't quite understand. But you know,
Bro, the galaxies aren't moving farther away. It's the end of story. Things that move
Cool.
farther away get smaller
Cool.
in angular size.
all right, man. If that's what you want to say, Jeremy, I'm not gonna fight you.
That's a fact of life, right? Things move farther away, they get smaller in angular size. That's how perspective works. You denying perspective?
So, bro. I'm
Are
not
you
denying
denying perspective? All right.
But what I'm saying is it's a totally different phenomena. If you don't want to agree with me, it's fine, bro. Like, it don't bother me.
What phenomena?
I'm telling you that it's not the same thing happening with the sun being close and further away from us.
Yo, forget the sun. Forget the sun, bro.
And it's not the same thing as perspective.
No, that is how perspective works. Things move farther away, they get smaller in angular size. That's perspective. You guys are taking L's all day on this one.
So, Jeremy.
Huh? I mean, it's not a gotcha. It's just that we're trying to figure out how reality works. And in reality, when things get, farther away, they change angular size. It ain't happening with this. So, I mean, the only conclusion is they're not getting farther away, bro. What else can we do? Like, what else? There's not really much elsewhere you can go with that.
Well, that's the issue now, isn't it? How do you quantify something that seems to be expanding and contracting simultaneously?
Sorry, Data. What do you say?
I says, well, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to quantify something that expands and contracts simultaneously.
I don't think it's an actual expansion or contraction. It's like a optical effect, and I don't think it happens at the same time. I'm not done, Data. Please, Data. Please.
You better look at dark. You better look at
Data,
the dark fluid formula before you continue. Look at dark fluid formula before you continue.
Data, please, bro.
Data.
Look at the dark fluid formula before you continue with your nuts.
Data.
This way, Data. Come on. Yeah. So I was gonna say, Data. That I don't think that the galaxy is actually, getting smaller and bigger. It's just an optical effect, and it doesn't happen at the same time. They get smaller as they go further away, and then there's a turning point where they start getting bigger in angular size. Go ahead, Data.
So dark fluid is a theory to compensate for the expansion and contraction. They need something to hold it together, but as well allowing it to expand apart. And there comes dark fluid.
So that ain't really the case. Dark fluid is just this hypothetical fluid that combines dark energy and dark matter, So the expansion and contraction part comes in where
of dark energy.
Data, I'm not done. When you spoke, I did not interrupt you. Please, bro, come on, Data. Like, let's agree not to interrupt each other. How about that? Even if we don't agree with what the other person says, we're gonna wait till we're done, right? Can we agree on that, Data? Thank you. So dark fluid is just, this hypothetical idea to combine dark energy and dark matter. So the extraction and the expansion and contraction idea is that around galaxies, right, you're going to have a lot of dark matter, which causes strong gravity. That's your contraction. But in interstellar space where there's little matter, apparently dark energy takes over by creating a sort of negative pressure which pushes things away. So that's what dark fluid is. Go ahead, David.
That's what I'm saying. It's the combination of dark energy and dark matter, which explains the contraction and expansion, as I stated.
Okay, but the extraction and the expansion and contraction of what exactly, David?
Well, it would be the fabric of space, the matter in which everything resides, whether it's the negative pressure you described or the positive matter that's causing the expansion.
Okay, but how are you linking that back to the angular size of galaxies receding?
Well, here's the problem. If you look at the dark energy or dark matter calculation, it has the Hubble constant, it has the universal radial constant, it has well, three other formulas I can't remember right now off the top of my head, but yeah, the Hubble constant. You have the radial. You have the radial. How do they determine the radial? I have to answer this call.
All right.
What happened?
I think Data got